Chapter 51, The Sorcery World in Shock. The second Sode no Shirayuki? No, that's not right. Hearing his daughter mention Sode no Shirayuki, Inamichi shook his head. He could tell that Shoko hadn't read the full article, so he simply pointed to another section of the newspaper. This Zanpakuto is called Suzumashi. It's completely different from Sode no Shirayuki. This means that Satoshi might truly be able to forge cursed tools with different abilities. Inamichi looked at Shoko and sighed. Shoko, after Satoshi forges his third Zanpakuto, you should start visiting the Gojo family more often. 3 Zanpakuto. The first time he forged Sode no Shirayuki, it could have been a fluke. The second time he forged Suzumashi, maybe it was luck. But if Satoshi successfully forges a third Zanpakuto, then, compared to Satoshi, even someone like Shoko, who possessed reverse curse technique, might not be so special anymore. Oh, okay, father, I'll visit the Gojo family more often. At her age, Shoko had no clue what her father was thinking. The first thing that came to mind wasn't political alliances. It was the thought of delicious snacks at the Gojo estate. Only after that did she remember the 2 Six Eyes friends she had made. To a child, even the legendary Six Eyes, seen only once in a century, was less important than good food. Okotsu family. Looks like Satoshi is making headlines again. For now, this fake Six Eyes might actually be more influential than the Six Eyes child himself. Yato scanned the newspaper in his hands, a faint smile playing at his lips. Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoshi. Would he be able to compete with them in the future? Yato stretched out his right hand, letting materialized cursed energy swirl in his palm. He could clearly feel it now, the overwhelming cursed energy in his body. He refused to believe he would remain weaker than Satoshi or Satoru in the future. But he also realized, he needed to hurry up. After all, he was older than both of the Gojo family's Six Eyes twins. If he let himself be overtaken, it would be beyond humiliating. But about this Zanpakuto, do you think I could get one too? We're all friends now, right? Basking under the sun, Yato muttered to himself, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Zenin clan estate. Inside the Zenin family hall, the clan head sat high on his seat, looking down at the gathered Zenin clan members. Kneeling before him were Zenin Aji and Zenin Naobito, listening intently. You've all seen the newspaper, haven't you? His voice was hoarse, filled with undisguised displeasure. Yes, father. Zenin Aji and Zenin Naobito nodded, their expressions serious. They already knew why the head of the Zenin family had summoned them today. When I first heard that Gojo Satoshi was heavenly restriction-bound, a Six Eyes user without cursed energy, I thought the heavens had finally shown mercy. I thought we had been spared from a future ruled by 2 Six Eyes sorcerers. But now I see that the heavens still favor the Gojo family. Even without cursed energy, Gojo Satoshi is proving to be an unprecedented anomaly. The clan head's gaze darkened. We must obtain one of these Zanpakuto. I refuse to believe that only Gojo Satoshi can forge such weapons. He is just a 6-year-old child. Even with the Six Eyes, there's no way he could possess such an outrageous talent. This ability of his, it should not exist. The Six Eyes and Limitless? Fine. Those are well-documented abilities of the Gojo family. But a Zanpakuto, something that has never existed in the history of sorcerers. This is no mere cursed tool. If all of this is true, then Gojo Satoshi's strategic value may actually exceed Gojo Satoru's. Zenin Aji and Zenin Naobito remained silent, keeping their heads lowered. Zenin Aji, in particular, was gritting his teeth. He had been part of the delegation that previously visited the Gojo family. Back then, he had dismissed Gojo Satoshi outright. Like most of the Zenin clan, he had blind faith in the cursed energy doctrine, the belief that only those with immense cursed energy could stand at the top. He had seen Gojo Satoshi with his own eyes. Yet, even now, he struggled to accept the reality before him. Meanwhile, Zenin Naobito carefully analyzed the situation. He knew the other major sorcerer families wouldn't care much about Gojo Shinika's promotion. What they cared about was Zanpakuto, and the one who created them. After a brief silence, the clan head turned his gaze back to his sons. Aji, Naobito, you must expand your vision. Look at this not just as a single event but from the perspective of our family's future. You two are the future leaders of the Zenin clan. You must take our rivalry with the Gojo family and the Kumo family seriously. The Kumo family is already in decline. Blood manipulation is likely to be lost within a generation. There's no need to waste too much effort on them. But the Gojo family. In this generation, the Gojo family has produced a Six Eyes limitless user Gojo Satoru. With him alone, they've solidified their position as the strongest among the 3 great families. But Gojo Satoru is just one man. For a family to remain dominant, they must cultivate multiple elites. And now, they have Gojo Satoshi. The clan head's voice was cold and decisive. Which means the Zenin family must act now. After a moment of silence, he shifted his gaze toward Zenin Aji. Aji, you met Gojo Satoshi in person. Tell me your thoughts. Naobito, you should listen carefully. Aji's judgment plays a key role in our decision-making. Zenin Aji flinched slightly. His father had never spoken about Gojo Satoshi with such seriousness before. He had always assumed the clan head shared his beliefs that Gojo Satoshi, being cursed energy deficient, was not worth their concern. Now, he wasn't so sure. Seeing Aji hesitate, the clan head let out a cold chuckle. Look at him, Naobito. This is the pride of the Zenin family, so arrogant that he refuses to acknowledge a potential threat. He still clings to the belief that my views should match his own. Zenin Aji's expression twisted in shame. That's not what I meant, father. But Gojo Satoshi is a false six eyes user. He has no cursed energy, just like Toji. Why should we concern ourselves with him? The clan head ignored him and turned to Zenin Naobito. Naobito, you've never met him, but you know the six eyes well. What do you think? Zenin Naobito frowned. Logically speaking, a heavenly restriction-bound six eyes user should be no different from Toji. However, the six eyes are an abnormality. Chapter 52, the Zenin clan's decision, bonus. I even suspect that Gojo Satoshi's ability to forge the cursed tool known as Zanpakuto is directly tied to the six eyes he possesses. Within the Gojo family, they call his six eyes fake, but as twins, there should be no fundamental difference between the two. If that's the case, then Gojo Satoshi's six eyes must provide him with many unique abilities. We cannot simply ignore him because of his lack of cursed energy. Naobito voiced his thoughts, and the clan head subconsciously nodded in approval. This scene did not go unnoticed by Aji, whose heart filled with resentment. The entire family followed this ideology. He had merely upheld family tradition. So why was his viewpoint rejected, while Naobito's was accepted? Wasn't it clear that the clan head favored Naobito as the next heir? But at this moment, neither the Zenin clan head nor Naobito had time to concern themselves with Aji's inner turmoil. Naobito, continue speaking. The clan head raised his head slightly, motioning for Naobito to go on. Yes, sir. Naobito nodded. If we want to obtain a Zanpakuto, I do have a way. Sir, you should be aware that Toji is currently very close to Gojo Satoshi. Through him, we can establish contact. As fellow heavenly restriction bearers, Toji and Satoshi should have much in common. In fact, I've learned that the real reason Gojo Satoshi challenged Shinsuke to a duel wasn't because of personal grievance but because of Toji. At that gathering at the Gojo family estate, it was Satoshi who sought out Toji first. So, Naobito's plan was logical and feasible. The clan head's gaze deepened, and a trace of approval flickered in his eyes. I never expected that a failure like Toji would end up being useful after all. The clan head let out a low sigh before turning to Zenin Aji. Shinsuke lost to Satoshi. That means the Zanpakuto's ability must be similar to a sorcerer's cursed technique. With Shinsuke's pride, he probably won't be able to accept it. Keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't develop a mental breakdown over this. With that, the clan head leaned back in his rocking chair and whispered, Naobito, I'm putting you in charge of obtaining a Zanpakuto. Do whatever it takes. We cannot allow the Gojo family to monopolize this. Zenin Aji and Zenin Naobito lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Naobito seemed like he wanted to say something but stopped when he saw the clan head close his eyes, signaling the conversation was over. Are we really going to ignore Toji? Naobito had heard about the battle between Toji and Satoshi through various sources. To him, Toji, as a heavenly restriction bearer, might not be as worthless as everyone believed. There had to be something unique about him. Otherwise, why would Satoshi take an interest? Birds of a feather flock together. Naobito did not believe that Satoshi had sought Toji simply because they shared the same heavenly restriction condition. But, the clan head was already tired. This issue would have to wait. Elsewhere in the Zenin estate. Inside his private quarters, Zenin Shinsuke clutched the newspaper, his expression twisted in frustration. Like the clan head, Aji, and Naobito, he didn't pay much attention to the promotion of Gojo Shunichi. His focus was on one thing only. The Zanpakuto mentioned in the report. And the one who forged it. Gojo Satoshi. Damn it. Gojo Satoshi actually forged another Zanpakuto. Why? Aren't you just a failure with no cursed energy? Do you think you're that powerful just because you have the same six eyes as Gojo Satoru? Shinsuke's grip tightened around the katana in his hand, his knuckles turning white. He couldn't forget it. That moment when Sode no Shirayuki froze him completely. His body had locked up, while everyone else moved freely. He had been completely helpless. If Zenin Aji hadn't intervened, he would have died at the hands of a 6-year-old child. Letting out a sharp breath, Shinsuke swung his katana forcefully, trying to suppress his emotions. Outside the window, snowflakes drifted down, glistening in the fading light. And in a low voice, he muttered, Zanpakuto. If I had a Zanpakuto, would I be stronger? Then, I'd finally be qualified to investigate my father's death, right? Gojo clan estate. Meanwhile, at the Gojo estate, Kuma-en sat with a furrowed brow, reading the latest news. The promotion mission he had orchestrated, a mission meant to quietly remove Shunichi from the equation, had instead nearly cost the lives of both Shunichi and Hidetsugu. While he resented Shinika's opposition to his faction, he had never intended to kill him outright. This fool. Why does he insist on opposing me? Why did he publicize the existence of Suzumashi and its Zanpakuto abilities? In his mind, does the internal power struggle within the Gojo family matter more than protecting Gojo Satoshi's secret? Kuma-en's expression darkened. He knew. This news had only spread because Shunichi had deliberately leaked it. His once loyal subordinate had sided with the Jujutsu Sorcerers Association in an effort to elevate Gojo Satoshi's status. But did this fool even realize the consequences of his actions? Now, every major sorcerer family knew the truth. Everyone knew that Satoshi was the forger of Zanpakuto, that he had created an entirely new class of cursed tools. In doing so, Satoshi had gone from being a mere outcast to a major threat in the eyes of rival clans. This is too reckless. Kuma-en shook his head. Over the past few days, he had successfully consolidated much of the authority that the Gojo clan head had relinquished. At this point, even with the news of Suzumashi spreading, it wouldn't change the larger power dynamics. Satoshi. Zanpakuto. Six-Eye stared at him in disbelief. Wait, what's going on? The president is actually congratulating Gojo Satoshi? Wasn't he always against Zanpakuto before? Does this mean that our association is considering bringing Gojo Satoshi into our ranks? Could we even learn the forging methods behind Zanpakuto? If Gojo Satoshi is willing to share his forging techniques, there's no reason he can't officially join the Jujutsu Blacksmith Association. Given the Kumo clan's influence, this shouldn't be too difficult, right? Since he's forging cursed tools, isn't it only natural for him to contribute to the association? The subtle shift in Kumo-shin's stance immediately sparked different thoughts among the association members. After all, the Gojo clan was not an opponent to be taken lightly. If the Jujutsu Blacksmith Association openly antagonized Satoshi, the outcome could be disastrous. However, beneath his composed exterior, Kumo-shin's mind was clouded with darkness. The Kumo clan, already infamous for producing some of history's most notorious sorcerers, was considered the most morally bankrupt family in the Jujutsu world. And now, as the president of the Jujutsu Blacksmith Association, what reason did he have to stray from that reputation? The Kumo clan thrived on blood and ambition. Only through sacrifice could true progress be achieved. A sharp glint flickered in Kumo-shin's eyes. If Gojo Satoshi could truly normalize Zanpakuto as cursed tools, the entire field of cursed tool craftsmanship would be turned on its head. And as the undisputed authority in the field, how could he, Kumo-shin, allow a mere 6-year-old to challenge him? Gojo clan, forge room. Satoshi, Shunichi has officially been promoted to a grade 1 sorcerer. Excitedly, Satoru rushed into the forge, eager to share the news with Gojo Satoshi. Though Shunichi was no longer Satoru's personal bodyguard, Satoru was genuinely happy for his achievement. However, what puzzled him was how calm Satoshi remained, as if he had expected this outcome all along. Wait, is Satoshi really that confident in his Zanpakuto? Does he truly believe that Shinika's promotion was guaranteed because of Suzumashi? Well, that makes sense. Suzumashi is incredibly powerful. It's only natural for Satoshi to be sure of his success. Seeing Satoshi's composed demeanor, Satoru found it strangely cool. What he didn't know, however, was that Satoshi's indifference had nothing to do with confidence. Rather, he simply already knew the result. After all, he had personally participated in Shinika's promotion test, witnessing firsthand how Suzumashi helped him repel a special grade cursed spirit, securing his advancement. Then, let's wait for Uncle Shunichi to return, Satoshi said casually before glancing at Satoru. Actually, Satoru, come with me to the cursed tool storage room. Let's see if there are any materials suitable for forging a new cursed tool. Now that Suzumashi's existence had been revealed, Satoshi figured he wouldn't encounter as many obstacles when searching for materials this time. Oh, Satoshi, it looks like you've already got something in mind. A mischievous glint appeared in Satoru's eyes as he perked up. Next, Satoshi should be helping me forge my own Zanpakuto, right? I can't wait. Zanpakuto. Zanpakuto. I want a Zanpakuto like so no Shirayuki? Humming happily to himself, Satoru was already daydreaming about how cool his future Zanpakuto would be. Meanwhile, Satoshi, standing beside him, could only sigh. Satoru hadn't even obtained a Zanpakuto yet. What was he so excited about? Wasn't this just putting unnecessary pressure on him? To forge a suitable Zanpakuto, he needed to find a cursed tool compatible with its abilities first. Satoru, whether or not your Zanpakuto becomes a reality depends entirely on the cursed tools available in the storage room. Ignoring Satoru's over-enthusiastic rambling, Satoshi turned and left the forge, sewed no Shirayuki in hand. Noticing Satoshi's departure, Satoru quickly followed. He wanted to witness the birth of his own Zanpakuto, starting with the selection of a cursed tool. Chapter 54. Chapter 54. Toji, this is the mission assigned to you by the family. On the way to the cursed tool storage room, Satoshi could clearly sense the subtle shift in the way his fellow clan members looked at him. In the past, their gazes had been filled with nothing but indifference. But today, beneath that cold exterior, a trace of doubt had begun to emerge. Clearly, news about Suzumashi had already spread throughout the clan. Some people even took the initiative to step aside when they saw him passing. However, many still harbored skepticism. After all, a 6-year-old child had managed to forge a Zanpakuto after a month of repeated failures, yet no special rumors had surfaced regarding the forging process. It all seemed a little too convenient. That said, this time, no one attempted to stop Satoshi and Satoru from entering the storage room. At this moment, every single member of the Gojo clan wanted to know one thing: could Satoshi forge another Zanpakuto? Again and again. If Satoshi succeeded in forging a third Zanpakuto, it would prove beyond doubt that his abilities were not just a stroke of luck. It would mean that Satoshi truly possessed the power to change the entire Gojo clan. Meanwhile, Zenin clan. In a quiet room deep within the Zenin estate, Toji sat lazily, his eyes filled with boredom as he stared at his unexpected visitor Zenin Naobito. He had little interest in the higher UPS of the Zenin clan. To Toji, this so-called family meant nothing. Yet here stood Naobito, a man ranked among the top 3 most powerful figures in the clan. And yet, Toji didn't care. His only concern was whether the Zenin clan's cursed tool vault contained anything useful for Satoshi. Naobito, however, had come for a different reason. Toji, I want to meet Gojo Satoshi through you. At the mention of that name, Toji, who had been about to leave, suddenly stopped. He narrowed his eyes, turning to stare at Naobito, and waited for him to continue. The Zenin clan is finally making their move on Satoshi, so they've heard about Suzumashi. Toji had no idea what had happened with Shunichi. Without cursed energy, he wasn't privy to the newspapers distributed among sorcerers. However, based on Naobito's sudden interest in Satoshi, it wasn't hard to put the pieces together. Would the Zenin clan bother with someone who had no cursed energy? Of course not. The only thing they would care about was Satoshi's ability to forge Zanpakuto. I heard you've been quite close to young Master Satoshi of the Gojo clan lately. Naobitsu's voice was calm as he stepped into Toji's residence, casually handing him a copy of the association's newspaper. Toji smirked, taking the newspaper with a lazy motion. Yay, I suppose you could say that. After glancing at the headlines, Toji's suspicions were confirmed. The article detailed the power of Suzumashi but conveniently omitted any mention of its forger. He exhaled slowly, his tone carrying an unmistakable edge of mockery. After all, we're just 2 useless people with no cursed energy. It's only natural that we'd get along. His words were laced with sarcasm, but Naobito didn't react. Instead, he nodded. Zanpakuto is a type of cursed tool unlike anything that has ever existed before. If such tools can be mass-produced, they will completely revolutionize the world of cursed tools. The head of the clan has taken great interest in this matter. As have I. That's why I'm here to confirm something. Tell me, Toji, did Gojo Satoshi really forge a second Zanpakuto? Naobitsu's gaze was sharp as he locked eyes with Toji. While everyone suspected Satoshi was the forger, the newspaper never explicitly stated it. Before taking any further action, the Zenin clan needed absolute confirmation. They needed Toji to verify the truth. Without hesitation, Toji answered. Suzumashi was indeed forged by Gojo Satoshi. I watched the entire process myself. Naobi's expression didn't change, but his grip on his sleeve tightened slightly. Then, if the Zenin clan is planning to act, they should do it soon, Toji added nonchalantly. Gojo Satoshi isn't just some throwaway kid. If both Satoshi and Satoru reach their full potential, the Zenin clan will be crushed. With the current state of this family, I don't see any way you could compete with the Gojo clan. Toji stretched lazily, his words carrying a carefree ruthlessness as he casually predicted the downfall of the Zenin clan right in front of one of its top leaders. What surprised him, however, was that Naobito did not refute him. Instead, he fell into deep thought. After a long pause, Naobito sighed. Even so, as you just said, there is no one in the younger generation of the Zenin clan who can rival the Six Eyes. Toji raised an eyebrow. The Zenin clan, actually admitting their inferior? The arrogance of the Zenin family was legendary. For them to acknowledge their weakness so openly, that alone was shocking. Sensing Toji's skepticism, Naobito suddenly smirked. Perhaps the others in the family cannot compete with Gojo Satoru, but what about you, Toji? The room fell silent. For a moment, the tension in the air was suffocating. A few seconds later, Toji chuckled. Me. He tapped the scar at the corner of his mouth, his amusement barely concealed. I'm just a good-for-nothing without cursed energy. But inwardly, he was intrigued. Because ever since Gojo Satoshi appeared, the entire Zenin clan had started to change. And now, for some reason, they were paying attention to him. Naobito's voice deepened. Toji, I know exactly how strong you are. The heavenly restriction isn't a weakness, it's an advantage. Naobitsu's gaze held a rare intensity. I plan to personally report your situation to the clan head. In the future, you will be recognized as the true backbone of the Zenin clan. A pause. Then, Naobito placed a firm hand on Toji's shoulder, his expression filled with undeniable respect. And as for Gojo Satoshi, Naobito continued. The clan has already agreed that we will not take any hostile action against him, just as we have never directly acted against the Six Eyes. However, the Zenin clan does want a Zanpakuto of our own. That's where you come in, Toji. Naobitsu's tone turned serious. Previously, there were some disagreements between Zenin Shinsuke and Gojo Satoshi. Because of that, direct negotiations will be difficult. So, I hope that you will act as the Zenin clan's representative, and secure a Zanpakuto from Gojo Satoshi for us. This is your mission from the family, Toji. Chapter 55, Zanpakuto that matches his status, bonus. Inside the Zenin clan's cursed tool storage room, Toji walked leisurely through the collection, his hands tucked into the sleeves of his kimono, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. So, this is the mission the family has assigned me? Well, at least I don't have to sneak in to grab what I need. The Zenin clan is finally starting to take me seriously? That's almost amusing. The Zenin, Gojo, and Kumo clans, the so-called 3 great families of Jujutsu society, are all just corrupt institutions, yet they act as if they're so important. Honor? Legacy? What does any of that have to do with... starting the forge, a new Zanpakuto, bonus. There are many cursed tools in the Zenin family's treasury. If you can really forge one that suits me, I might be able to help you find more in the future. Toji's attention remained fixed on Satoshi. He had no sense of belonging to the Zenin family and didn't care about what kind of cursed tools were stored in their secret vaults. For most Jujutsu Kaisen fans, Toji's exclusive weapon should still be the inverted spear of heaven, right? After all, that was the cursed tool that nearly killed Satoru. I wonder if fans of the original series would feel uneasy seeing Toji wielding a Zanpakuto instead of the inverted spear of heaven? Satoshi solemnly closed the doors of the forge. It was time to forge his next Zanpakuto. This time, the blade being forged was one meant for Satoru. That meant Satoshi had to take this process even more seriously. Dash. The rhythmic sound of hammering metal ding ding dang dang echoed through the forge. The expressions of the hidden observers around the forge changed. Ever since Shunichi had revealed information about Suzumashi, every major faction, whether it was the clan heads, the elders, or the curse user faction had been keeping a close watch on Satoshi's actions. Originally, they had assumed he wouldn't start forging a new Zanpakuto so soon. However, no one expected that Toji's arrival would push Satoshi to begin a new forging session without warning. None of them believed he was forging an ordinary cursed tool. After all, the only weapons that could warrant such attention in this forge were the mysterious Zanpakuto. Dash. Within the Gojo clan, Kumaen frowned as he read the report from his informants. His eyes were filled with doubt. How does Satoshi have this much energy? This shouldn't be possible. The first was Sode no Shirayuki, and the second was Suzumashi with a month's gap between them. But this. Why is he forging another so soon? Something's off. Something isn't right. Kumaen, who had already begun consolidating his control over the Gojo family, did not want anything interfering with his rise to power, so he was hoping to hear that the forging had failed. Within the Twin Curse faction, most of its members simply did not believe that Satoshi could successfully forge a third Zanpakuto in such a short amount of time. Dash. Inside the main estate, an old man from the Gojo clan listened to the news and couldn't help but smile. Ever since Satoru and Satoshi had visited the clan's armory yesterday, he had already guessed that Satoshi was preparing a Zanpakuto for Satoru. Brothers should support and respect one another. That was the foundation for revitalizing the clan. Having two Six Eyes users in the Gojo clan, Satoru and Satoshi, was a true blessing. But to think the Gojo clan's armory couldn't provide the cursed tool Satoshi needed. As expected, we've neglected the development of cursed tools for far too long. It seems I need to allocate more resources to Takia in the future. It would be disgraceful if the Zanpakuto used by Satoru came from the Zenin family rather than our own. The old man shook his head. In his final years, he wanted to do everything in his power to set the Gojo clan on the right path. Dash. Jujutsu Blacksmith Association. Gojo Satoshi has started forging again. It seems he's working on another Zanpakuto. Kamoshin listened to the report from his informants within the Gojo clan. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. It was time to move forward with their plans. We absolutely cannot allow Gojo Satoshi to spread his influence unchecked. If he successfully forges another Zanpakuto, the entire cursed tool industry will be turned upside down. As the only recognized Grandmaster blacksmith, Kamoshin refused to let his status be threatened. He had publicly expressed skepticism about Gojo Satoshi's ability to forge yet another Zanpakuto, but deep down, the sinister measures he was preparing revealed his true fears. He could succeed. That child, Gojo Satoshi, might actually forge a third Zanpakuto. No matter how much Kamoshin wanted to deny it, that was what he truly believed. Dash. Inside the Gojo clan's forge, Satoshi himself hadn't expected that his forging would attract the attention of the entire Jujutsu world. Every major faction, every informed individual, had focused their attention on this seemingly unremarkable forge. Inside, Toji, Shunichi, and Satoru held their breath, watching as Satoshi swung his hammer again and again. Sweat dripped from his forehead as the blade blank slowly took shape in his hands. Every time he forged a Zanpakuto, he would call upon Nimiya Uritsu's spirit for guidance. This time, he was determined to craft a blade that would be the perfect match for Gojo Satoru. It had to be absolutely cool. It had to suit Satoru's kingly aura. As Satoshi unwrapped the cloth covering the cursed tool, a pink cursed sword was revealed. Is this the material Satoshi is using to forge his Zanpakuto? It's pink, it looks kind of feminine. A flicker of doubt passed through Satoru's piercing azure eyes. This material didn't match his expectations for a Zanpakuto. However, he remained silent. The forging process had already begun. There was no turning back now. He could only wait for the final result. Satoshi pressed the pink cursed tool against the blade blank. As he continued forging without pause for an entire hour, the rhythmic hammering sound finally ceased. At that moment, the hidden observers lurking in the darkness tensed. It was time for the truth to be revealed. No one knew if Satoshi had succeeded in forging another Zanpakuto. Previously, when Sode no Shirayuki and Suzumashi were completed, no one had paid attention to the unusual phenomena that accompanied their creation. However, logically speaking, a Zanpakuto of this caliber should manifest some kind of special phenomenon upon completion, right? Yet, to their surprise, as the hammering ceased, the forge fell into an eerie silence. The atmosphere suggested only one thing: failure. Within the Twin Curse faction, many felt a sense of schadenfreude. If Satoshi failed, he wouldn't be able to rally further support within the clan. The family elders, on the other hand, felt deep regret. They had hoped to use Satoshi's Zanpakuto as a counterbalance to Kumaen's faction, but if he had failed, then that plan was doomed. Chapter 58. Chapter 58, Satoru's Zanpakuto, bonus. Seeing the Asachi in Satoshi's hands and sensing the sharp aura it emanated, Satoru urged Senbonzakura, the Zanpakuto of Kukaki Byakuya. In his opinion, the way Senbonzakura's countless cherry blossom-like blades scattered aligned perfectly with Satoru's temperament. Once it reached Shikai and Bankai, its form and abilities would suit Satoru's cool personality even more. Now that Satoru has Senbonzakura, he'll probably be eager to master Shikai and Bankai. With his talent, he might even achieve Bankai in an unbelievably short time. If that happens, he could be the first person to provide me with skills. After a brief moment of thought, Satoshi snapped back to reality. Seeing Satoru staring at him with anticipation, he casually tossed the Asachi over. The moment Satoru caught Senbonzakura, Satoshi noticed that his system's Zanpakuto display had updated. Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Suzumashi, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Satoshi had successfully loaned out Senbonzakura, binding it to Gojo Satoru. Satoru, this Zanpakuto is called Senbonzakura, your future partner. As Satoshi spoke, Satoru, Shunichi, and Toji all instinctively repeated the name. Senbonzakura. Satoru didn't understand why his Zanpakuto was named that, but for some reason, he found it deeply satisfying. A grin spread across his face as he raised the sword in his hand, his 6 eyes shining with anticipation. Alright, let's do this Shikai. Senbonzakura. Satoru could hardly wait to see his Zanpakuto's true form. The moment he grasped it, he felt a strong connection. Senbonzakura had acknowledged him. He was confident he could release its Shikai. However, as soon as the words left Satoru's mouth, an awkward silence filled the forge. 10 seconds passed. The Asachi in Satoru's hand remained unchanged. It didn't transform like Sode no Shirayuki or Suzumashi. Satoru's expression stiffened. His entire body seemed frozen as he hesitantly turned his gaze towards Satoshi, silently pleading for help. Satoshi could barely contain his laughter. How could you expect it to work instantly? No matter how talented Satoru was, no matter how compatible he was with Senbonzakura, he couldn't just activate Shikai out of nowhere. Satoshi tried his best to keep a straight face, but in the end, he couldn't hold it in. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter erupted from him. Toji, who had been watching, also started laughing, thoroughly enjoying the sight of the 6 eyes prodigy embarrassing himself. This moment was worth remembering forever. This was definitely going to be a dark chapter in the life of the man who would become the world's strongest sorcerer. Only Shunichi felt a bit of sympathy for Satoru. He knew how difficult it was to unlock Shikai, so he understood Satoru's frustration. However, his own experience with Suzumashi had been entirely different, so he couldn't offer much advice. As the awkward atmosphere lingered, Gojo Satoshi stepped up beside Satoru. Satoru, every Zanpakuto has its own Shikai command. You need to communicate with Senbonzakura. The more impatient you are, the less likely you are to succeed. A Zanpakuto is your companion. Senbonzakura has its own will. You need to hear its name from within. Satoru took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Satoshi was right. He had rushed into it without forming a proper connection with Senbonzakura. He tightened his grip on the sword, holding it upright in front of him, his azure 6 eyes fixed on the blade. To awaken Senbonzakura, he had to deepen his bond with it. Are you ready to speak? Satoru focused his consciousness into the blade. In the next moment, his mind was pulled into an unfamiliar space. Before him stood an enormous sacred cherry blossom tree, its petals scattering endlessly into the air. This was Senbonzakura's inner world. Senbonzakura, my future partner. Show me your true form. A voice echoed in his mind. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Toji, who had been laughing at Satoru moments ago, abruptly froze. A sharp, stinging sensation pricked at his skin. Is this coming from Senbonzakura? It's actually piercing through my defenses? Toji knew exactly how tough his body was. Yet, even before it had been released, Senbonzakura was making his skin tingle with an almost unbearable sharpness. His heart pounded with excitement. What kind of abilities did this Zanpakuto possess? At the same time, Satoru slowly exhaled and murmured. Scatter. Dash. Starting the forge, a new Zanpakuto, bonus. There are many cursed tools in the Zenin family's treasury. If you can really forge one that suits me, I might be able to help you find more in the future. Toji's attention remained fixed on Satoshi. He had no sense of belonging to the Zenin family and didn't care about what kind of cursed tools were stored in their secret vaults. For most Jujutsu Kaisen fans, Toji's exclusive weapon should still be the inverted spear of heaven, right? After all, that was the cursed tool that nearly killed Satoru. I wonder if fans of the original series would feel uneasy seeing Toji wielding a Zanpakuto instead of the inverted spear of heaven? Satoshi solemnly closed the doors of the forge. It was time to forge his next Zanpakuto. This time, the blade being forged was one meant for Satoru. That meant Satoshi had to take this process even more seriously. Dash. The rhythmic sound of hammering metal ding ding dang dang echoed through the forge. The expressions of the hidden observers around the forge changed. But in the next instant, they realized that what was falling from the sky wasn't snow. It was pink and white cherry blossom petals. What's going on? Cherry blossoms in the middle of winter. Why are there so many petals floating in the air? Many onlookers felt that the scene was too surreal, something out of a dream rather than reality. It was as if nature itself had created a miracle, cherry blossoms blooming in the heart of winter. The more perceptive informants quickly changed their expressions. By process of elimination, there was only one explanation for the phenomenon unfolding before them. It had to be connected to Gojo Satoshi and his latest creation. Up until now, everything he had done in the forge had been for the purpose of forging a new Zanpakuto. Now that this strange phenomenon had appeared, did it mean that Gojo Satoshi had successfully created his third Zanpakuto? Inside the forge, Satoru spoke the command that would awaken his blade. Scatter, Senbonzakura. The moment he finished speaking, the Zanpakuto in his hand radiated a soft pink glow. Then, the entire blade slowly began to dissolve. The pink light that had enveloped the sword transformed into countless cherry blossom petals, filling the forge. A second later, the wave of scattered petals burst through the roof, soaring into the sky like steam rising from a geyser. A fountain of cherry blossom petals erupted outward, and within mere seconds, the entire Gojo estate was engulfed in a dazzling pink storm. This is the true form of Senbonzakura? It's absolutely stunning, almost excessive, isn't it? Shunichi gazed at the countless petals swirling around him, then glanced down at Suzumashi in his hand. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Just from appearances alone, Senbonzakura had already won. Its manifestation was just as overwhelming as Sode no Shirayuki, the first Zanpakuto Satoshi had forged. Each of these petals is a blade. So this is the true nature of Senbonzakura? Tens of thousands of cherry blossom petals. Is this the secret behind Senbonzakura's power? Controlling that many blades at once. That's an absolutely insane combat style. Toji wasn't the type to be impressed by aesthetics. The moment Senbonzakura was unleashed, his focus zeroed in on its technique. To him, what mattered most was power. He didn't care if his own Zanpakuto looked flashy, only that it was strong. There was no doubt in his mind. A Zanpakuto capable of transforming into millions of cherry blossom blades had to be incredibly powerful. Watching Senbonzakura in action, Toji found himself anticipating his own future blade. He was confident that Gojo Satoshi wouldn't give him anything mediocre, and he firmly believed his Zanpakuto would not be weaker than Satoru's. Outside the forge, the sight of the cherry blossom fountain bursting through the roof left everyone utterly stunned. At this point, if they still couldn't comprehend what was happening, they had no right to call themselves informants. This was an ability unlike any that had been seen before. It wasn't Sode no Shirayuki's ice-based techniques, nor was it Suzumashi's hypnotic abilities. This was something entirely new. A Zanpakuto that used cherry blossom petals as weapons, one with an enormous attack range. A brand new Zanpakuto had been born. At that moment, the news spread like wildfire across the entire Jujutsu world. Even those who hadn't been paying close attention to the Gojo Forge were now captivated by the spectacle. Sorcerers across the city looked up and saw the enormous pink cloud hovering over the Gojo estate. In the dead of winter, the Gojo estate was now blooming with radiant cherry blossoms. A sight like this, it defied all logic, completely shattering nature's laws. In the Yajayo household, Yajayo Hidesugu stared at the Gojo estate from afar, now completely dyed pink, and sighed. Yuzuki, you need to stop entertaining the thought of using the Gojo family to boost the Yajayo family's reputation. Gojo Shinika's swordsmanship is already on par with Simon's. And now, with the power of his Zanpakuto, Suzumashi, Simon won't stand a chance until he gets a Zanpakuto of his own. More importantly, judging by this phenomenon, Gojo Satoshi has successfully forged his third Zanpakuto. This display alone proves that the new blade is anything but ordinary. I'd even wager that its power is greater than Shinika's Suzumashi. With this sheer volume of cherry blossom petals, that Zanpakuto might be on an entirely different level. If Shunichi had wielded this Zanpakuto during that battle, that special grade cursed spirit never would have escaped. Hidesugu's words left Yajayo Yuzuki and Yajayo Simon silent. As the direct descendants of Yajayo Jubei, the Yajayo family took great pride in their swordsmanship. They had never been willing to submit to any other family when it came to Zanjutsu. But unfortunately, in the world of Jujutsu, swordsmanship alone was not enough. At the end of the day, power came down to techniques and cursed energy. Yajayo Hidesugu and Yajayo Yuzuki were undoubtedly the strongest swordsmen in the family. Yet faced with Hidesugu's words, the analysis of the family's sole grade 1 sorcerer, they had no choice but to acknowledge reality. Besides, Hidesugu continued, Shunichi saved my life. I have no intention of making an enemy out of him now that he's been promoted to grade 1. I also want to use my connection with him to get closer to Gojo Satoshi. In the future, that man will not be someone people can ignore just because he lacks cursed energy. Mark my words, anyone who underestimates Gojo Satoshi now, will regret it later. There was absolute conviction in Hidesugu's voice. Hearing this, Yajayo Yuzuki slowly nodded. In that moment, he made a decision that would reshape the Yajayo family's future. They would no longer support Gojo Kuma-en. Instead, they would align themselves with Gojo Satoshi and the forces backing him. Even if there was a massive gap in strength between the Yajayo and Gojo families, their stance as a respected Jujutsu clan would provide Satoshi with crucial support in the battles to come. Chapter 60. Chapter 60. Times have changed. Zenin Clan Estate. Zenin Naobito and Zenin Aji gathered once again in the clan leader's study. This time, their expressions were far more serious than before. Even though they had already paid close attention to Gojo Satoshi, they never expected that he would be able to forge a third Zanpakuto in such a short period. The elderly clan head sighed as he looked at his two sons. As expected, every wielder of the six eyes from the Gojo clan was an existence to be feared. Even though Gojo Satoshi possessed no cursed energy and could not become a Jujutsu sorcerer, he had still managed to shake the entire Jujutsu world. At his current age, his influence had already reached this level. Then, in the future when Gojo Satoru, the true Six Eyes, fully masters the limitless techniques of the Gojo clan, Gojo Satoru plus Gojo Satoshi, the entire Jujutsu world might truly have to submit to the Gojo clan. This was something the Zenin clan, a family with an equally long and proud history, could never accept. The Zenin clan had its own pride, its own foundation, one that was not inferior to that of the Gojo clan. Thus, he would never allow their family to decline so easily. We must master the techniques behind the Zanpakuto. Naobito, what's the current progress on this mission? The old man did not expect an immediate, effective answer. He knew that he was placing a difficult task on Naobito's shoulders. After all, it had only been 2 days since their last discussion. Gojo Satoshi rarely left the Gojo clan estate, making it difficult for the Zenin clan to establish contact with him. However, the next words that came out of Naobito's mouth shocked both the clan head and Zenin Aji. At present, Toji has taken action. The Zanpakuto Gojo Satoshi forged this time-used materials from the Zenin clan's treasury of cursed tools. Naobito reported the current situation carefully. When the clan head and Aji heard that Gojo Satoshi had agreed to forge a Zanpakuto for Toji, they were momentarily stunned. They had considered paying an enormous price to obtain a Zanpakuto, but they had never imagined that such an outcome could be achieved so easily. As the room fell into silence, Zenin Naobito spoke again in a low voice. Soon, the materials for the cursed tools Gojo Satoshi will forge for Toji will likely come directly from the treasury. At that time, Toji will personally invite Gojo Satoshi to the Zenin clan estate. When that happens, we may have an opportunity to communicate with him directly. Based on my understanding of the Gojo clan, Gojo Satoshi has his own independent thoughts. Having been ignored and excluded by his own clan members for so many years, it's possible that he lacks a sense of belonging to the Gojo clan. If the opportunity arises, we could even attempt to bring this so-called false Six Eyes into the Zenin clan. After all, Gojo Satoshi has already proven his worth. Even without a shred of cursed energy, he has the potential to stand at the pinnacle of the Jujutsu world just like Gojo Satoru. Naobito's words once again left the room in silence. Satoshi's value was undeniable. No one could afford to underestimate him simply because of a heavenly restriction. Just as Naobito had pointed out, if Gojo Satoshi truly joined the Zenin clan, it could prevent the clan's reputation from falling in the future. But the real question was, would someone like Gojo Satoshi who had no cursed energy be willing to embrace the atmosphere of the Zenin clan? No one could say for sure. Yet, they seemed to possess an unexpected bargaining chip in Toji, someone they had never truly valued before. Who would have thought that someone without cursed energy, someone overlooked by their family for years, could become the key to shifting the Zenin clan's future? Seeing that both the clan head and Zenin Aji understood Toji's significance, Naobito pressed forward. Clan head, Aji. While Toji has no cursed energy, his physical prowess is unmatched in this generation. His raw physical strength allows him to fight head-on against Gojo Satoshi's Zanpakuto. For the sake of even the slimmest possibility, we must abandon the outdated mindset of looking down on those without cursed energy. After all, both Gojo Satoshi and Toji are individuals without cursed energy. They have both been ignored and ostracized by their families since childhood. This kind of neglect only breeds resentment and internal friction. For those with true power like Toji and Gojo Satoshi, the clan will become nothing more than a shackle to them. If the clan offers nothing for them to be attached to, they will never prioritize the clan's interests in their future decisions. Naobito's words struck a chord with the old clan head. Times have changed. For the first time, he realized that he was beginning to fall behind. The traditions he had established for his clan had now become an obstacle to its growth. Perhaps, the supremacy of cursed energy wasn't absolute. After all, the world of Jujutsu did not only consist of sorcerers. Naobito, it seems I must take greater care in steering the clan's future. The clan head let out a long sigh, casting a deep look at Aji before once again entrusting the task to Naobito. Even though he was old, he could still see the difference in stance between Aji and Naobito. Aji had always been a staunch believer in the supremacy of cursed energy. The rigid mindset within the clan was largely due to his influence. Under such circumstances, the responsibility of correcting this direction could not be given to Aji, it could only be entrusted to Naobito. As for how Aji would view this decision, the clan head didn't particularly care. He was still alive. As long as he lived, no one within the Zenin clan would dare to fight over the position of clan head. Like the Gojo clan's leader, his only wish now was to pave a new path for the Zenin clan before his time came. And on this path, Gojo Satoshi and his Zanpakuto were critical. Thus, in the face of these two factors, everything else had to take a backseat. At this moment, the most important person in advancing this entire endeavor was the very person the Zenin clan had never thought highly of. Chapter 61. Chapter 61, isn't this another domain? Bonus. Kumo clan. Kumo-shin had just returned to the Kumo estate when he was greeted with troubling news. Gojo Satoshi has forged a third Zanpakuto, and it seems to be even stronger than Suzumashi. Kumo-shin tightened his grip on his cane, his face darkening. He turned to glance at the younger generation of the Kumo family, none of whom had even awakened the blood manipulation technique. Frustration burned in his chest. Would the Kumo family really be removed from the three great sorcerer clans in the future? For a traditional Jujutsu family to rely on cursed tool forging as its foundation, this was never the proper way. And now, the Gojo clan was challenging his standing as the foremost Grand Master of cursed tools. Walking into the shadowed corridor, Kumo-shin raised his right hand slightly. A figure emerged from the darkness behind him, its form flickering, almost as if it didn't belong in this space. Begin the plan. We must nip this in the bud. The figure nodded slightly before vanishing without a trace. With that final decision made, Kumo-shin let out a long breath. As long as he found the right opportunity, a mere child like Gojo Satoshi, one without even a shred of cursed energy, would never be able to protect himself. Iiri clan. Shoko, are you heading to the Gojo clan today? Inamika's sudden question made his daughter, Shoko, blink in confusion. Her father had been bringing up the Gojo family quite frequently over the past 2 days. No, we didn't make any plans, right? Although Shoko was quite mature for her age, she had never considered relationships in the way adults did. Go spend time with Satoshi and Satoru over the next few days. You're all around the same age. You should have plenty to talk about. For the first time, Inamichi felt like he was deliberately promoting his own daughter. And with that realization came a deep sense of guilt. But when he thought about the Gojo family, one child possessing the unparalleled talent of a sorcerer, the other possessing an equally terrifying talent as a blacksmith, no matter which of the Six Eyes heirs Shoko built a closer bond with, it would only benefit the Iiri family. Shoko would eventually get married in the future. So why not let her spend more time with the two most gifted sons of the Gojo clan? Maybe just maybe something would naturally develop between them. With Shoko's beauty and intelligence, there was no doubt that she was the ideal candidate for a high-status marriage. Wasn't it better for her to make her own choices rather than be forced into an arranged marriage? This was the only way Iiri Inamichi could justify it to himself. After all, Shoko was his precious daughter. And now, he was about to push her straight into the tiger's den of Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoshi with his own hands. Thinking about it left a bitter taste in his mouth. But for the sake of the family's future in the Jujutsu world, he had no choice but to establish ties with the two future legends of the Gojo clan. Gojo clan. Gojo Kumaen stood by the window, staring at the cherry blossoms drifting through the air. His expression was one of shock. He reached out, brushing a single petal with his fingertip, only to feel a sharp pain. A thin cut appeared on his skin, blood welling up instantly. What is going on? Although he wasn't as strong as a grade 1 sorcerer like Gojo Shunichi, he was still a skilled sorcerer with a trained technique. And yet, even with his technique activated, he couldn't block the sharpness of a single cherry blossom petal. Was this the third Zanpakuto forged by Gojo Satoshi? If every petal held this level of sharpness, then this sea of cherry blossoms, covering the entire Gojo estate, it could wipe out every ordinary person inside in an instant. Satoshi had successfully forged it. A technique this terrifying was beyond the imagination of ordinary sorcerers. Even a special grade cursed spirit would likely struggle to unleash such a massive scale killing technique. Looking at the vast sea of cherry blossoms surrounding the Gojo estate, a thought surfaced in Kumaen's mind. Domain. Wasn't this a domain in its own right? Anyone who stepped into this space, whether sorcerer or civilian, would instantly be at its mercy. A sorcerer might be able to resist 1 or 2 petals, but could they withstand thousands? Millions? For the first time, Kumaen truly understood the power of a Zanpakuto. Neither Sode no Shirayuki nor Suzumashi had displayed a technique as overwhelmingly destructive as this. Have I been wrong all along? If this Zanpakuto were given to Satoru, wouldn't Satoru become even more powerful? Could it be that Satoshi isn't a curse on Satoru, but his greatest ally? Kumaen gripped the wooden window frame, veins bulging in his hand as blood dripped from the fresh wound on his finger. For the first time, he doubted himself. Satoshi was only 6 years old. And yet, he had already forged 3 immensely powerful Zanpakuto. What about the future? In the decades to come, just how many of these enigmatic Zanpakuto would he create? At least for now, until the secret of Satoshi's Zanpakuto forging technique was uncovered. The Gojo clan would dominate the Jujutsu world. Had it been a mistake to alienate Satoshi? Perhaps, it was time to change course. Kumaen's expression wavered. The delicate, fluttering cherry blossom stood in stark contrast to his grim, conflicted face. The elderly clan head sat quietly, watching the 1,000 floating cherry blossoms swirl around him. A faint smile of relief crossed his lips. So this is the Zanpakuto Satoshi forged for Satoru? As expected of brothers. Without hesitation, he handed such a powerful technique to Satoru. Satoshi, you are far more reserved than I thought. If you ever feel slighted, the entire clan will bow to you. You are the future of the Gojo clan. You will shape its destiny. Lifting his teacup, he took a slow sip. The existence of this Zanpakuto had unknowingly drawn the attention of the entire Jujutsu world. And at the same time, it was gradually reshaping the very foundation of that world. A technique that could threaten even special grade cursed spirits. The old man gazed at the sea of Senbonzakura outside his window, a wave of emotion washing over him. Satoru had yet to reach his full potential. But Satoshi, he had already proven his ability to shake the world. For the first time, the old man felt truly grateful that he had insisted on letting Satoshi live when he was born. If he had wavered back then, the Gojo clan might have lost the very spark that could revolutionize the world of sorcery. Gojo Satoru, Gojo Satoshi, please continue to grow. Satoshi, perhaps the name I gave you was not a mistake after all. Chapter 62, Chapter 62, Winter Cherry Blossom Spectacle. Senbonzakura. This is the Zanpakuto that Satoshi prepared for me. Satoru could feel the connection between himself and the countless floating blades. His 6 eyes widened in astonishment. He had always known he was gifted. With the 6 eyes, he was destined to become the strongest sorcerer. He also knew that his younger brother was exceptionally talented and would one day become the greatest cursed tool master. However, deep down, Satoru had never doubted that he was the strongest. He wielded cursed energy and had mastered limitless. Surely, there was no one who could surpass him. Yet now, as he gripped Senbonzakura and activated its Shikai, he wavered for the first time. 6 eyes and limitless were indeed incredibly powerful. But the strength of this Zanpakuto was undeniable. Could it be that Satoshi, the one who could forge a Zanpakuto, was not actually weaker than him? Satoru found himself losing the unwavering confidence he had always held. When he had first compared himself to Sode no Shirayuki, he had still believed he could contend with it. But now, after witnessing Senbonzakura's abilities firsthand, even with the 6 eyes, could he truly stand against countless cherry blossom blades? And this was only Shikai. According to what Satoshi had told him, a Zanpakuto had another, even greater form, Bankai. If Senbonzakura's Shikai was already this overwhelming, then what kind of terrifying power would its Bankai hold? Satoru raised his gaze towards Satoshi. Seeing the joy and satisfaction in his brother's eyes, the unease in his heart suddenly melted away. I'm such an idiot. What's there to be jealous about? I, Gojo Satoru, am Gojo Satoshi's real brother. A smirk tugged at the corner of Satoru's lips. With a casual wave of his right hand, the countless cherry blossom petals that had blanketed the entire Gojo estate responded instantly. Following his movement, they swirled through the air, rushing toward the forge. Within seconds, all the petals had gathered, merging back into Satoru's Zanpakuto. The members of the Gojo clan stood in stunned silence. The breathtaking sight of the winter cherry blossoms had been burned into their memories. The sheer distortion of nature's laws was something they would never forget. All the sorcerers of the Gojo clan turned their gaze toward the forge. They all knew of the other 6 eyes child of the Gojo clan. And once again, his actions had overturned everything they believed to be true. Even the staunchest members of the Twin Curse faction found themselves shaken. No one could remain indifferent after standing within that sea of countless, razor-sharp cherry blossoms. For the first time, 2 names were placed side by side in the hearts of many within the Gojo family. Young Master Satoru. Young Master Satoshi. Satoshi watched quietly from the side as Satoru wielded Senbonzakura with effortless ease. A mix of emotions stirred within him. Satoru truly is the most gifted sorcerer in the Jujutsu world. His mastery over the Zanpakuto far surpassed even Shunichi, a grade 1 sorcerer. With just a single touch, he had already achieved Shikai. And now, he was already controlling Senbonzakura's injury-free circle as though he had trained with it for years. If Satoshi didn't know that Senbonzakura originally belonged to Byakuya Kukaki from the Bleach world, he might have believed it had been created specifically for Satoru. Man and sword, an unervingly perfect match. Gojo Satoru plus Senbonzakura. The strongest version of Satoru had now come into existence. He's only going to get more powerful, and more arrogant, isn't he? The thought made the corners of Satoshi's lips twitch upward. I guess if we want to fix Satoru's greasiness, we need to start while he's still young. With me and Toji around, we should be able to set him straight. After all, right now, Satoru can't exactly win against Toji. And against me with Sode no Shirayuki? He wouldn't stand a chance either. Just as Satoshi was feeling pleased with himself, a sudden realization hit him, his entire body tensed. If Satoru hadn't possessed a Zanpakuto before, he wouldn't have stood a chance against him. But now, with 6 eyes plus limitless plus Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, Satoru was practically the strongest existence in the Jujutsu world. At 6 years old, it didn't even matter that he was still a child. Power was power. And right now, Satoru had the ultimate cheat code. For the first time, Satoshi realized he had accidentally created a monster. Technically, since he was the wielder of Senbonzakura, he could take it back at any time. But, in order to claim his rewards from Satoru, he had to let him complete Bankai first. And even beyond that, Satoshi didn't want to take it back. He wanted Senbonzakura to always protect Satoru. He refused to let Satoru become the laughingstock he had been in another timeline. Gojo Satoru is Gojo Satoru, the strongest sorcerer in the world. He would remain undefeated. Two-faced Sukuna? Who cares? Satoru will never hold back or give some nonsense excuse about not bringing out Sukuna's full strength. He will never become a pathetic, humiliated character. Satoshi's gaze towards Satoru grew more and more determined. Satoru, however, felt a chill run down his spine under his brother's stare. For some reason, he sensed an odd anticipation in Satoshi's eyes. Why does he look like a parent waiting for his kid to grow up? Satoru was suddenly uneasy. I can't let Satoru get too smug. He had always been a little eccentric, but if he let his power get to his head, he'd become unbearable. Satoshi had worked so hard to get Toji on their side just to prove to Satoru that there were always stronger people out there. But now, with Senbonzakura in his hands, would Satoru ever learn humility? Satoshi rubbed his chin in thought. His deep blue eyes flickered toward Toji. Then, he glanced at himself in the mirror. A thoughtful expression crossed his young face. Chapter 63, come and spar with me, bonus. I need to put Shinji's Zanpakuto on the agenda, and I should also craft a Zanpakuto stronger than Senbonzakura. After all, before Sode no Shirayuki achieves Bankai, her strength is still slightly weaker than Senbonzakura. Satoshi stroked his chin thoughtfully, his movements resembling those of a contemplative adult. Being stared at by Satoshi's lifeless six eyes, Toji felt the same eerie sensation that Satoru often gave him. He subconsciously touched the scar at the corner of his mouth, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Satoshi was clearly lost in thought, so it was best to wait until he came back to his senses before asking. Satoru, Shunichi, and Toji all remained silent, simply watching Satoshi as he contemplated. The entire forge house fell into an eerie silence. I've been completely focused on forging my Zanpakuto and have neglected my training in Zenjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. Even though Uncle Shunichi has shared some experience from his own assessments and promotions, he's ultimately a master swordsman. He's not particularly skilled in close combat. Right now, Toji is the strongest fighter around me. Once I start forging Toji's Zanpakuto, I also need to intensify my training in Hakuda. If I keep forging without restraint, my body won't be able to take it. I can already feel my body resisting the process. Satoshi subconsciously pressed his waist, his brows furrowing slightly. Forging 3 Zanpakuto in such a short time had consumed a tremendous amount of energy. If he wanted to forge Toji's Zanpakuto next, he would need to rest before reigniting the forge. Why not use this time to train with Toji? Strengthen his body a bit more. At the same time, he could have Toji help him explore new properties for cursed tools. At that moment, 2 Zanpakuto appeared in Satoshi's mind, one belonging to Zenin Toji, the other meant for himself. After explaining his physical condition, both Satoru and Toji showed concern. They had already been worried about whether Satoshi's 6-year-old body could withstand such intense forging. But seeing that he was still in good shape, they had refrained from bringing it up. Toji had assumed that Satoshi's strength came from his heavenly restriction, making his body far more developed than a normal 6-year-old. Satoru, on the other hand, simply believed his younger brother was a prodigy. Now, hearing that Satoshi was struggling physically, they were finally reminded, Satoshi was still just a child. Satoshi, how do you plan to recover? I will ask the clan head for help, Satoru offered, his face full of concern. He was already preparing to leave and make the request. Seeing this, Satoshi quickly stopped him. His current condition wasn't just physical exhaustion, it was a severe drain on both his system and body. However, it wasn't bad enough to require medicinal supplements at his age. That's not necessary, really. I just need to train properly for a while. But, you'll have to wait a little longer. I'll need to postpone forging your Zanpakuto for now. Satoshi's straightforwardness took Toji by surprise. He hadn't expected Satoshi to take his Zanpakuto so seriously. Since Satoshi was the only one capable of forging such cursed tools, he could have easily come up with an excuse to delay things. Yet, instead of brushing it off, Satoshi was honest about his limitations and treated him with genuine importance. He recalled that moment at the gathering when Satoshi had approached him. Zenin, I think you're pretty cool. Let's be friends. The boy with the 6 eyes had completely disregarded Zenin Shinsuke, the so-called genius of the Zenin clan, and instead chosen to befriend him. A rare warmth surfaced in Toji's usually indifferent eyes. It's fine. I'm not in a rush, Toji said casually. Unlike Satoru, I don't need a Zanpakuto right away for self-defense. My body is my strongest weapon. A Zanpakuto is just an enhancement, it won't make much difference if I get it later. It was rare for Toji to be so considerate. He, too, felt that making a 6-year-old swing a hammer to forge his weapon was a bit much. However, Satoshi's next words made Toji realize his concern had been completely unnecessary. Toji, in the meantime, let's train in hand-to-hand combat. You'll be my teacher. I also believe that the body is the greatest weapon. I don't want to only rely on kendo, I need to master close combat as well. Finally, Satoshi's true motive was revealed. Since Toji wasn't rushing him to forge his Zanpakuto, then he might as well make use of him. Hearing this, Toji's face darkened. You don't have the energy to forge my Zanpakuto, but you want to train hand-to-hand combat with me instead? At that moment, Toji suspected that Satoshi was just trying to exploit the situation. But seeing the boy's serious expression, he sighed and nodded. After all, they both possessed heavenly restriction. Teaching Satoshi how to control his body properly could only benefit him in the long run. This was the only way Toji could convince himself to go along with it. Oh, right. Satoru, while I'm training, you should train with Toji too. Set aside your Zanpakuto and Limitless for now, Satoshi suddenly added, turning to his older brother. Satoshi, I don't need to train in hand-to-hand combat, Satoru said, frowning. He was the 6 eyes prodigy of the Gojo clan. With Limitless and Senbonzakura at his disposal, there was no need for him to engage in such crude combat styles. Besides, with Senbonzakura protecting him, who would even get close enough to fight him in hand-to-hand combat? Unfortunately for him, Satoshi wasn't going to take no for an answer. In Satoshi's mind, mastering hand-to-hand combat was an essential skill for any sorcerer. Even Black Flash required a physical strike to activate, didn't it? Chapter 64. Chapter 64, 9 Phases of the Cursed Fetus. In the future, Satoru could be considered a master of hand-to-hand combat. Many times, Satoru didn't rely on Limitless to fight. After all, for him, Limitless was more of a trump card, his ultimate technique. Could it be that he was planning to use his strongest ability right away, only to get countered? Obviously, in future battles, hand-to-hand combat would be an indispensable part of his combat style. Since there was an opportunity now, it was best to ensure that Satoru mastered physical techniques early on. And, of course, this was also another way for Satoshi to squeeze some effort out of him. Satoru, I refuse. You must train in hand-to-hand combat with me and Toji. Satoshi's words shattered any hope Satoru had of slacking off. Having just received Senbonzakura from his brother, he couldn't refuse Satoshi's request outright. Ugh, fine. Hand-to-hand combat, right? I'll learn it, Satoru groaned. He glanced at Toji and shook his head slightly. Just the thought of training alongside this annoying guy made him uncomfortable. Unfortunately for him, no action of his could escape Toji's sharp gaze. Seeing Satoru's reluctance, Toji made no effort to be accommodating. After all, he'd always wanted to beat the crap out of the Six Eyes brat. Oi, Satoshi? It looks like Satoru isn't interested in learning, Toji said lazily, his tone filled with mockery. Well, that works for me. I wasn't particularly keen on teaching him anyway. Since he doesn't have heavenly restriction, he won't be able to keep up with our training. It's probably best if I just train you one-on-one. That way, we won't have any dead weight slowing us down. His casual, disdainful tone immediately irritated Satoru. Yep, his instincts were right. The two of them just flat out didn't like each other. It had nothing to do with Satoshi. Satoru wasn't jealous of Toji's bond with his brother. He just couldn't stand him specifically. Neither of them fully understood why this contradiction existed. Hearing Toji's words, Satoshi quickly shot Satoru a warning glare, telling him to calm down. Then, he turned to Toji with a smile, his tone coaxing. Even though Satoru doesn't have heavenly restriction, he has the Six Eyes. He will be able to keep up with us. Then, he added, Toji, I promise I'll forge a completely unique Zanpakuto for you. Unlike Sode no Shirayuki, Suzumashi, or Senbonzakura, yours will be something truly special. What do you think? In order to ensure Toji properly trained Satoru, Satoshi had to reveal a little about his future forging plans. After all, the only leverage he had right now was his ability to create Zanpakuto. Is that so? Toji copied Satoshi's usual mannerism, stroking his chin while absent-mindedly tracing the scar at the corner of his mouth. His gaze flickered between Satoru and Satoshi before finally settling on Satoshi. Well, since young master Satoshi values my Zanpakuto so much, I guess I'll begrudgingly take this dead last Satoru along for the ride. Hearing Toji agree, Satoshi grinned. Satoru, however, twitched when he was called dead last and nearly retorted, but one look from Satoshi shut him up. He still didn't understand why Satoshi was so insistent on him learning hand-to-hand combat, but he trusted his younger brother wouldn't make him do something pointless. Fine. He'd endure it. But he would master Toji's physical techniques as quickly as possible just so he could rub it in his face. The 9 Phases of the Cursed Fetus. A creation of Kumo Noritoshi, the most infamous sorcerer of the Kumo clan, the greatest stain upon one of the 3 great families. During the Meiji era in Japan, there was a woman with a unique constitution, one that made her highly susceptible to cursed spirits. One day, she became pregnant. Her sudden conception led to suspicion, condemnation, and relentless malice from her relatives and the people around her. After all, as far as they were concerned, there was no explanation for her pregnancy. They couldn't see cursed spirits. Their rejection, this child shouldn't be born. How could she be pregnant? Acted like a curse itself. In the end, the little girl has already mastered reverse curse technique at her age. That's terrifying. She looked just as young as Satoru and Satoshi. Could it be that at the sorcerer family gathering before, Satoshi had already recognized her potential? Shunichi pondered this silently. At that gathering, there were only 3 people who had drawn Satoshi's attention. One of them, Zenin Toji, had already proven his monstrous strength. A true unknown powerhouse. The second, Iiri Shoko, was a medical prodigy who had unlocked reverse curse technique at 6 years old. And the third, Shinika's thoughts drifted to a boy who had always been seen sitting beside Shoko, eating snacks. A distant relative of the Gojo clan, someone Shunichi had barely interacted with. Why was Satoshi so interested in Okotsu Yado? Looking at the extraordinary talents around him, Shoko, Toji Shunichi couldn't bring himself to believe that Yado was ordinary. Young Master Satoshi, you're terrifying. Maybe, your greatest strength isn't forging Zanpakuto, but your ability to see people's potential. It hurts, it hurts. Satoshi's pained scream snapped Shunichi out of his thoughts. At that moment, Satoshi's arm was broken. Grinning through the pain, he rushed straight toward Shoko. Shoko, hurry, use reverse curse technique to fix this. He complained loudly. Toji has zero sense of restraint. This is straight up bullying. Nearby, Satoru was still locked in combat with Toji. Hearing Satoshi's complaint, Toji's expression didn't change but a hint of disdain flashed in his lazy gaze. Oi, Gojo Satoshi. You're the one who wanted to train like this. And now you're blaming me? Do you think I'm deaf? Toji clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. Then, with zero hesitation, he took out his frustration on Satoru. Damn, beating up a six-eyes brat feels pretty damn good. Yes, this brutal training method was Satoshi's idea. Originally, he had planned to gradually follow Toji's training schedule. But then, 3 days ago, Shoko suddenly arrived at the Gojo estate. Her father, Iiri Inamichi, had received a last-minute mission and was worried about leaving his daughter alone. Thus, he temporarily entrusted her to the Gojo clan's protection. Naturally, the Gojo clan couldn't refuse a request from Iiri Inamichi. So, the responsibility of entertaining the young reverse curse technique prodigy fell on Satoshi and Satoru. At first, Satoshi worried this would interrupt his training. But then, he realized, wait, hold on. This is perfect. This is literally a godsend. Having Shoko here meant that both he and Satoru could get healed instantly. With their very own medic on standby, they didn't have to hold back at all. And so, with zero hesitation, Satoshi ordered Toji to go all out. And that was how they ended up here. 3 straight days of bone-breaking, blood-spewing, organ-rupturing beatdowns. Satoshi had gotten used to it. Satoru? He had lost all will to live. He never wanted to experience this kind of training again. He was just an innocent bystander, caught in the crossfire of Satoshi's madness. Even though Shoko's healing kept them physically fine, the mental toll was unbearable. After all, the feeling of having your bones shattered and then stitched back together over and over again was not an experience one could just get used to. Chapter 66. Chapter 66. Leak. As he watched Shoko use reverse curse technique to heal his injuries, the pain in Satoshi's arm gradually subsided. This reverse curse technique is really powerful. I wonder how it compares to Kaido from the world of Bleach. Satoshi subconsciously compared the two healing techniques in his mind. In terms of flexibility, reverse curse technique seemed more versatile. After all, in the future, Satoru who had mastered it was able to continuously heal his brain while engaging in high-intensity combat against Ryam and Sukuna. On the other hand, there was no known case in Bleach where someone used Kaido to heal while actively fighting. However, when it came to healing others, Kaido probably had the upper hand. If I could use Kaido now, I might be able to compete with Shoko to see who has the stronger healing abilities. But unfortunately, my Zankusenseki are still at the level of someone flailing around with no real combat skills. To use Kido, I first need to break through my limits in Hakuda, then master Ho-Ho before I can even access Kido. The road ahead is long and difficult. Satoshi wasn't someone who aimed too high. Even though Kaido seemed promising, there was still a long way to go before he could reach that level. For now, there was already a healer here, why not make use of her? The host is receiving instruction from Toji, Hakuda experience plus 10. The host is receiving instruction from Toji, Hakuda experience plus 10. Looking at the system prompts, Satoshi felt the satisfaction of progress. With Toji's guidance and sparring, his Hakuda improvement speed would definitely not be any slower than his kendo training. As long as he continued like this, he would eventually break through in Hakuda, master Ho-Ho, learn Kido, and become a qualified 4-in-1 Shinigami. But just as he was about to return to the training ground to fight Toji again, another system notification appeared. During the Borrowers battle, corresponding experience is converted free experience plus 1. During the Borrowers battle, corresponding experience is converted free experience plus 1. At that moment, Satoshi realized something. Satoru had become the borrower of Senbonzakura. This meant that Satoru's combat experience would be partially shared with him. Since both he and Satoru were learning hand-to-hand combat, Satoru's training experience was effectively his own as well. Satoshi suddenly felt like he had stumbled upon a system loophole. Back when he had asked Satoru to train in free combat, he had never considered that he might gain free experience through this method. At the time, his only thought was to help Satoru develop his physical combat skills, so he wouldn't be entirely reliant on his techniques in the future. He never expected that an unintentional move would lead to such an advantage. Satoru, who was training alongside him, had inadvertently become his experience leak. Not bad, not bad. A strange smile appeared on Satoshi's face as his gaze shifted toward Shunichi, who was standing beside him with a concerned expression. Should I bring him in as well, so I can farm free experience from 2 experience leaks? No need to hesitate, just do it. Before long, the number of people training in hand-to-hand combat increased from just Satoshi and Satoru to include Shunichi as well. Young Master Satoshi, I really don't think I need to learn hand-to-hand combat. Shunichi swallowed nervously, instinctively trying to refuse. After all, he had just witnessed how brutally Satoshi and Satoru had been beaten. Although he was an adult, if he could only use physical combat, he probably wouldn't be a match for Toji either. Some might argue that Satoru and Satoshi got beaten so badly because they were still young, and their bodies hadn't fully matured. But if he ended up in the same state, there would be no excuse. After all, he was a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. He had a reputation to uphold. Unfortunately for him, Shinika's concerns meant nothing in the face of Satoshi's thirst for experience. Satoshi wasn't about to let him refuse. Uncle Shunichi, I'm doing this for your own good. Although you're a master of kendo, what will you do if you ever find yourself without a weapon? A kendo master who can't fight barehanded, what kind of joke is that? Satoshi wasn't just pulling Shinichi into hand-to-hand combat training for experience, he had genuinely considered something important. Satoshi didn't want Shinichi, who was currently his subordinate, to ever end up in such a situation. Of course, his main goal was still to farm experience. Hey, are you guys done yet? Even though she had plenty of snacks to eat, Shoko's expression was turning uglier by the second. She was supposed to be a guest of the Gojo clan, yet now she was being treated like a laborer. It was bad enough that she had already healed Satoru and Satoshi, but now there was Shinichi as well? The amount of cursed energy required to heal an adult compared to a child was vastly different. I'm just a kid myself, how am I supposed to handle this kind of workload? Shoko's complaints finally brought an end to the 3-day hand-to-hand combat training session. Not only Satoshi, but even Toji, who had been handing out beatings, let out a sigh of relief. After all, beating someone up was exhausting too. By the end, even he started to lose interest in pummeling the Gojo clan's 6-eyes prodigy. It's just like playing poker, exciting at first, but if you're forced to play every night, you'd eventually get bored. Even if it's a public service, you can't expect someone to do it every day, right? At this moment, Toji felt completely drained from constantly beating up Satoru. After training ended, Satoshi needed some time to rest. To be honest, he wouldn't have minded continuing, but he was worried that Satoru and Shinichi wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. Satoru was already slumped over, looking completely out of it. Meanwhile, Shinichi was rubbing his sore lower back. These past few days had been nothing short of hell for him. However, this experience also gave him a first-hand understanding of Toji's true strength. The man standing before him wasn't someone he could even hope to contend with. Even though he was a grade 1 Jujutsu sorcerer. Chapter 67. Chapter 67. Shall I forge a Zanpakuto for you as well? Bonus. Toji, why don't you head over to the Zenin estate later? Go check out the treasury and take a look at the cursed tools you selected earlier. Satoshi glanced at his experience bar, which had increased to 46%, and couldn't help but feel satisfied. In just 3 days, his experience bar had risen by almost half. Toji's combat ability was clearly on another level compared to Shinika's kendo skills. During these 3 grueling days of training, Toji had spared no effort. Taking advantage of this break, he could visit the Zenin family's treasury in person and make some selections. Might as well see if there are any other useful cursed tools while he's at it. Unlike the Gojo family's vault, which he had already raided, the Zenin family's storage was still untouched. This unspoiled treasure trove was definitely a place he needed to explore. Too many cursed tools were wasted during my earlier experiments. If I had access to this many test materials back then, I probably could have forged at least 2 or 3 Zanpakuto by now. Satoshi shook his head. Looks like I'll have to rely on the Zenin estate for another haul. If I ever get the chance, I'd love to explore the Kumo family's secret vault too. Among the 3 great sorcerer families, their treasury should hold the largest collection of cursed tools in the entire Jujutsu world. I also heard that the Kumo family has a master of cursed tool crafting. Their storage might even surpass both the Gojo and Zenin families combined. Although Satoshi had never had direct dealings with the Kumo clan, he was already eyeing their treasury with interest. Toji, who had been drinking water nearby, nodded at Satoshi's words. The Zenin family has prepared accommodations for you and is expecting your visit. However, I hope you will focus your energy on my Zanpakuto rather than being distracted by that rotten family. Toji had no interest in speaking on behalf of the Zenin clan. As for the mission his family had originally assigned him, he had already tossed it aside. What happens to the Zenin family in the future has nothing to do with me. Satoshi chuckled, unconcerned, then extended his right hand toward Shoko. Shoko, I think I broke my pinky. Sorry to trouble you. Then, turning back to Toji, he smirked. Oh, I was wondering why it was so easy for me to get the cursed tools Satoru needed. So the Zenin higher UPS have already given their silent approval, huh? Shoko scowled as she healed Satoshi's finger. Seeing that he was more focused on chatting with Toji than paying attention to her, her treatment became noticeably rougher. Ow, that hurts. Satoshi winced but still kept his eyes on Toji. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. There's no need to bother with those outdated relics. Toji remained indifferent to the Zenin family's affairs. Satoshi, however, didn't mind keeping an amicable relationship with them for now. There would be many instances in the future where cooperation with the Zenin family would be necessary. No need to burn that bridge just yet. Besides, weren't they showing great sincerity? The cursed tool they provided for forging Senbonzakura wasn't just any ordinary item, it was at least grade 1. They handed over something that valuable without hesitation. In Satoshi's eyes, that kind of decisiveness was worth acknowledging. Not to mention, I'm still eyeing their secret vault. It's fine. I just want to check out the Zenin estate. Staying at the Gojo compound all the time would be too narrow-minded. As the pain in his finger intensified, Satoshi instinctively tried to pull his hand away. However, Shoko wasn't letting go. A patient shouldn't be trying to escape before treatment is complete. After tugging twice without success, Satoshi finally realized something was off. He shifted his gaze from Toji to Shoko. Noticing the dissatisfied look on her face, he smirked playfully. He immediately recognized what was going on. She's upset that I wasn't paying attention to her. Hey, Shoko, how about I forge a Zanpakuto for you too? Satoshi's sudden question caught Shoko completely off guard. She had never expected him to say something like that. The fingers that had been gripping Satoshi's hand out of frustration subconsciously loosened. Only then did she realize how intimate her action had been. When Satoru, Shinichi, and Toji heard Satoshi's words, they all instinctively turned to look at him and Shoko. They had all clearly seen the moment when Shoko had grabbed Satoshi's hand. Oh, did I just hear that correctly? Toji curled his lips in a lazy smirk. Our esteemed young master Gojo Satoshi is actually offering to forge someone a Zanpakuto. Hey, Satoshi, so love does make people change? What about our brotherhood? Are you just going to cast me aside? My heart, it hurts. Satoru's deep blue eyes sparkled with mischief as he glanced between Satoshi and Shoko, his expression full of amusement. It was as if Satoshi's words had completely reinvigorated him, erasing the exhaustion he had suffered from being beaten by Toji during training. Shinichi, meanwhile, silently observed the two of them, running calculations in his head. Shoko and young master Satoshi, huh? Not bad. Miss Shoko is a genius in reverse curse technique. If she and Master Satoshi were to combine their talents, not to mention, they make a nice pair. Feeling the shift in the atmosphere, Satoshi suddenly realized that what he had just said might have been a little inappropriate. His main goal was to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko so she could serve as another experience generator. Now that he had discovered this system loophole, he needed to maximize it. Besides, whether it was one or a whole flock, sheep were still sheep, right? Since Toji was already training them in hand-to-hand combat, couldn't he just farm experience from 3 people at once? Of course, the amount of feedback varied. Satoru, being more talented, generated higher feedback frequency and more experience points. But hey, experience points are still experience points, no matter how little. Chapter 68. Chapter 68, it should be the most suitable Zanpakuto for Shoko, right? Bonus. Without small steps, one cannot reach 1,000 miles, without small streams, one cannot form a river or sea. This was something we learned during our 9 years of compulsory education in our previous life. For Satoshi, the more experience sources he had, the better, and the sooner he could activate the borrowed sword function, the better. It was a pity that such a simple thought of his was seen as something special in the eyes of others. After all, Zanpakuto were an extremely rare existence in the world of Jujutsu. Excluding Suzumashi, which was currently in Shinika's possession, both Toji and Satoru's Zanpakuto had been at their own request. But now, Satoshi had personally offered to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko. It would be strange if this didn't look suspicious. As the 3 men eyed him with scrutiny, Satoshi finally noticed Shoko's flushed face. No matter how slow he was, he realized the situation. I was just trying to say. He hesitated for a moment. He had done something that led to a misunderstanding. But if he clarified it now, would it hurt Shoko's feelings? If I suddenly explained that this isn't what they think, wouldn't that be a little too cruel? Thinking of this, Satoshi shook his head helplessly and chose not to clarify. Instead, he simply replied, Shoko and I are friends. It's only natural that I forge a Zanpakuto for her. Besides, Satoru, Toji, whether or not you asked me, I would have made one for you anyway, right? Feeling that the atmosphere was becoming a little awkward, he added that last sentence as a way to smooth things over. Satoru nodded in agreement. As Satoshi's brother, it was a given that he should have a Zanpakuto. Toji, however, just smirked in disbelief. Oh, well, since you're going to forge a Zanpakuto for me, that means my previous agreement with you is void now, right? Seeing Toji trying to get something for free, Satoshi immediately counterattacked. Toji, you're an adult? A man should stand by his word. You can't go back on a promise just because it's convenient for you. Hearing Satoshi's response, Toji sighed in resignation. This brat from the Gojo family was already this persistent. Still, he didn't dislike Satoshi's personality. Alright, I get it. But the next Zanpakuto you forge has to be mine. Shoko can wait. Toji no longer dwelled on their previous deal. After all, these Zanpakuto were Satoshi's creations, and he had no right to demand anything. His only condition was that no one should cut in line. Of course. Even if I wanted to forge a Zanpakuto for Shoko, I don't have the materials right now. Let's go to the Zenin estate first and see what we can find. Maybe we'll come across a cursed tool suitable. Closer, the cursed technique within Shoso's body had already begun to activate. If his calculations were correct, his technique would ignite just as he closed the final distance between them. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. Satoshi's voice was low, yet the blade in his grasp gleamed with an icy white glow. Although Katetsu still appeared normal, Satoshi wasn't about to let him get any closer. However, just as he was about to unleash Shirayuki's sleeve, Shoso abruptly vanished before his eyes. In the next instant, he reappeared behind Satoshi. His speed far surpassed even Zenin Toji during their previous battle. But Satoshi's 6 eyes were not so easily deceived. He instantly pinpointed Shoso's position, and in the next moment, his Zanpakuto had already slashed toward him. Seeing this, Shoso smirked. Everything was going according to plan. Before coming here, he had already studied Sode no Shirayuki's abilities. While ice naturally countered flames, his fire was no ordinary blaze. It was the bone fire capable of incinerating all things. Sode no Shirayuki would serve as the perfect medium to ignite Gojo Satoshi. Mission accomplished? Flames erupted from Shoso's body, preparing to surge through Sode no Shirayuki and consume Satoshi. Yet, in that very moment, his head was completely crushed. The long-ignored Toji had simply thrown a punch. And with that, Shoso lost all signs of life. You dare ignore me, you bastard. Toji pulled a cigarette box from his pocket, slipped a cigarette between his lips, and searched for his lighter, only to realize he didn't have one. Shrugging, he crouched down and lit it with the flame still flickering from Shoso's burning corpse. As smoke curled around him, he exhaled lazily. This guy was from your Gojo clan, wasn't he? Satoshi nodded, retracting his sleeves as he watched Toji smoke, looking completely at ease. As expected of Toji, you took down a first-grade cursed spirit with just one strike. I wonder when my own body and hand-to-hand combat will be as strong as yours. Satoshi pinched Toji's arm muscles, a hint of envy flashing through his 6 eyes. My body is still too small. I'm only 6 years old, it's so inconvenient. The icy energy from Sode no Shirayuki spread toward Shoso's corpse. Even though the cursed spirit had long since perished, the flames showed no signs of extinguishing. Satoshi suspected that the fire was bound to Shoso's cursed technique. Letting it burn unchecked wasn't an option. So, he activated White Ripple, drawing a circle beneath Katetsu's remains, completely freezing his body. The moment Sode no Shirayuki's power was released, both Shunichi and Satoru sensed the disturbance. Despite their exhaustion from physical training, they rushed toward the outskirts of the mansion. Satoshi, are you alright? Satoru's expression was filled with concern. Meanwhile, Shunichi immediately stepped toward Shoso's frozen remains, his face dark with shock. Young Master Satoshi, this person is Katetsu. Even with most of his head missing, the charred body was still recognizable to Shunichi. Staring at his stunned expression, Satoshi glanced at the worried Satoru before nodding. It was Katetsu, yes. But the one who attacked me wasn't truly him. He was already dead the moment he was possessed by the cursed spirit. Satoshi understood Katetsu's relationship with Shunichi. He had been his most cherished disciple. Now, with Toji having crushed him in an instant, it was important to clarify the situation. Otherwise, it might cause resentment. Shunichi fell silent. Looking at Katetsu's burned body, still wreathed in cursed flames, he understood, this was no ordinary possession. It was both heartbreaking and infuriating. Heartbreaking because his beloved disciple had suffered such a tragic fate. He had died, his body stolen, and was forced to attack his own family. Infuriating because had Toji not been there, Satoshi might have been the one to perish. Taking a deep breath, Shunichi clenched his fists. Young Master Satoshi, allow me to investigate this incident. I will uncover the identity of the cursed spirit that attacked you. For Katetsu, Chapter 70, Chapter 70, if only I could get rid of Kenjiko in advance. The sudden attack did not deter Satoshi from proceeding with his planned visit to the Zenin clan. After all, he had already sent a formal request through Toji, and breaking the appointment now would be unacceptable. Besides, given the situation, after a failed assassination attempt, it was unlikely that another killer would be foolish enough to target him when he was now on high alert. It wasn't as if the mastermind behind this had another cursed object capable of possessing a second Gojo clan member that he knew. Such a thing could only happen once, never again. This kind of cursed object, one that could maintain the body's appearance after taking possession, was an exceptionally rare ability. Satoshi scoured his memories. In the original timeline, Sukuna's remains and Kenjiko's techniques allowed for similar possessions, where the host body retained its original form even after being taken over. This cursed object is special. I wonder if I can recover it after Toji killed it? Since it was a possession, the physical body was exorcised, but the actual cursed object should still exist, right? Satoshi walked quietly beside Toji, deep in thought about his future plans. At present, he already had 3 Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, Suzumashi, and Senbonzakura. Of these, Senbonzakura and Suzumashi had already been loaned out through the borrowed sword function, one to Satoru, the other to Shunichi. Only Sode no Shirayuki remained as his exclusive weapon. Both Senbonzakura and Suzumashi had achieved Shikai in their users' hands, revealing their true abilities. Based on his current training schedule, his Hakuta progress wouldn't take long. Within a month, with Toji's guidance and enough experience packs, he should be able to reach the level required to learn Ho-Ho, mobility, specifically Shunpo, flash step. With that, he would have mastered 2 core Shinigami combat techniques. Combining Sode no Shirayuki, Zenjutsu, and his growing proficiency in Hakuta, his strength in this timeline was already comparable to a grade 1 sorcerer. As long as he, Satoru, and Toji didn't run into Sukuna or Kenjiko, they would be practically unbeatable. Even special grade cursed spirits wouldn't be a problem against the 3 of them. Yet, despite his current strength, Satoshi felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Even with his preparations, even with Satoru wielding Senbonzakura, there was no guarantee that the future where Sukuna bisected Satoru wouldn't happen. Sukuna and Kenjiko were not to be underestimated. Especially Kenjiko, who had been planning in secret for centuries. There was no telling how many backup plans he had in place. If he let his guard down simply because he had 3 Zanpakuto and had mastered Zenjutsu, Satoshi was certain he would regret it in the future. That's why he needed to gather as much strength as possible. He had to rally every potential ally who could stand against Kenjiko and Sukuna. If possible, he wanted to establish relationships with all of them. Even after all this time, he still didn't know Kenjiko's true power. In the original timeline, special grade sorcerer Tsukumo Yuki, special grade cursed spirit Tenjin, and even Sukuna himself couldn't prevent Kenjiko from executing his plans. After all, in the original story, Sukuna's rise was orchestrated entirely by Kenjaku. I need to forge an invincible Zanpakuto for myself. At the same time, I need to lend more Zanpakuto to worthy allies. The problem is, most of the sorcerers I know are either still kids or haven't even been born yet. As for the current higher UPS in the Jujutsu world, they're all corrupt. None of them are worthy of wielding my swords. Satoshi's six eyes constantly processed information from his surroundings, and before long, fatigue set in. At that moment, he understood why Satoru always wore sunglasses when he was younger, and why, as an adult, he constantly wore an eye mask. When he first read the original story, he assumed Satoru did it to show off. But now, he realized the truth. The six eyes analysis ability was too exhausting. It never stopped. Every detail he saw was broken down and examined, straining his brain with an overwhelming amount of information. When I get back, I need to forge a pair of sunglasses for Satoru and myself. This might help with mental training, but being this tired all the time isn't ideal. Satoshi exhaled, glancing at Toji beside him. With Toji guarding him, he didn't need to keep his six eyes constantly active. That in mind, he closed his eyes and simply followed Toji's lead. I wonder if I can find the cursed tools I need in the Zenin clan's secret storage. A fire-based cursed tool would be ideal. If I can forge that Zanpakuto and successfully achieve Bankai, I could potentially shut down all of Kenjaku's contingency plans. But to forge it, I would need at least a special grade cursed tool. Had Yoru wielded a special grade cursed tool back then, he might not have forged Sode no Shirayuki. Instead, he could have created Higher Mera, the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in Soul Society. Satoshi continued analyzing his past forging experiences. Every Zanpakuto in this world was linked to the characteristics of the cursed tool fused into it. If he wanted to recreate the legendary Zanpakuto from Bleach, he needed to find exceptional cursed tools as base materials. However, it wasn't an absolute requirement. As long as the essential characteristics were present, even lower-grade materials could still produce a Zanpakuto. If the Zenin clan's vault doesn't have the tools I need, many legendary Zanpakuto may never be born in this world. That means I need to check 3 locations: the Zenin clan, the Kumo clan, and Jujutsu's storage vault. These places are the most likely to contain special-grade cursed tools. Kenjaku has been manipulating events for centuries. He must have his own collection of cursed tools. But if possible, I'd rather not confront him directly just yet. If he had the chance, Satoshi would love to kill Kenjaku right now. That would prevent the entire disaster that was to come. But he knew that was just wishful thinking. Kenjaku wasn't just strong, his strategic planning was nearly flawless. Even as a reincarnator with cheats, Satoshi knew that some opponents could not be taken down in a single battle. And Kenjaku was one of them. Chapter 71. Chapter 71. How about opening a handyman shop? Seeing Satoshi walking behind him with his eyes closed, a rare trace of warmth flickered in Toji's usually lifeless gaze. He wasn't sure why Satoshi trusted him so much. Not only had Satoshi followed him to the Zenin clan's estate, but now he had even closed his six eyes entirely. After spending time together, Toji had confirmed that Satoshi's six eyes functioned exactly the same as Satoru's, an unparalleled ability to process information in real time. The only real difference between them was that one had limitless cursed energy, while the other had none at all. By closing his six eyes, Satoshi was showing complete trust in Toji. This was the first time Toji had ever encountered someone like that. Wasn't Satoshi being a little too trusting? Toji exhaled a ring of smoke, stretched his shoulders, and his usually lazy gaze turned razor-sharp. Every blade of grass, every tree, and every possible thread in the surroundings fell under his watchful eyes. Since Satoshi had chosen to trust him, he couldn't afford to let the kid down. Meanwhile, even as he followed Toji, Satoshi was already planning for the future in his mind. The forging of Zanpakuto could never stop. It was the foundation of his existence in this world. If he wanted to rapidly improve his Zanpakuto proficiency, the most efficient method was to lend them out and let others train with them. However, he couldn't rely only on his Zanpakuto, nor could he depend solely on the skills extracted from Bankai. That method was far too random. When opening a blind box, the best mindset was to expect nothing. That way, if he ended up getting something valuable, it would be a pleasant surprise. For a while now, Satoshi had been considering a long-term plan, establishing a force outside the Gojo clan. That way, if he ever needed to act independently, he wouldn't be restricted by the clan's influence. Everything he had said to Satoru before was genuine. To him and Satoru, the Gojo clan was nothing more than a toy. If they weren't burdened by responsibilities to the family, life would be a lot easier. But at the same time, Satoshi understood Satoru's nature. Annoying as he was, Satoru wasn't the type to run from responsibility. After being raised by the Gojo clan, Satoru would inevitably feel obligated to uphold the clan's reputation. Unlike Satoshi, who had no real sense of belonging to the Gojo family at all. The only thing that gave him even the slightest motivation was the Gojo clan's armory. Although he had already taken some things from it, there were still plenty of resources left. After all, the 3 major clans hoarded treasures that smaller families could only dream of. Toji did promise that he'd work for me once he got his Zanpakuto, but at my age, openly building a faction would be way too conspicuous. What if I had Toji set up a handyman shop instead? That way, even if they eventually left both the Gojo clan and the Zenin clan, they would still have a place of their own. There's always a handyman shop in every world, right? between Urahara Shoten and Yorozuya, the latter is definitely more fitting for this world. After all, there's no way Urahara Kisuke is showing up in Jujutsu Kaisen. In the future, he and Satoru would probably end up enrolling in Jujutsu High together. When that happened, Toji would need something to occupy himself. Otherwise, if he got bored and went back to gambling or assassination, they'd be right back to the original timeline's mess. Yeah, let's make Toji the manager of Yorozuya. I'll be the boss behind the scenes. Having finalized his decision, Satoshi abruptly opened his eyes. His sky blue six eyes locked onto Toji's back, causing the man's muscles to tense instinctively. A sharp chill ran down Toji's spine, like a predator's gaze locking onto him. On pure reflex, Toji glanced back, just in time to catch the mischievous smirk in Satoshi's expression. His brow furrowed. This brat is definitely up to something. But he had no idea what it was. Before he could ask, they arrived at the Zenin clan's estate, where a group of Zenin servants awaited Satoshi at the entrance. Among them stood the Zenin clan's acting leader Zenin Naobito. His towering frame and forced, polite smile looked out of place against the backdrop of the estate. At the same time, back at the Gojo clan's residence, Satoru was furious about the attack on Satoshi. He hadn't expected a cursed spirit to appear this close to the Gojo family's mansion. More importantly, the cursed spirit had actually taken control of a Gojo clan member's body. Who the hell is behind this? Why is this cursed spirit so fixated on Satoshi? Satoru's six eyes swept across the entire estate, scanning for any signs of the culprit. But nothing. Beside him, Shunichi spoke with a grave expression. Young Master Satoru, this wasn't an attack by an ordinary cursed spirit. It was a move made by a curse user. Katetsu was possessed by a cursed object. We need to request the head of the clan's assistants to remove the object from Katetsu's body. That's the only way we'll be able to trace it back to whoever is targeting young Master Satoshi. Hearing this, Satoru clicked his tongue in frustration but ultimately shut his eyes and stopped his search. Then, without wasting another second, he turned and sprinted toward the clan leader's residence, with Shunichi close behind. The Gojo clan's patriarch sat in his room, his expression dark. Send someone to summon Iiri Inamichi. In the meantime, make sure Katetsu's body is preserved. His white hair bristled with anger, like an aging lion still ready for battle. Ever since Satoshi forged Senbonzakura, the elder had acknowledged him as a key figure in the Gojo clan's future. At this point, Satoshi and Satoru held equal weight in the family. A direct assassination attempt on Satoshi, the heir of the Gojo clan, was nothing short of a declaration of war. The dark web was already cleaned up. Things should have been more under control. I didn't expect the curse users to already be targeting Satoshi. Then again, a weapon as powerful as a Zanpakuto would certainly make them nervous. His eyes narrowed, gleaming with an intelligence that defied his old age. He didn't have much time left in this world. But the Gojo clan was still far from being a family that anyone could trample over. Chapter 72 Chapter 72, Is Heavenly Restriction a Curse or a Blessing? Bonus. Satoru, I heard that Satoshi and Zenin Toji went to the Zenin estate. After sending word to Iiri Inamichi, the old man shifted his attention to Satoshi's whereabouts. Satoru nodded. The material for my Senbonzakura came from the Zenin clan. Satoshi wanted to see what else they had stored away in their armory. Besides, he also agreed to forge a Zanpakuto for Toji. Hearing this, the Gojo clan head nodded slightly before turning his gaze to Shunichi. It seems Satoshi is quite fond of Zenin Toji. After spending time with him, what do you think of him? Though Satoshi and Satoru had the six eyes, making them highly observant, the elder still wanted the opinion of the more experienced Gojo Shunichi. He's strong. Really strong. The old man was a little surprised by the response. He had expected Shunichi to comment on Toji's personality or motives, not bluntly state his overwhelming strength. After all, Gojo Shunichi was already a grade 1 sorcerer, among the top combatants in Jujutsu society. For someone of his caliber to acknowledge Toji's strength so openly, isn't Zenin Toji a bearer of heavenly restriction? How could he be that strong when he has no cursed energy? The old man had never encountered a truly powerful sorcerer with zero cursed energy before. In all the Gojo clan's historical records, there had never been a notable figure who possessed heavenly restriction to this degree. To him, it had always seemed like more of a handicap than a gift. Shunichi met the elder's gaze and nodded solemnly. Zenin Toji is terrifyingly strong. If it ever came down to a life or death fight, even if I fully mastered Suzumashi, I wouldn't stand a chance. No matter what I did, I'd be completely dead. His words shocked the old man. He had expected Toji to be powerful, but he had never imagined that Shunichi, one of the Gojo clan's most skilled swordsmen, would admit defeat so decisively. My lord, I don't think we can say for certain whether heavenly restriction is a curse or a blessing. But one thing is undeniable, young Master Satoshi has an incredible eye for people. Zenin Toji is, without a doubt, the most talented warrior in the Zenin clan. If they fail to recognize his value, it's their loss. Right now, Satoshi and Toji have a strong friendship. It was Toji who took down the cursed spirit that possessed Katetsu's body with a single punch. To instantly kill a grade 1 cursed spirit. That alone speaks volumes about his capabilities. The old man fell into deep thought. While the elder contemplated this revelation, Satoru spoke up. Satoshi seems to care about Toji a lot. I don't think it's just because they both have heavenly restriction. Honestly, it feels like Satoshi understands Toji better than Toji himself does. Over the past 2 days, Shunichi and I have been training under Toji. The improvement we've seen is insane. And, believe it or not, Toji actually agreed to a request from Satoshi in exchange for his Zanpakuto. The elder's expression stiffened slightly. To Satoshi, a Zanpakuto was his most valuable asset. And yet, he had willingly offered one to Toji, simply to build a connection. That meant Satoshi had recognized Toji's worth long before he even met him. What's more, Satoshi himself is also a bearer of heavenly restriction. If he learns how Toji controls it, then he'll have a second trump card besides his Zanpakuto. Satoru's words made the old man close his eyes in contemplation. At this moment, no one except Toji and Satoshi truly understood the full potential of heavenly restriction. However, in the eyes of the Gojo clan's upper echelon, heavenly restriction was no longer just a flaw. Once, the elder had regretted that Satoshi was born without cursed energy. But now, heavenly restriction seemed like an even greater advantage than having cursed power. Is this a sign from fate? Did the heavens choose Satoshi to be the future head of the Gojo clan? The old man slowly opened his eyes, glancing at Satoru. After a moment of silence, he turned to Shunichi and spoke in a measured tone. Satoru, Shunichi. Both of them nodded, awaiting his instructions. Right now, you are the only two who possess a Zanpakuto. That means Satoshi places his trust in you above all others. You've experienced their power firsthand. And you understand that many sorcerers, curse users, even cursed spirits will covet them. Until the day Satoru becomes the strongest sorcerer, until Satoshi demonstrates absolute power, attempts on his life will keep coming. Satoru, you must continue training your limitless curse technique. Shunichi, you must keep perfecting your kendo skills. Satoshi is the future of the Gojo clan. We can't always rely on Zenin Toji to protect him. At the end of the day, Toji is a Zenin, not a Gojo. You two are the ones Satoshi can truly rely on. The elder's words were carefully chosen. Though Satoru always insisted that he didn't care about becoming clan head, the position that was meant for him was now shifting toward his brother. The old man wasn't sure how Satoru truly felt about that. So, every chance he got, he used subtle nudges to help Satoru sort out his feelings, while reinforcing the bond between him and Satoshi. Clan head, you don't need to worry. I will protect Satoshi. A rare sense of conviction flashed through Satoru's 6 eyes. Beside him, Shunichi nodded just as for balance elsewhere. Why would young Master Satoshi go to the Zenin clan? Does he not realize that we've always been at odds with them? What materials do we lack? Why must he seek them from the Zenin clan? If outsiders hear of this, they'll think the Gojo clan has fallen so low that we can't even provide our own cursed tools. Could young Master Satoshi be forging a Zanpakuto for the Zenin clan? I've heard he has someone from the Zenin clan close to him. Could he have been deceived? A Zanpakuto is exclusive to the Gojo clan. It must not be passed on to outsiders. Young Master Satoshi, please do not make this mistake. Thus far, only 3 Zanpakuto had been forged, and all 3 belonged to the Gojo clan. Moreover, since their creator was the 6 Eyes inheritor of the clan, many within the Gojo family had come to regard the Zanpakuto as their own sacred, untouchable treasure. Despite being the forger, Satoshi now found himself in a peculiar situation. His own clan had stripped him of the right to decide how his creations were used. Now, just because he had paid a visit to the Zenin clan, anxiety gripped the Gojo family. Voices began rising, emphasizing the Gojo clan's prestige and lineage. Ironically, before the power of Shinika's Suzumashi had been revealed and before Satoru had showcased his Senbonzakura Shikai, many of these same individuals had doubted Satoshi's forging abilities. Yet, in just a matter of days, the tides had shifted. Human hearts are fickle. Satoshi had already seen through such matters. He wouldn't allow the changing winds of public opinion to affect him. However, for Kumaen, the leader of the Twin Curse faction, the news of Gojo Satoshi's visit to the Zenin clan was nothing short of a crisis. On the other side, at the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association, a long-standing debate had resurfaced. Should Gojo Satoshi be granted membership? This discussion had already taken place in private among various association members. But this time, it was happening openly. The one who put forth the proposal was Gojo Takiya, the Gojo clan's master blacksmith of cursed tools. Previously, Takiya had been something of an outsider within the Cursed Tool Association, often referred to as the master's adversary. But now, having mentored Satoshi, his standing had changed dramatically. No one dared to call him an adversary anymore. Instead, many now saw Takiya and his apprentice, Satoshi, as the ones who would redefine the future of cursed tool forging. Gojo Satoshi is too young? If we make a 6-year-old a member of the Cursed Tool Blacksmith Association, won't that make us a laughingstock? He has already forged 3 Zanpakuto. That alone qualifies him as a forger. Our association is respected because of our master craftsmen. If we exclude Gojo Satoshi, won't our professionalism be questioned? I agree. Gojo Satoshi should be admitted into the association. No, he's only forged 3 Zanpakuto? What about his ability to forge other types of cursed tools? He hasn't demonstrated that yet. Exactly. And besides, is a Zanpakuto even considered a cursed tool? Based on my research into Suzumashi, it seems like these blades have a consciousness of their own. Are you suggesting that Gojo Satoshi has the ability to create artificial cursed objects? If that's the case, wouldn't these 3 Zanpakuto be classified as special grade cursed objects? Do you really think that's possible? It's just a hypothesis. The association was in an uproar, but Kumo Shin, the association's president, remained silent. To him, there was no need to argue. Given just a few more days, everything would become clear. After all, he had faith in special grade techniques. And with the scorched phase aiding him, and with the power supporting the Kumo clan's ambitions, everything was inevitable. At the Zenin estate, within the VIP chamber, although Gojo Satoshi's main goal was to help Zenin Toji find the right cursed tool for forging a Zanpakuto, since the Zenin clan's higher UPS had personally come to receive him, ignoring them would have been impolite. So, despite finding it tedious, he still chose to participate in the meeting. However, for Toji, this was an absolute waste of time. Had it not been for his older brother, Jinike, Toji would have dozed off right there in the VIP chamber. Meanwhile, in a nearby training hall, Zenin Shinsuke had just finished his practice when he overheard a conversation. Gojo Satoshi is here. Instantly, his cursed energy surged out of control. Even now, Satoshi's name cast a shadow over him. He wanted a Zanpakuto, but he also wanted to see Satoshi humiliated before the Zenin clan. He wanted Satoshi to endure the same disgrace he himself had suffered. He clenched his fists. Before, this bastard had taken a cursed tool from the Zenin clan's treasury to forge his Zanpakuto, and now, he's back for more. We can't let him succeed. Shinsuke had always been hailed as a rare talent within the Zenin clan. By piecing together scattered clues, he had already deduced Satoshi's true purpose. His old grudge ignited anew. This time, Gojo Satoshi had stepped into his territory. There was no way he'd let him have his way. To the VIP room. Without even bothering to remove his kendo uniform, Shinsuke bolted toward the meeting chamber. A servant rushed in and whispered something to Zenin Naobito and Zenin Aji. Naobito frowned slightly. Aji smirked. The two elders exchanged glances before rising from their seats. They turned to Satoshi and nodded apologetically. We have a small matter to handle. Please excuse us for a moment. With that, they departed. The moment Zenin Shinsuke saw the two elders enter, he got straight to the point and stated his request. Uncle Naobito, Uncle Aji. He didn't waste time on pleasantries. You must not let Gojo Satoshi take anything from the treasury again. Chapter 74, Naobito, you're aiding the enemy. Bonus. Naobito frowned. As the current acting head of the Zenin clan, he had the authority to make decisions regarding family affairs. Was Shinsuke out of his mind today? Did he have to lose his composure just because of a conversation with Satoshi? Uncle Naobito, a Zanpakuto is not so easily forged. Without our family's cursed tools, Gojo Satoshi would have never been able to create the remaining Zanpakuto. If he had only forged those first two Zanpakuto, his reputation wouldn't have reached such heights. But if we continue helping him, his fame will only grow, and the Zenin clan will forever be overshadowed by the Gojo clan. Uncle Naobito, please don't let your fascination with the Zanpakuto blind you. Personal interests must never come before the family's well-being. Compared to obtaining a Zanpakuto, wouldn't it be better to eliminate a potential forger? If Gojo Satoshi dies, he will never be able to forge more Zanpakuto, preventing the Gojo clan from gaining even more power. A ruthless glint flashed in Zenin Shinsuke's eyes. He considered Gojo Satoshi an undeniable threat. If allowed to grow, he might even surpass the true Six Eyes user, Gojo Satoru. Shinsuke, do you even hear yourself? Are you trying to start an all-out war between the Gojo and Zenin clans? Naobito's face darkened with anger. He was fully aware that if Gojo Satoshi grew stronger, he would inevitably become a force that would suppress the Zenin clan. However, Shinsuke's words disregarded the larger picture. Right now, not only could the Zenin clan not harm Satoshi, but they actually needed to protect him, at least while he was within their territory. This was an unspoken rule among sorcerer families. Shinsuke's per Satoshi was clouding his judgment. His reckless emotions could easily disrupt the delicate balance between the Gojo and Zenin clans. Naobito was about to reprimand him further when Aji, who had remained silent until now, chuckled darkly. Naobito, you're misunderstanding Shinsuke's intent. He doesn't mean to harm Gojo Satoshi. Gojo Satoshi is just a worthless brat with no cursed energy. Even if he grows up, he won't be a threat. The real issue here is the Zanpakuto. As long as Gojo Satoshi continues forging Zanpakuto, his fame will only increase. And with the Gojo clan tied to him, their status will also continue to rise. If you really want to stop Gojo Satoshi from growing, all we need to do is cut off his supply of cursed tools. Without materials to forge with, what can he possibly do? Aji shot Naobito a knowing look before sharing the intel he had gathered from the Gojo clan. There isn't a single cursed tool in the Gojo clan's treasury that can be used to forge a new Zanpakuto. The material for the previous Zanpakuto came from a cursed tool that Toji brought over. You should know where that cursed tool came from, right? It originally belonged to the Zenin clan. Meaning, the Zanpakuto created from it should also belong to the Zenin clan. But instead, that Zanpakuto became Gojo Satoru's weapon. So tell me, what exactly did the Zenin clan gain from supplying the materials? I don't know what kind of agreement you made with Toji, but judging by the outcome, the Zenin clan gained nothing. Instead, we ended up strengthening the Gojo clan's Six Eyes user even further. Aji let out a heavy sigh. At best, this was a terrible decision. At worst, it was aiding the enemy. The Zenin clan and the Gojo clan may both be part of the three great families, but you don't seriously think we can ever coexist peacefully, do you? Throughout history, the three great families had stood side by side, yet their relationships had never been truly harmonious. Rather than partners, they were more like rivals locked in a constant struggle for dominance. Naobaido was momentarily at a loss for words. Unlike Aji and Shinsuke, he didn't harbor such deep-seated hostility toward the Gojo clan. He had initially hoped to take a diplomatic approach, letting Satoshi forge a Zanpakuto for Toji so the Zenin clan could study its composition. But after witnessing Toji's feedback and Satoshi's flawless responses, Naobaido could no longer predict the young forger's next moves. He wanted to hold firm to his stance, but despite his title as acting head, Aji's influence still restricted his authority. When it came to major decisions, if Aji opposed him, compromises had to be made. What exactly are you suggesting? Whatever the case, harming Gojo Satoshi is out of the question. That is non-negotiable. Naobaido's expression grew heavy as he swept his gaze across the room. Though there were only 3 people present, this was the first time he felt truly isolated within his own clan. Aji smirked. I propose that we forbid Gojo Satoshi from entering the treasury. The Zenin clan will no longer provide him with cursed tools. Zenin Shinsuke voiced his own demand. Uncle Naobaido, my request is simple, I want to fight Gojo Satoshi again. This time, I'll redeem my honor. Last time, I underestimated the Zanpakuto because I was facing it for the first time. But now, I've trained. This time, I'll prove to you that a Zanpakuto is not as powerful as you all think. Uncle Naobaido, you've never seen a Zanpakuto's abilities firsthand. All you've heard are exaggerated rumors. Let me show you Gojo Satoshi's Zanpakuto techniques with your own eyes. Shinsuke's expression twisted with determination. Ever since his humiliating defeat at the Gojo clan, he had been haunted by that battle. Sode no Shirayuki's freezing technique had left a scar on his pride, a lingering nightmare that he could not shake off. But as the Zenin clan's prodigy, he had been relentlessly training his swordsmanship and refining his cursed energy. During this time, he had made significant breakthroughs. And more importantly, he had discovered a way to counter Sode no Shirayuki. As long as he could withstand its abilities, Gojo Satoshi, a powerless forger with no cursed energy, would never be his match. Naobaido listened carefully to both their demands before letting out a deep breath. He knew that today's discussion with Gojo Satoshi would likely end in a stalemate. However, by weighing Aji's proposal and Shinsuke's challenge, he found a compromise that seemed to preserve the clan's position. But even so, this balance did not rest in his hands alone. It required Satoshi's cooperation as well. Would Satoshi be willing to accept his terms? Chapter 75, Chapter 75, Your other name isn't Uchiha, right? Naobaido's expression was as dark as storm clouds. He was already preparing to use Shinsuke's challenge as an opportunity to initiate a wagered battle against Satoshi. The stakes, a cursed tool from the treasury. If Satoshi's Sode no Shirayuki lost to Shinsuke, it would achieve 2 things, satisfying both Aji and Shinsuke while also justifying the decision to stop supplying Satoshi with cursed materials. After all, if Sode no Shirayuki was defeated, it would prove that the power of a Zanpakuto was not as formidable as he had originally imagined. If Satoshi won and demonstrated the true strength of a Zanpakuto, then the Zenin clan would simply hand over a cursed tool as originally planned, and things would continue as before. His strategy would remain intact. Moreover, from what he had observed, Satoshi and Toji had grown quite close. Even if they gave him a cursed tool, Satoshi would likely use it for Toji's benefit anyway. In other words, no matter the outcome, the Zenin clan would profit. That was his plan. The only issue was whether Satoshi would accept it. As an outsider from the Gojo clan, rejecting such an unreasonable proposal was the logical choice. Everything hinged on how desperate Satoshi was for cursed tools. Naobaido shook his head, stood up, and motioned for Aji and Shinsuke to follow him as he made his way toward the VIP room. In the VIP room, Satoshi had already guessed that this trip to the Zenin clan would not go smoothly the moment Naobaido left the room earlier. His 6 eyes had already picked up on Shinsuke's arrival, and there was no way that someone as arrogant as Shinsuke had come here to show his support. A young prodigy like Zenin Shinsuke would never let go of his past defeat so easily. Toji, looks like the birth of your Zanpakuto is going to be another long, complicated process, Satoshi said, amusement flickering in his 6 eyes. He was genuinely curious to see what kind of nonsense the Zenin clan would try this time. Did they really think they could control him just because the cursed materials were in their hands? It was true that certain materials were rare. However, he had already confirmed that Zanpakuto weren't strictly bound to specific cursed materials. As long as a material possessed the necessary properties, it had the potential to be forged into a Zanpakuto. That being said, the quality of the cursed tool directly influenced the success rate and developmental stage of the Zanpakuto. Take Senbonzakura, for example. The reason Gojo Satoru had been able to unlock Shikai immediately upon obtaining Senbonzakura was due to 3 key factors. First, Senbonzakura was highly compatible with Satoru. Second, Satoru himself possessed exceptional talent. Third, and most importantly, the cursed tool used in Senbonzakura's forging was of extremely high quality, allowing it to manifest in an advanced developmental state from the very beginning. Without all 3 conditions being met, even someone as talented as Satoru wouldn't have awakened Shikai so quickly. If the Zenin clan truly wanted to cut off his supply, he would simply spend more time finding a substitute material for Toji. Even if the Zanpakuto's development was slower, Toji's talent would allow him to gradually strengthen his connection with it over time. Toji wasn't in desperate need of power right this second anyway. A little extra time to refine his abilities wouldn't hurt. Countless thoughts flashed through Satoshi's mind in an instant. That was the side effect of the 6 eyes, an overwhelming flow of information processing. With just Shinsuke's arrival and the expressions of Aji and Naobito, he had already pieced together multiple possible scenarios. Beside him, Toji was already growing impatient. He disliked formalities to begin with, and now the Zenin clan had left them waiting for no reason. It was irritating. Even though his older brother, Zenin Jiniki, was there, Toji had never thought much of him. I don't really care, Toji said with a shrug, exhaling a puff of smoke as he glanced at Gojo Satoshi. Anyway Satoshi, you promised me. All I have to do is wait for my Zanpakuto. Toji touched the corner of his mouth, a strange sense of anticipation building within him. Ever since childhood, he had experienced nothing but cold indifference from the Zenin clan. Now, he was curious. How would Satoshi respond to their arrogant demands? Would he remain indifferent, just like Toji himself had been his whole life? At this moment, Toji almost hoped that the Zenin elders would act even more foolishly, enough to completely enrage Satoshi. If that happened, perhaps the Zenin clan's future would be far more miserable than they ever anticipated. When Satoshi truly rose to power, Toji wanted to see the regret on the faces of the Zenin higher UPS. A playful smirk appeared on Toji's face, causing both Jiniki and Satoshi to momentarily pause. What the hell? Why did it feel like Toji had changed in just a single month? His smile was downright creepy. As Toji's older brother, Jiniki knew him well, but he had never seen that expression on Toji's face before. Satoshi, on the other hand, noticed something else. Toji was expecting something that involved him. He didn't know what Toji was looking forward to, but he could tell that he was the cause of it. The Zenin clan is full of freaks. Satoshi shook his head. If he had to compare them to another anime world, the Zenin clan felt just like the Uchiha clan from Naruto. Their entire household was filled with twisted personalities. Zenin Aji was so twisted that he blamed his own twin daughters for his failure to become clan head and was even willing to kill them for it. There was Zenin Neya. He ended up idolizing Toji, obsessing over him, and after death, was even dragged into the cycle of resentment and became a cursed spirit. Zenin Mai was full of contradictions. She wasn't inherently bad, yet in the end, she sacrificed herself to fulfill her sister's wish. Zenin Maki witnessed her sister's death, and went on to slaughter the entire Zenin clan. As Satoshi reflected on the insane characters within the Zenin clan, a strange excitement began to bubble up inside him. He was actually looking forward to seeing what kind of ridiculous nonsense the Zenin elders would throw at him next. To be continued. Chapter 76, Chapter 76, Are You Worthy of It? Bonus. The door to the VIP room swung open as 3 members of the Zenin clan stepped inside. The moment Satoshi locked eyes with Shinsuke, he knew things were about to get interesting. And when his gaze shifted to Toji, he noticed the same expression mirrored on his face. This was about to get even more entertaining. Satoshi-kun, lately, the entire Jujutsu world has been talking about your Zanpakuto. If I'm not mistaken, the one beside you is still Sode no Shirayuki from before, right? Mind letting me take a look? I've never had the chance to closely examine a special grade cursed tool like a Zanpakuto. As a swordsman himself, Zenin Aji had a deep appreciation for fine weapons. Although he didn't believe a Zanpakuto could truly change the balance of power in Jujutsu sorcery, he still wanted to experience Sode no Shirayuki firsthand. In his mind, his request wasn't excessive. After all, Satoshi was seeking a partnership with the Zenin clan. Without the cursed tool materials provided by them, it would be impossible for him to continue forging Zanpakuto, right? So, under these circumstances, wasn't it only reasonable for him to inspect Sode no Shirayuki? It was natural for business partners to evaluate the quality of their collaborative products. Naobito, standing beside him, said nothing, silently granting his approval of Aji's request. He also hoped that after witnessing Sode no Shirayuki up close, Aji might reconsider his previous stance and choose to support him once more. Meanwhile, Shinsuke remained indifferent. However, beneath that impassive exterior, resentment flickered in his eyes, mingled with a trace of greed. That blade Sode no Shirayuki had danced before him once, and in his mind, it should belong to him. He believed Satoshi, who had no cursed energy, was unworthy of wielding such a beautiful Zanpakuto. If it were in my hands, Sode no Shirayuki would unleash power far beyond what Satoshi could ever bring out. No one knew where Zenin Shinsuke's unfounded confidence came from. But if Satoshi heard his thoughts, he would have burst into laughter. Confidence is good, but when it crosses into delusion, it just makes you look like a clown. All eyes turned to Satoshi, eager to witness the brilliance of Sode no Shirayuki once more. After all, the last time it had been drawn, even for a mere moment, it had defeated Shinsuke in an instant. That scene had left an indelible mark in the minds of those who had witnessed it. But what shocked everyone now was the indifference that flashed through Satoshi's 6 eyes. You want to see my Sode no Shirayuki? His voice was calm, yet laced with an unmistakable arrogance. Are you worthy of it? The room fell silent. Satoshi had never considered Zanpakuto a shared product in his supposed partnership with the Zenin clan. At most, they were suppliers of materials, nothing more. To think they were entitled to wield a Zanpakuto? They were sorely mistaken. Moreover, Satoshi held nothing but contempt for Zenin Aji. In his eyes, the man standing before him was the most disgraceful figure in the entire Zenin clan. Having lost to Naobaido in the competition for the head of the family, Aji had blamed his failure not on his own shortcomings, but on his daughters Maki and Mai, a man who resented his own children for his own weakness. How could Satoshi possibly let such filth lay a hand on the pure Sode no Shirayuki? Even at this very moment, just the way Aji was looking at her made Satoshi feel as though the blade was being tainted. Are you worthy of it? Satoshi's words echoed throughout the VIP room. No one had expected such a response. Among those present, only Toji took a slow drag of his cigarette, a grin spreading across his lips. Well, now, that was unexpected. I knew you wouldn't be happy about it, but I didn't think you'd outright refuse to show any respect to the Zenin clan's elders. I like it. Toji's gaze lingered on Satoshi with growing admiration. Their experiences were similar, yet their choices had been different. For a brief moment, Toji felt as if he was looking at an alternate version of himself, one who hadn't severed ties with his family and had instead chosen to confront them head-on. What would it have been like if I had spoken my mind as freely as Satoshi? If I had cared even less about what the Zenin clan thought of me? The idea was refreshing. Even now, a part of him still had lingering attachments to the Zenin clan, a desire to be acknowledged by them. But in the original timeline, even when he left, the clan barely seemed to care. Now, thanks to Gojo Satoshi, everything had changed. For the first time, Toji realized that the Zenin clan's recognition didn't mean anything to him anymore. He had long since found his own path. And hearing Satoshi say, "Are you worthy of it?" It felt incredibly satisfying. But unlike Toji, Shinsuke, and Janike wore expressions of utter disbelief. Did they hear that correctly? This was the Zenin clan's estate. How could Satoshi speak with such blatant disrespect? Aji was a well-known powerhouse in the Jujutsu Society, one of the high-ranking members of the Zenin clan, one of the three great families. Yet, Satoshi had treated him as if he were nothing. In a world built on hierarchy and respect, this level of defiance was unheard of. No matter how special Satoshi's position was within the Gojo clan, such behavior was nothing short of audacious. Aji's smile froze on his face. Satoshi's response was entirely outside his expectations. When he made his request, he had anticipated some resistance. He had already prepared a way to pressure Satoshi into agreeing, using the Zenin clan's influence and its monopoly over cursed tool materials as leverage. Of course, in the end, he never intended to give Satoshi access to the Zenin clan's treasury. But by dangling it as a bargaining chip, he had hoped to force a compromise and gain the chance to observe a Zanpakuto up close. But with just 5 words, "Are you worthy of it?" Satoshi had shattered his entire plan. He had never considered this possibility. I am a figure that the Jujutsu Sorcerer Association seeks to place at the top of the Jujutsu world. And yet, in Gojo Satoshi's eyes, I am nothing? Aji's heart burned with fury. The cold glint in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. I need extra compensation, make it 2. In Aji's mind, things should have played out differently. The Zenin clan should have been the one rejecting Gojo Satoshi. After all, Satoshi had come to them seeking cooperation. He had no right to refuse their demands. On the other side, Naobaido watched as the situation spiraled out of his control. Now that Satoshi had outright rejected them, he had no chance to steer the conversation in his favor. He was also surprised by how Satoshi had shown zero regard for the Zenin clan's prestige. Even among the 3 major families, there were still unspoken rules about saving face for each other. But Satoshi, does he not care about those unspoken rules at all? Gojo Satoshi, do you really think that a mere Zanpakuto can change the fact that you have no cursed energy and that you'll never be accepted in the world of Jujutsu? Aji's hooked nose twitched slightly as he forced himself to remain calm. If Satoshi wanted to be arrogant, then he wouldn't hold back either. A Zanpakuto? No one has ever confirmed its legitimacy. It's nothing more than an overhyped gimmick being treated as some kind of miracle-cursed tool. People are only interested in it because it's new. They're just curious. The fact that you won't even let me examine it proves that your so-called Zanpakuto is nothing but an ornamental blade that can't withstand real scrutiny. This whole revolutionary cursed tool forger nonsense, what a joke. You want to use the Zenin clan's cursed tool materials to maintain the illusion that you're actually forging Zanpakuto? Sorry, the Zenin clan has no interest in playing along with your charade. Aji's expression was indifferent, but his words carried a decisive weight. Technically, he was overstepping his authority, but given how Satoshi had just insulted him, he felt justified in making this decision on behalf of the Zenin clan. And just as he expected, Naobaido did not refute him. After all, in matters concerning outsiders, the Zenin clan's leadership would always present a united front. Satoshi chuckled as he scanned the room. So, Toji was right. The Zenin clan truly reeks of decay. A bunch of clueless fools acting high and mighty, thinking they have the right to make demands of me. If the Gojo clan ever became like this, it would be utterly disgusting. Whether Sode no Shirayuki is real or fake, whether Suzumashi is real or fake, none of that matters. If you want to know the true power of a Zanpakuto, ask Yajayo Hidesugu of the Yajayo clan, or better yet, ask Zenin Shinsuke of your own family. As expected, the Zenin clan really does lack intelligence. Just like Zenin Shinsuke. Satoshi stood up, gripping Sode no Shirayuki. In that instant, a wave of cold air spread through the room, not from Satoshi, but from Sode no Shirayuki herself. Each Zanpakuto possesses its own will. And right now, Satoshi could see the figure of a beautiful woman in a white kimono standing before him. She wasn't blocking his path, she was standing in front of him, expressing her displeasure at being belittled. Meanwhile, Shinsuke, that question sounded like hesitation, like Satoshi lacked confidence in his own Zanpakuto. If he was truly sure of its power, why would he even consider the possibility of losing? Ahem. If you lose. Naobito's tone remained composed. I'll need you to take back what you said earlier and apologize to Aji. His request was relatively minor. After all, as the head of the Zenin clan, he couldn't make things too difficult for the Six Eyes of the Gojo clan. Upon hearing this, Satoshi's brows furrowed slightly. Seeing his reaction, Aji smirked inwardly. A coincidence should never be mistaken for true ability. Those who confuse luck with strength will eventually suffer a crushing defeat. Aji believed Shinsuke would win. He had already accounted for Shinsuke's trump card. After a brief pause, Satoshi finally spoke. That's not enough. If I win, I want 2 cursed tools. Chapter 78, The Confidence of the Zenin Clan, Bonus. The bet had been finalized. Shinsuke and Satoshi arrived at the Zenin clan's dojo. At this moment, Satoshi was in an excellent mood and even shot a smug glance at Toji. Earlier, he had asked about the cost of failure because he had noticed that the Zenin clan wanted this battle far more than he did. They had no idea that Sode no Shirayuki also desired this fight, so they assumed he could still refuse. Everything he had done beforehand was to make Zenin Shinsuke and Zenin Aji mistakenly believe that he was reluctant to fight, successfully increasing his bargaining position. After all, he already knew that after this battle, his chances of entering the Zenin clan's treasury again were slim to none. So, he planned to take full advantage of this opportunity and destroy Zenin Shinsuke's confidence in one fell swoop. After this, he would refuse to set foot in this decaying place again, no matter how many times they invited him. After some discussion, Naobito had agreed to the request for 2 cursed tools. 3, if I count the one Toji already secured from them. I'm basically getting 3 cursed tools from the Zenin clan for free. Plus, I get to beat down Zenin Shinsuke again. Now, that's satisfying. This old, rotting family. Let their precious cursed tools gather dust in their treasury. Satoshi and Shinsuke locked eyes in the dojo. They were the only 2 who mattered in this match. All around them, Naobito, Aji, Jiniki, and Toji watched in silence, awaiting the battle. Satoshi gripped Sode no Shirayuki, sensing the battle lust emanating from her. She, too, wanted to teach Shinsuke a lesson. His previous battle with Shinsuke had given him a clear understanding of his opponent's abilities. Even though Shinsuke was regarded as the strongest sorcerer of the Zenin clan's younger generation, that title meant nothing to Satoshi. After all, the true strongest member of the Zenin clan was standing right beside him, Toji, the one without cursed energy, whom the clan had cast aside. To Satoshi, the idea that Shinsuke could turn the tables on him after just a month of training was laughable. However, he remained cautious. When he saw Shinsuke holding a weapon wrapped in white cloth, his eyes narrowed slightly. The true form of the weapon was hidden, but from its outline beneath the cloth, it was clear that it wasn't a standard Japanese katana. So this is where his confidence comes from? Satoshi frowned but didn't change his strategy. He would simply replicate his previous approach and the fight as quickly as possible using Sode no Shirayuki's technique. So, the moment the battle began, Satoshi uttered a single command. Dance, Sode no Shirayuki. His blade transformed into its Shikai form, turning pure white. Instantly, the temperature in the dojo plummeted. It felt as if all the cold air from outside had been pulled into the room. The spectators' gazes locked onto the pure white blade. Toji had already seen Sode no Shirayuki twice, yet each time, he still found himself marveling at its beauty. The purity of Sode no Shirayuki represented absolute silence, and the ribbon fluttering at its hilt gave it a sense of ethereal grace. A pure white Zanpakuto. Every time I see it, it feels like this blade was made for Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoshi. Though it isn't as visually striking as Senbonzakura, Sode no Shirayuki suits Satoshi's composed nature far better. A sigh escaped Toji's lips. His desire to wield a Zanpakuto of his own only grew stronger. Unlike Toji, the others were seeing Sode no Shirayuki's Shikai for the first time or had never observed it in detail before. This was their first chance to truly examine its form. Naobito's heart skipped a beat as he took in the sight. Even just from its appearance, he could tell this was no ordinary cursed tool. It was nothing like the cheap trick Aji had accused it of being. That blade's sheer presence, the chill it emitted, this was an extraordinary weapon. He could only imagine how powerful the other 2 Zanpakuto, Suzumashi, and Senbonzakura, must be. He already knew that Senbonzakura had become Gojo Satoru's exclusive Zanpakuto. On the day of its completion, the Gojo clan had witnessed a breathtaking spectacle, a sea of cherry blossoms engulfing their entire estate. Satoshi wouldn't forge something useless for his brother. That meant Senbonzakura's power likely surpassed even Sode no Shirayuki's. We'll have to see Sode no Shirayuki's technique in action. The same technique that instantly defeated Shinsuke before. Is Shinsuke truly confident that he has found a way to counter it? Naobito's thoughts mirrored those of Jiniki. Meanwhile, Aji, standing beside him, exuded confidence. His focus wasn't on Sode no Shirayuki at all, it was entirely on the wrapped weapon in Shinsuke's hands. He knew Shinsuke would win, and when he did, that Gojo brat would be forced to kneel and apologize. The moment Sode no Shirayuki activated, Satoshi unleashed Sekishiro, first dance, moon white. As he swung his Zanpakuto, an invisible circle formed beneath Shinsuke's feet. If he stayed there for 2 more seconds, he would fall into the same fate as last time. However, the moment Satoshi released Sekishiro, he noticed something odd. Shinsuke was smiling. You didn't actually think you could use the same trick on me twice, did you? Shinsuke's body flickered as he dodged backward, putting more than 10 meters between himself and his previous position. As he moved, he spoke confidently. Why do you think I've been training all this time? It was all to analyze your sword movements. Sekishiro takes time to activate. As long as I react fast enough, it will never hit me. The moment he finished speaking, a large white circle appeared where he had just been standing. A massive column of frost shot up, instantly freezing everything within its radius. But it had only frozen empty air. Seeing this, Shinsuke smirked. It was proof that his month of sword training had not been in vain. As long as Sekishiro couldn't touch him, Sode no Shirayuki's first technique was useless. Chapter 79. Chapter 79, Getting a Taste Before Satoru. Shinsuke's smug smile didn't faze Satoshi in the slightest. Sekishiro was only the appetizer, he had never intended to end the battle with it. The moment Sekishiro activated, he had already prepared for the second dance, Hakuren, White Ripple. Beneath Satoshi's feet, the ice from his blade had already melted, but Shinsuke failed to notice. From this point onward, Satoshi was untouchable. With Hakuren hidden beneath the surface, waiting to be unleashed, all he had to do was let Shinsuke come close. Once he did, he would drown him in an avalanche of ice. Toji had exceptional physical prowess and inhuman reflexes, that was the only reason he had managed to retreat in time during their last encounter. But Zenin Shinsuke? He was just an ordinary sorcerer. There was no way he possessed the same superhuman reaction speed as the heavenly restriction-enhanced Toji. In Satoshi's eyes, the moment Shinsuke rushed toward him, seeking close combat, he had already sealed his fate. The second Shinsuke got close, Satoshi swung Sode no Shirayuki, unleashing a raging white torrent of snow. The spectators shuddered. The power of Sekishiro had already left them in awe, and now Hakuren was proving to be just as terrifying. So this is Sode no Shirayuki's technique. For everyone except Toji, this was their first time witnessing Hakuren in person. They couldn't even begin to imagine how Shinsuke could possibly survive something that resembled a natural disaster, an avalanche in the form of a cursed technique. Take it head on? Naobito and Janika locked their eyes on Shinsuke, waiting to see if he had a way to counter Hakuren. The frigid wave of ice surged forward, but Shinsuke remained unnervingly calm. He wasn't the least bit shaken by Hakuren's power, because he had already been defeated once before. After that loss, Shinsuke had devoted an immense amount of time and effort to researching Gojo Satoshi and Sode no Shirayuki. Currently, there were only 3 recorded battles involving the Zanpakuto. The first instance was when it was used against Gojo Satoru after its initial forging, revealing Sekishiro for the first time. The second was his own fight against Satoshi, where he had been instantly frozen by Sekishiro. The third was a private match between Toji and Satoshi. The Zenin clan had not been able to observe that fight in detail, but from various sources, he had learned that Sode no Shirayuki possessed a second ability, Hakuren, a relentless, indiscriminate snowstorm at close range. Satoshi's trump card. If he wanted to defeat Satoshi, he had to erase Hakuren from the equation. As long as Satoshi had Hakuren, he would always hold the advantage. If Shinsuke couldn't get close, he would inevitably lose. That was why he had chosen this special grade cursed tool. It was because of this very weapon that he had deliberately allowed Satoshi to unleash Hakuren. The battle is over, Toji muttered. From his experience, Shinsuke had no way of avoiding Hakuren. Once he was hit, it was game over. Everyone else in the audience had the same thought. But Satoshi, the one in the fight, felt something was wrong. Shinsuke's expression was too composed, too prepared. If he knew how Hakuren worked, why would he willingly step into its range? Does he have a countermeasure? Satoshi's frown deepened as he focused on the weapon wrapped in white cloth in Shinsuke's hands. Now that they were up close, he could make out its shape through the fabric. Wait a minute. Satoshi's brows furrowed slightly as a possibility came to mind. Raising his sleeves in front of his chest, he instinctively took a defensive stance. No one understood why Satoshi had suddenly chosen to defend. From the spectator's perspective, Shinsuke was clearly about to be overwhelmed by Hakuren. Shouldn't Satoshi be pressing the attack instead? A second later, they realized something was off. The white snowstorm continued to surge forward. But Zenin Shinsuke kept moving. The ice wasn't stopping him. Then, they saw it. Hakuren had been split apart. Shinsuke walked through the raging snow, completely untouched, standing in a void within the storm. And the reason for this was the weapon in his hand. Special grade cursed tool, inverted spear of heaven. I didn't expect this, Satoshi thought. So Zenin Shinsuke actually got his hands on the inverted spear of heaven? This thing already existed back then, huh? Then, in the future, is this why Toji ended up obtaining the inverted spear of heaven? Inverted spear of heaven, a cursed tool that could forcibly negate all techniques. In the original timeline, this was the weapon that had nearly killed Satoru. Satoshi hadn't expected that, in this timeline, before his brother even got a taste of the inverted spear of heaven, he would be the one to experience it first. No wonder Shinsuke was so confident. He wasn't panicking, because he knew he had the inverted spear of heaven in his hands. As that thought crossed Satoshi's mind, Shinsuke's strike landed. Despite predicting the attack and using Sode no Shirayuki to block, the impact still sent a sharp pain through Satoshi's chest. The sheer force behind the blow was undeniable. This was the power of the inverted spear of heaven. As Shinsuke stood holding the ominous-looking spear-like weapon, the spectators finally understood. They had underestimated Shinsuke's weapon. The question that burned in their minds now was, how had Zenin Shinsuke gotten his hands on such a powerful special-grade cursed tool? Only Naobaido should have had access to the treasury. Did Shinsuke have some sort of special privilege allowing him to take Tenshoku out? Despite his curiosity, Naobaido's main focus remained on the battle. Aesthetically, the inverted spear of heaven was far less impressive than Sode no Shirayuki. But in terms of effectiveness, the inverted spear of heaven clearly had the upper hand. After all, it was the inverted spear of heaven that had allowed Shinsuke to turn the tides from a losing position. This thought settled in the minds of most observers. Satoshi and Sode no Shirayuki were supposed to lose. Without cursed energy, without techniques, how could Satoshi fight against someone wielding the inverted spear of heaven? After all, wasn't Satoshi's strength entirely reliant on Sode no Shirayuki's abilities? Chapter 80, Synergy Mutant Shadow, Bonus. Now that Sode no Shirayuki's abilities had been sealed, how could Gojo Satoshi possibly compete with Zenin Shinsuke? While most believed the battle was already decided, Toji remained unfazed, a slight smile on his face. After spending time around Satoshi, he had come to realize something. Satoshi's strength wasn't limited to Sode no Shirayuki's techniques. The hand-to-hand combat techniques Toji had taught him in the past few days, and the kendo that Shunichi had drilled into him before, Satoshi had absorbed them all at an alarming rate. Give up, Gojo Satoshi. Shinsuke gripped the inverted spear of heaven, his confidence soaring. He, too, was convinced of his impending victory. Without its techniques, Sode no Shirayuki was nothing more than an ordinary blade. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shinsuke vanished, closing the distance to Satoshi in an instant. He chose not to rely on his cursed technique but instead engaged Satoshi directly in close-quarters combat. After all, if he let go of the inverted spear of heaven, who knew when Gojo Satoshi might unleash another one of Sode no Shirayuki's devastating ice techniques? Give up? Are you joking? Satoshi rubbed his chest, then casually shook Sode no Shirayuki, scattering the frost that had formed as a defensive layer against the inverted spear of heaven's attack. A smirk crept onto his lips. You don't actually think my kendo and hand-to-hand combat are weak, do you? Without hesitation, Satoshi charged forward, meeting Shinsuke in direct combat. Clang, 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 clang. The rapid exchange of blows rang through the dojo as steel met steel. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. No one had expected a 6-year-old to possess such astonishing combat skills and mastery of the blade. Even without its techniques, Sode no Shirayuki was holding its own against a special-grade cursed tool, the inverted spear of heaven. Shinsuke, who had believed in dominating the weak through sheer power, found himself unable to gain a decisive advantage over Satoshi. This was something Zenin Aji had not foreseen. He had secretly acquired Zenin Naobaido's permission to lend the inverted spear of heaven to Zenin Shinsuke, believing it would guarantee victory. Yet, even with that advantage, the battle was deadlocked. I underestimated him. Shinsuke, caught in the heat of battle, could feel at first hand the overwhelming pressure of Satoshi's swordsmanship. He couldn't comprehend it. How is this possible? How had Satoshi, at just 6 years old, already mastered kendo to such an absurd degree? If someone had told him Satoshi was already a master swordsman, he wouldn't have doubted it. Because right now, despite wielding the inverted spear of heaven, he wasn't winning in pure swordplay. The only moments he found openings against Satoshi were through hand-to-hand combat exchanges, disrupting Satoshi's rhythm. But that wasn't enough. Shinsuke wasn't satisfied. He was older, had more combat experience, and yet the battle was at a stalemate. That was unacceptable. At that moment, he made his decision. He would activate his cursed technique. A Grade 2 sorcerer, officially recognized by the Jujutsu Society, Zenin Shinsuke's true combat foundation lay in his techniques. His ability was unique, allowing him to move freely through shadows. At its peak, he could even control his own shadow as an independent fighter. While not as powerful as the Zenin clan's inherited 10 Shadows technique, his variant of shadow manipulation was formidable in its own right. The moment his resolve solidified, he formed a single-hand seal, preparing to unleash his technique. Satoshi immediately reacted. He, too, realized this was the decisive moment. Shinsuke's close combat skills weren't overwhelming. If he could interrupt the activation of his technique, the battle would be won. However, what caught Satoshi off guard was that Shinsuke could still perform his technique while wielding the inverted spear of heaven. Wait, the inverted spear of heaven cancels all cursed techniques. Then why is Zenin Shinsuke still able to use his own technique? Before he could think further, a shadow surged forward, gripping the inverted spear of heaven, and swung it directly at him. Satoshi barely managed to block with Sode no Shirayuki. The moment he landed, 2 more shadows materialized, launching a barrage of strikes. So, he's attacking through the shadows. Despite the unrelenting assault, Gojo Satoshi couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of Shinsuke's ability. No wonder he was considered the strongest among the Zenin family's younger generation. It was clear now, the Zenin clan had carefully cultivated him because of his unique shadow synergy technique. But then, a question surfaced in his mind. Why was Shinsuke, someone with this level of ability, never mentioned in the original timeline? He had no time to dwell on the thought. The battle had reached its climax, the shadow attacks were growing stronger. Even with all his strength, Satoshi was barely holding them off. If this continued, he would eventually be overwhelmed. Shinsuke wasn't letting his guard down. He continued to manipulate the shadows while maintaining control over the inverted spear of heaven. This ensured Satoshi would have no opportunity to use White Ripple again. It's over. Gojo Satoshi lost? Zenin Aji's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Under the relentless attacks of the inverted spear of heaven, Gojo Satoshi was forced into retreat. The conclusion seemed inevitable. A mere imitation of the Six Eyes dares to act arrogantly in the Zenin clan's territory? Aji sneered. Fortunately, I planned ahead and made sure Shinsuke had the inverted spear of heaven. No matter how mysterious the weapon Sode no Shirayuki may be, before a special grade cursed tool that negates techniques, it is nothing more than an ordinary blade. The pride of the Gojo clan, trampled into the dirt by the Zenin clan. Shinsuke truly deserves to be called the most talented of our younger generation. His shadow synergy technique was practically an extension of the Zenin clan's legendary Ten Shadows technique. If he possessed that inherited ability instead, he would have already claimed an easy victory. Naobito, observing from the sidelines, had mixed feelings. Though he had been shocked by the power of Sode no Shirayuki, the effect of the inverted spear of heaven had lessened his interest in it. Even so, Zanpakutos had now been proven to be strategic assets. Yet, Satoshi's current predicament made him reconsider. Perhaps the Zenin clan no longer needed to offer such a high price to acquire one from the Gojo family. As for Zenin Shinsuke, he was already picturing Satoshi falling before him, defeated by the inverted spear of heaven. This was the moment he had prepared for. To prove the Zenin clan was not inferior to the Gojo clan. To trample the so-called fake Six Eyes into the ground. A monkey like Gojo Satoshi, who lacks even a trace of cursed energy, is not worthy of wielding a Zanpakuto. Chapter 81, Third Dance. Compared to the arrogance of the other members of the Zenin clan, Toji remained calm. Even though Satoshi seemed to be at a disadvantage, Toji showed no signs of concern. He didn't believe that Sode no Shirayuki's Zanpakuto had been pushed to its limit. Since there was a first dance and a second dance, it stood to reason that Sode no Shirayuki had a third dance as well. Moreover, Satoshi had mentioned before that a Zanpakuto had another form Bankai. Sode no Shirayuki hadn't even revealed its true form yet. How could anyone say that Satoshi was losing? In fact, at this moment, Toji was even hoping that Zenin Shinsuke would prove stronger. If Zenin Shinsuke could suppress Satoshi further, then perhaps Toji would get the chance to witness Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai. In the center of the battlefield, Satoshi wielded Sode no Shirayuki, barely holding his own against Shinsuke and his coordinated shadow, which manipulated the inverted spear of heaven. Satoshi's swordsmanship and combat skills were being pushed to their limits. However, the situation remained precarious. After all, Shinsuke could still utilize his technique freely, while Sode no Shirayuki's abilities were restrained by the inverted spear of heaven. The first dance, Moon White, and the second dance, White Ripple, were both large-scale techniques. But the slightest contact with the inverted spear of heaven would render them ineffective. Against two opponents at once, Satoshi was steadily losing ground just as the Zenin clan had expected. Even Zenin Shinsuke, standing in the midst of battle, thought the same. He eagerly awaited the sight of Satoshi's frustration. Satoshi's defeat would bury Sode no Shirayuki's Zanpakuto in disgrace. That was the outcome Shinsuke both anticipated and desired. As his thoughts filled with excitement, his attacks became increasingly aggressive, completely abandoning his previous caution. His coordinated shadow wielded the inverted spear of heaven, applying pressure while his own body advanced with precise movements. The coordination between them was seamless, fluid, almost artistic. Yes, Zenin Shinsuke was performing. With the Zenin clan's upper echelons watching and a rare opponent from the Gojo family standing before him, he had to showcase his full potential. If this was a fight where victory was assured, then his performance was justified. However, to Satoshi and Toji, Zenin Shinsuke's attacks were far too reckless. We won't get to see Sode no Shirayuki's Bankai after all. Noticing that Shinsuke had let his guard down, Toji sighed. He knew Satoshi's opportunity had come. The moment is here. Satoshi's eyes narrowed slightly. For the first time, he engaged Zenin Shinsuke directly in hand-to-hand combat. Sode no Shirayuki clashed repeatedly with the inverted spear of heaven, the metallic echoes ringing throughout the dojo. The intensity of the battle sharpened in an instant. To the uninformed members of the Zenin clan, it seemed as though Satoshi was desperately holding on. Such fierce exchanges could easily expose openings for Zenin Shinsuke to exploit. After all, with his shadow's assistance, Zenin Shinsuke held the numerical advantage. And that's exactly how it appeared. But only Toji noticed the gleam in Satoshi's eyes. He understood immediately. Shinsuke had fallen into Satoshi's trap. Gojo Satoshi? Just admit defeat. You can't beat me. Shinsuke was exhilarated. Since he began learning kendo, he had never encountered such a compatible opponent. Every one of his strikes seemed to target Satoshi's weak points. As expected, his talent in kendo was unmatched. The Gojo clan had once claimed that Gojo Satoshi's swordsmanship rivaled that of a master, but that was nothing but exaggeration. Because Gojo Satoshi was being overpowered. That realization made Zenin Shinsuke dismiss the sophistication of Satoshi's swordplay. So this is all the Gojo family has to offer. But then, the moment he saw Satoshi's expression, something felt wrong. Although arrogant, Zenin Shinsuke wasn't oblivious. Why does this feel strange? Gojo Satoshi's current movements. He's been feeding me openings. Why am I enjoying this fight so much? Because Gojo Satoshi is allowing me to attack. Shinsuke's face twisted as realization struck. Something was off. But it was too late. A faint smirk appeared on Satoshi's lips. Here I come. At that moment, Sode no Shirayuki suddenly locked down the inverted spear of heaven, restraining Zenin Shinsuke's coordinated shadow. Shinsuke's instincts screamed. A powerful sense of crisis surged through him. But he couldn't pinpoint the source. His coordinated shadow still controlled the inverted spear of heaven, so Sode no Shirayuki's large-scale freezing techniques shouldn't be able to activate. Then why? Why does this white blade feel so cold? The sensation was identical to their previous battle. That moment of absolute stillness, frozen in white snow. Shinsuke's right fist was about to land on Satoshi, but under the weight of this inexplicable dread, he hesitated, forcing himself to stop. The spectators didn't understand. They only saw Shinsuke's movements suddenly becoming rigid and unnatural. By all rights, that punch should have decided the match. But before they could grasp what was happening, Gojo Satoshi's calm, resonant voice echoed across the dojo. San no mai, Shirafun, third dance white sword, ... So there was a third technique after all. Toji nodded in silent acknowledgement. Everything had played out as he predicted. The expressions of the Zenin clan members changed drastically. A third technique. They had never anticipated this. As Satoshi's voice fell, the dojo's atmosphere shifted instantly. The damp chill that had lingered in the air vanished, replaced by absolute dryness and cold. It felt as if their very skin would crack under the sheer absence of moisture, as if all water had been extracted from the air itself. In the midst of this eerie transformation, Shinsuke watched in horror as Sode no Shirayuki, which had been clashing against the inverted spear of heaven, began to crystallize. The blade solidified into pure ice, rapidly extending outward. In an instant, the sword doubled in length. A moment later, the elongated Sode no Shirayuki pierced through Shinsuke's body. The freezing energy consumed him. His coordinated shadow lost control, and the inverted spear of heaven clattered to the ground. The battle, where Zenin Shinsuke had seemingly held the upper hand, ended in an outcome no one had predicted. Zenin Shinsuke had lost again. Chapter 82, Chapter 82, Sode no Shirayuki has 7 techniques. Bonus. The entire dojo fell into silence. No one had expected the battle to be reversed so easily. Even as Shinsuke lay injured on the ground, not a single person moved to provide immediate medical aid. His wound was frozen by Sode no Shirayuki, so it's just a penetrating injury. He won't be able to use his cursed energy for a while, but conventional treatment will be enough. After all, the Zenin clan and the Gojo clan were 2 of the great families. Although they had always been at odds, Satoshi had no intention of permanently crippling the Zenin clan's future heir on their own turf. He had already achieved his goal. The moment Zenin Shinsuke fell, Satoshi's mind had already shifted to choosing a cursed tool. Yes, even before stepping into the Zenin clan's treasury, he had already set his sights on a target. Awakened by Satoshi's voice, Naobito quickly ordered his servants to carry Shinsuke away for treatment. Although Shinsuke had lost, there was no doubt about his strength. If nothing unexpected happened, he was still the most likely candidate to become the next leader of the Zenin clan. Beside Naobito, Aji's face was ashen. The warrior he had fully supported Shinsuke had lost to Gojo Satoshi. It was humiliating. Thinking back to Satoshi's earlier insults, then witnessing Zenin Shinsuke's defeat, rage consumed him. His entire body trembled as he shot a venomous glare at Satoshi before leaving the dojo in disgrace. The atmosphere within the Zenin clan suddenly grew cold. Only Janiki, who had been acting as a neutral observer, remained calm. I never expected it, Satoshi-kun. Your Sode no Shirayuki actually had another hidden technique. Everyone was misled by your large-scale techniques. But your third technique, White Sword, was the real trump card. The Zenin clan members were filled with shock and admiration. Shinsuke's defeat was not unjust. The cunning and deception Satoshi displayed in this battle was nothing like that of a 6-year-old child. No one had ever imagined that a cursed tool like a Zanpakuto could possess 3 techniques. Uncle Naobito, why do you think Sode no Shirayuki only has 3 techniques? A smirk appeared on Gojo Satoshi's face. Being targeted by the Zenin clan like this would provoke even the most patient person. The Zenin clan had lost their qualifications to cooperate with him, so he had no reason to hold back anymore. They probably thought that Sode no Shirayuki only had 3 abilities. Since they had no interest in working with him, why should he bother playing nice? Besides, now that things had escalated this far, he was genuinely curious to see how Naobito would react when he realized the true potential behind the Zanpakuto partnership. There aren't just 3. Naobito's expression froze. He had caught on to the deeper implication behind Gojo Satoshi's words, but he couldn't quite believe it. The 3 techniques of Sode no Shirayuki were already overwhelmingly powerful. If there was a 4th technique, or even a 5th, then this Zanpakuto would be utterly terrifying. Of course, Uncle Naobito. Shall I count them for you? Satoshi innocently stretched out his left hand and started counting with his fingers. Let's see. Moon white, white ripple, white sword, those are the ones you've seen. Gojo Satoshi counted off 3 fingers, then glanced at Zenin Naobito's increasingly shocked expression before continuing. Next. -18 degrees. -50 degrees. Absolute 0. And finally, Bankai. Satoshi tapped the index finger of his right hand and flashed a dazzling smile at Zenin Naobito. Uncle Naobito, looks like there are 7 techniques in total. Dash. Naobito's eyes widened instantly. Even Toji, who had remained calm throughout, leaned forward in shock. The 2 strongest individuals in the Zenin clan had just been shaken to their core. A Zanpakuto with 7 techniques? Is this brat lying? Is he just trying to mess with me? Naobito mind raced with conflicting thoughts. -18 degrees? -50 degrees? The names don't match the pattern of the first dance, second dance, or third dance. Shouldn't the next one be fourth dance? And what is this? Bankai? While the first 6 techniques sounded temperature-related, the last one was completely different. What does that even mean? Naobito's expression shifted between doubt and astonishment. He wanted to believe it, but at the same time, it sounded too absurd to be real. Dash. Meanwhile Toji, after a brief moment of surprise, quickly regained his composure. When he heard the word Bankai, he realized that Satoshi wasn't lying. However, what truly shocked him was the sheer number of techniques Sode no Shirayuki possessed in its Shikai state. I underestimated the Zanpakuto. Dash. Satoshi grinned before turning his gaze toward Zenin Aji, who had left the dojo moments earlier. I know the Zenin clan still thinks Sode no Shirayuki isn't that strong, but that's only because you were never capable of forcing out its true power. If I had used White Sword plus -18 degrees against Shinsuke just now, then he'd already be in the morgue. Chapter 83, Chapter 83, no, I want the inverted spear of heaven? Bonus. It seems that this time, our Zenin family has suffered a huge loss. Naobito touched his frostbitten wound, his eyes filled with regret. Previously, he believed he had valued Zanpakuto enough, even willing to have Toji offer up a cursed tool as a gesture of goodwill. However, he now realized that both he and Aji had severely underestimated Gojo Satoshi and his Zanpakuto. A single Zanpakuto contained 7 techniques. Even if Sode no Shirayuki was an exception among them, the sheer potential it displayed was terrifying. Naobito glanced at Toji beside him with regret. Throughout the battle, Toji had remained unervingly calm. If not for the brief moment when Toji lost his composure upon hearing that Sode no Shirayuki possessed 7 techniques, Naobito might have believed Toji had already known its secret. If that were the case, withholding such crucial information from the clan could even be considered an act of betrayal. However, at this moment, Naobito didn't have the time or energy to investigate whether Toji had prior knowledge. Right now, Toji was the bridge between the Zenin family and Gojo Satoshi. No matter what, he couldn't isolate him just because of some suspicion. Moreover, given Satoshi's personality, it was certain that Toji would obtain a Zanpakuto in the future. When that happened, if the clan and Toji requested to study the Zanpakuto, Toji wouldn't refuse. Naobito shook his head and turned his gaze toward the one responsible for everything Gojo Satoshi. Satoshi-kun, this time, the Zenin family has indeed failed. As such, I will uphold my previous promise. The Zenin family can afford to part with 2 cursed tools. This time, I will personally take you to the treasury to make your selection. Although our cooperation has been overshadowed by what happened with Shinsuke, I hope you can still acknowledge the Zenin family's goodwill. After all, in a family as large as ours, internal struggles for power are inevitable. Naobito was making his final effort to salvage the situation. Even if the Zenin family had lost their chance to work directly with Gojo Satoshi, he hoped Satoshi wouldn't hold a grudge against the Zenin clan as a whole. How could that be possible? I plan to keep squeezing more benefits from them. As long as the Zenin family doesn't resent me first. As long as they keep offering benefits, I don't mind playing the victim. Walking through the treasury, Satoshi examined the countless treasures on display. Rows upon rows of cursed tools were neatly arranged on the shelves. With just a glance, he spotted several cursed tools that could serve as materials for forging Zanpakuto. He made a mental note of these items. He would claim them sooner or later. Of course, at this moment, he wasn't choosing for himself. He was here to see which cursed tools Toji had set his sights on. After reviewing the ones Toji had marked, Satoshi provided his recommendations. The quality of these cursed tools was quite good, and their traits closely aligned with the Zanpakuto he had planned to forge for Toji. However, his attention was caught by a particular short-bladed cursed tool. This is the one. The cursed tool Gojo Satoshi selected was actually the weakest among the 3. Are you sure? This is just a grade 1 cursed tool, Toji questioned skeptically. In his opinion, using a special grade cursed tool as a forging material would yield a more powerful Zanpakuto. If you trust me, take this one. GM Satoshi shook his head and picked up the short blade. The feeling he got from it was unmistakable. Although it was only a grade 1 cursed tool, it was the most suitable choice. Toji studied Satoshi carefully. After confirming that Satoshi wasn't joking, he nodded. You're the forger. You have the final say. Naobito, who had been observing from the side, immediately formed some suspicions. He hadn't expected Satoshi to forge a Zanpakuto for Toji so soon. Originally, he had planned to pressure Satoshi into forging one through a gamble. He never imagined that Toji would obtain a Zanpakuto without even needing to play that game. Moreover, since Toji ultimately chose a grade 1 cursed tool, Naobito believed it was a sign of Toji's loyalty to the Zenin family. After all, giving up a strategic level special grade cursed tool was a significant loss. However, what Naobito didn't realize was that this choice had been entirely dictated by Satoshi. Satoshi-kun, is this the only cursed tool you've chosen? Naobito mistakenly believed that Satoshi was being considerate of the Zenin family by selecting only a single item. This perception made him think even more highly of Satoshi's maturity. But in the next moment, he realized he had been completely mistaken. Satoshi's second choice wasn't in the Zenin family's treasury. Uncle Naobito, besides this cursed tool, there's another one. I want the inverted spear of heaven. Naobito's expression stiffened upon hearing Satoshi mention the weapon by name. In this era, the concealment of cursed tools was paramount. For special grade cursed tools like the inverted spear of heaven, secrecy was even more crucial. In battle, the unknown abilities of a special grade cursed tool could determine the life or death of a grade 1 sorcerer or even a special grade curse. Because of this, sorcerers rarely revealed the true names of their special grade cursed tools unless absolutely necessary. Yet, for Gojo Satoshi, this principle didn't seem to exist. He had identified the inverted spear of heaven at a glance. Is he trying to collect cursed tools that could counter his Zanpakuto in advance? The inverted spear of heaven's ability is powerful, it nullifies cursed techniques. That makes it a natural enemy to the series of Zanpakuto Gojo Satoshi is forging. What a mistake. What a grave mistake. If only we hadn't included the inverted spear of heaven in this selection. No one even knows it was stored here. Just as Naobito was about to speak, Satoshi cut him off. Uncle Naobito, I've already confirmed this with you. I am allowed to take 2 cursed tools from the Zenin family, not just from the treasury. So, the inverted spear of heaven should fall under that agreement, right? Chapter 84, Too ugly, I don't want it. Satoshi didn't think too much about choosing the inverted spear of heaven, nor did he ever consider keeping it for himself. The reason he picked it was simple, this cursed tool was supposed to belong to Toji. Seeing it in someone else's hands just felt wrong. In Satoshi's opinion, only Toji, himself, or a perfected version of Zenin Maki in the future were qualified to wield such a special grade cursed tool. The inverted spear of heaven, combined with a heavenly restriction-enhanced body, was the ultimate combination like instant noodles and sausage, a perfect match. Even though he didn't need it now, it was only right for him to hand it over to Toji as his exclusive weapon. As for materials to forge future Zanpakuto, there would be plenty of opportunities later. Toji, take this. The inverted spear of heaven is yours. Satoshi casually tossed the oddly shaped weapon toward Toji. To his surprise, the moment Toji caught it, his expression twisted with something close to disgust. This thing is ugly. I don't want it. Satoshi was so shocked he nearly choked. What the hell? Wasn't the Zenin Toji he knew someone who prioritized practicality over everything? When did he start caring about aesthetics? A mental image of Satoru instantly popped into Satoshi's mind. Was the influence of his brother on him really this strong? He had only been around Toji for half a month, yet Satoru had already managed to turn this battle-hardened straight-edged warrior into someone who rejected a weapon just because it was ugly. Terrifying. Satoshi shuddered, glanced at Toji holding the inverted spear of heaven, and shook his head. Oh, come on. If you look at it a few more times, it's not that bad. Ugly yet cool. But, yeah, I get it. The size is a bit much. Unlike a katana, this thing is pretty conspicuous when carried around. Honestly, both Toji and I need to find a cursed spirit that can store items. That way, we won't attract too much attention when carrying weapons in public. Satoshi turned the black short blade in his hand, lost in thought. Actually, I might need this type of cursed spirit even more than Toji. The more Zanpakuto I forge in the future, the more space I'll need to store them. Damn, it'd be great if I had a cursed spirit like Rika. I don't want Toji's storage type cursed spirit too ugly. In the original story, during the culling game, Rika had demonstrated her ability to store weapons in an armory-like fashion. Letting you to reach into her belly and select a weapon looked way cooler than Toji or Geto Suguro pulling cursed tools out of some grotesque storage cursed spirit's mouth. Spending too much time with Satoru really does make you care about style. I mean, given the choice, who wouldn't prefer driving a Ferrari, Rika, over some beat-up, second-hand compact car, a storage cursed spirit? Now, staring at Toji's disgusted expression, Satoshi felt a headache coming on. With a sigh, Satoshi tried again. Fine. Once I finish forging your Zanpakuto, you can swap it out. Until then, just use the inverted spear of heaven. I don't need it. My fists are enough, Toji replied firmly. Satoshi had to admit, he had a point. Giving Toji the inverted spear of heaven right now was like giving wings to a tiger. The guy was already the worst nightmare for sorcerers. The true significance of this weapon wouldn't come into play until his inevitable battle against Gojo Satoru in the future. Before Satoru, was there really anyone out there who could force Toji to use this weapon? Probably not. Forget it. Alright. If you don't want it, then don't take it. No need to act all dramatic about it, Satoshi muttered. You just want to pressure me into forging your Zanpakuto faster, huh? I get it. At least hold on to the inverted spear of heaven for now. You don't expect a 6-year-old to carry something that huge, do you? Let's head back to the Gojo clan. Satoshi gave up on convincing Toji and decided to leave things as they were. If Toji refused to use his signature weapon in this world line, then so be it. The Zanpakuto Satoshi would forge for him would become his new signature weapon instead. Meanwhile, at the Gojo clan, Iiri Inamichi, who had previously sent Shoko to the Gojo family under the pretense of a mission, now stood before the clan head. His goal was to use reverse cursed technique to extract a cursed object that had fused with Gojo Katetsu's body. This incident involving the cursed spirit's secret attack had drawn the full attention of the Gojo family. They planned to analyze the cursed object to determine the identity of the culprit. The Gojo clan suspected it was the work of a curse user. Only someone like that would be bold enough to use a human as a vessel for a cursed object. Gojo Katetsu was a promising talent of the Gojo family. His transformation into a cursed creature was unacceptable. If the culprit wasn't found, would the younger generation of the Gojo clan continue to be targeted? Would Gojo Satoshi become the next victim? The clan head refused to accept such a possibility. As long as they could extract the cursed object, they might be able to uncover clues about the perpetrator. After half an hour, Iiri Inamichi, drenched in sweat, finally completed the procedure. In his hands, he held a container filled with a grotesque, flesh-like mass. Phew. He exhaled deeply, offering the clan head a pale smile. Mission accomplished? All eyes focused on the container. If not for Inamika's confirmation that it was a cursed object, they might have mistaken it for a part of Gojo Katetsu's body. The clan head studied it closely, his expression suddenly shifting. Something about it looked familiar. Yes, he had seen something like this before, stored deep within Jujutsu High's restricted vault. Although the containment vessel was different, the cursed object inside was nearly identical to what he had seen back then. A special grade cursed object, and next to it had been Master Tenjin's palace. Could someone have stolen that sinister artifact right under Tenjin's nose? If Jujutsu High's treasury had truly been raided, there was no way they would have stayed silent about it. Doubt crept into the clan head's mind. Could there be an inside job at Jujutsu High? Or, was the entity that attacked Gojo Katetsu not a curse user, but another sorcerer family within the higher UPS? Otherwise, how could this special grade cursed object have ended up here? One name surfaced in his thoughts. The Kamo clan. His suspicions needed verification. But for now, the most pressing task was to visit Jujutsu High's restricted archives and confirm whether the set of evil cursed objects was still intact. Chapter 85. Chapter 85, Bones of Heavenly Blooming Madness. In the 3 days since returning to the Gojo estate, Satoshi had been meticulously studying the black short blade in his hands. The next Zanpakuto he planned to forge was unique, completely different from his previous creations, Sode no Shirayuki, Suzumashi, and Senbonzakura. It was a rare type of Zanpakuto, even within Soul Society. So, he had to be careful. While Satoshi was busy researching, he didn't allow Toji to idle around either. For 3 days straight, Satoshi himself had skipped Toji's brutal specialized physical training, but Shunichi and Satoru, they weren't so lucky. After all, both of them were now his personal experience packs. Although training personally would allow Satoshi to learn more, free experience was still free experience. How could he waste such an opportunity? Watching Shunichi and Satoru constantly getting beaten down and treated afterward, Satoshi felt an odd sense of peace. So this is what it feels like to be a spectator. If he wasn't so focused on studying the short blade in his hands, he might have grabbed a bag of snacks, just like Shoko, and enjoyed the show. Satoshi, when are you going to forge a Zanpakuto for this monster Toji? I can't take this anymore. Satoru stumbled into the forge, exhausted. I never wanted to learn this. So why the hell am I being forced to train like this? And worst of all, Toji was worse than Satoshi. Back then, this level of hellish training had been reserved for Satoshi. So why had it suddenly been transferred to him? Satoshi smiled in response to Satoru's complaints. Satoru, don't blame Toji. Your current training regimen? I personally assigned it to you. You want to be the strongest sorcerer, don't you? Then how are you supposed to make Senbonzakura submit to you without a strong enough body? No way, no way. You don't actually think you can just make Senbonzakura surrender using talent alone, do you? Satoru opened his mouth but had nothing to say. He knew Senbonzakura had far greater potential than he had tapped into. But wasn't he only 6 years old? What was the rush? He was about to protest, but Satoshi's next words froze him in place. Toji, Satoru's slacking off. You should push him harder. The harder you train him, the faster I'll finish forging your Zanpakuto. A moment later, Toji appeared right in front of Satoru. Satoru's face turned pale as he stared at the mountain of muscle that was seen in Toji. Slowly, he turned his head towards Satoshi, betrayed beyond words. He had been backstabbed by his own brother. And thus, the fist-to-flesh training resumed. Satoshi, meanwhile, turned his attention back to the black short blade cursed tool, finally coming to a conclusion. He had a clear plan for how to forge this next Zanpakuto. One of the reasons he had chosen this short blade was because of its history. It had once been a shrine sword, used for exorcising demons and suppressing evil. Even though it wasn't as high quality as a special grade cursed tool, it was perfectly suited for the Zanpakuto he was about to forge. The next morning, everyone had gathered around Gojo Satoshi, their eyes filled with anticipation. Shoko, despite her exhausted face, was especially eager. After all, unlike the others, this was her first time witnessing Gojo Satoshi forge a Zanpakuto. With the forge now active again, the entire Gojo family had turned its attention to him once more. Unlike before, most of them no longer held doubts. They knew a new Zanpakuto was about to be born. The memory of Senbonzakura's debut was still fresh in everyone's minds. People were visual creatures. The sheer spectacle of Sode no Shirayuki and Senbonzakura had completely overturned their understanding of cursed tools. Since Satoshi had already forged something as insane as Senbonzakura, it meant his technique for creating Zanpakuto was already mature. Even Kuma-en, who had initially doubted him, was unnaturally calm. After witnessing Senbonzakura, he found himself strangely looking forward to Satoshi's next creation. The emergence of Zanpakuto had shaken the entire Jujutsu world to its core, and the Gojo family was the biggest beneficiary of this revolution. As the current leader of the Gojo faction, Kuma-en would never do anything to jeopardize the family's interests. So, when others in the faction questioned him about Gojo Satoshi's forging, he chose to wait and see. He realized he had severely underestimated Satoshi before, and perhaps he could even use Satoshi's Zanpakuto to secure greater power for the Gojo family. Meanwhile, in the Zenin clan, Naobito and Aji exchanged glances. They had also received news that Gojo Satoshi had started forging again. For the Zenin family, who had lost their leverage against him, the only consolation was that this next Zanpakuto's owner would be Zenin Toji. At the very least, through Toji, they could study the capabilities of a Zanpakuto. As for the question of whether Toji would hand his Zanpakuto over to the clan, that thought had never even crossed their minds. After all, Toji belonged to the Zenin family, and everything that belonged to Toji belonged to the Zenin family. Elsewhere, the Kumo clan. Kumo-shin's expression was grim. He hadn't expected Shoso to lose contact after infiltrating the Gojo family. Shoso was his greatest trump card. Even though he wasn't strong in direct combat, his ability to hide should have ensured his survival. Had he still not found an opening to attack? But it had been a full week. If Shoso didn't act soon, he would revert back into a cursed object. Perhaps it was time to personally visit the Gojo family under the guise of checking on Gojo Satoshi. And while he was there, retrieve Shoso. One thing was clear. The Gojo family could not be allowed to use Satoshi's Zanpakuto to strengthen their position any further. Kumo-shin made his decision. If Shoso didn't act within a week, he would use Gojo Takiya's previous invitation as an excuse to enter the Gojo estate and reclaim Shoso himself. Inside the forge. The process was simple, unpretentious. Everything flowed naturally. After an hour of meticulous work, a new Zanpakuto was born. As he merged the short blade cursed tool into its core, a familiar system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully forged the Zanpakuto Katen Kyokotsu. Chapter 86, Chapter 86, The Man with a Conical Straw Hat and a Pink Kimono. As Satoshi held the two newly forged Zanpakuto, one long, one short, everyone present was visibly astonished. Shoko was amazed by how effortlessly the Zanpakuto had been born. Satoru and the others, however, were stunned for a completely different reason. Satoshi had forged two Zanpakuto at once. What's going on? Has the forging process evolved to the point where a single cursed tool material can now create two Zanpakuto? Shunichi was becoming more and more shocked by Satoshi's forging skills. Although the two swords, crafted from the same Asachi, seemed different from the others, their presence was imposing. These two swords, they feel like a pair. Meanwhile, Satoru held his Senbonzakura, watching with narrowed eyes. He didn't feel that his own Zanpakuto was inferior, but, is this the special Zanpakuto that Satoshi mentioned before? Toji, on the other hand, already knew this pair of Zanpakuto was made for him. For the first time in a long while, his normally unshakable heart wavered. Amidst the astonished gazes, Satoshi examined the swords in his hands and nodded. Katen Kyokotsu, a dual-blade Zanpakuto, consisting of one long and one short blade. The rectangular tsuba had its corners cut off, adorned with petal-like decorations. The hilt was wrapped in purple-red cloth. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly special, but anyone present could feel that this wasn't an ordinary blade. The forging process had gone incredibly smoothly. Because Katen Kyokotsu was unique, Satoshi had prepared himself for any complications. In Bleach, Katen Kyokotsu was a Zanpakuto created to hide the sacred eight-mirror sword, Shinken Hakioken. However, in this world, there was no such sacred sword to conceal. Would he even be able to forge Katen and Kyokotsu together in the first place? Fortunately, everything had gone perfectly. He had lived up to Toji's trust. Opening his system panel, he saw Katen Kyokotsu's name now displayed among the Zanpakuto he had forged. Zanpakuto, Sode no Shirayuki, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, none. Zanpakuto, Suzumashi, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, Gojo Shunichi. Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, Gojo Satoru. Zanpakuto, Katen Kyokotsu, owner, Gojo Satoshi, borrower, Zenin Toji. Satoshi lightly tapped Katen Kyokotsu together, the crisp sound pulling everyone out of their daze. Meeting Toji's expectant gaze, he extended the twin blades toward him. Here. This is the Zanpakuto I made for you. Have I fulfilled my promise? Toji took Katen Kyokotsu in silence. Holding both a katana and a wakaizushi in his hands, he felt something he hadn't expected, a strange sense of, and then, he saw him. A middle-aged man, wearing a conical straw hat and a pink kimono, standing before him. Oh, looks like Katen Kyokotsu's new owner isn't bad. Take good care of Katen and make sure to play hide-and-seek with Kyokotsu often. The man smiled at him then vanished, like an illusion. Toji stood still. With his absolute control over his body, he knew this wasn't some hallucination. That man, he was real. And from his words, it was clear Katen Kyokotsu had once belonged to someone else. A part of him struggled to understand, how could a freshly forged Zanpakuto already have a previous owner? Yet at the same time, he felt something else. Somehow, he and that man could have been good friends. Zanpakuto have souls. Now that the man had disappeared, the intimacy between him and Katen Kyokotsu became even stronger. Toji? Toji. Satoshi called out, but Toji remained frozen in thought. Oi, Toji, why are you spacing out? Haha, I think he's just too happy, Satoru smirked. Hey, Shoko, check on him. If he dies of joy here, the Zenin family might get the wrong idea. Oh, right. Satoshi, what's the name of Toji's Zanpakuto? Compared to Satoshi's mild concern, Satoru was as sharp-tongued as ever. But Shoko ignored him. She wasn't worried at all, based on what she had seen of Toji. There was no way a mere Zanpakuto would shake him like this. Finally, Toji snapped out of it. Feeling the concerned gazes of those around him, he gave a small, difficult smirk. Then, under everyone's eyes, he raised his katana and wakaizashi, crossing them into an X shape. His voice was calm yet filled with power. Flower wind rage and flower god roar, heavenly wind rage and heavenly demon sneer. Katen Kyokotsu. As his voice fell, the blades transformed. The katana and wakaizashi elongated and curved, becoming two massive scimitars, one black, one white. The hilt and tsuba remained the same, but at the end of the handle, long red tassels fluttered in the air. The moment the transformation completed, everyone froze. The entire atmosphere shifted. Katen Kyokotsu, now a pair of huge curved blades, radiated an untamed wildness. Just a moment ago, Toji holding a katana and wakaizashi had felt slightly off. Now, with these twin scimitars, he looked like he was born for them. Shinika's eyes twitched with envy. Sode no Shirayuki was elegantly white. Senbonzakura could shatter into thousands of cherry blossoms. Katen Kyokotsu was dual-bladed, massive, and exuded untamed ferocity. And his own Zanpakuto? Suzumashi, a plain, ordinary sword. Shunichi sighed. Why did mine have to be so normal? Satoru, on the other hand, carefully examined the black twin blades through his 6 eyes. A flicker of admiration flashed in his gaze, but he quickly regained his composure. Dual swords, huh? Not bad. But not as refined as Senbonzakura. After all, true elegance was about more than just having a flashy appearance. Standing at the side, Shoko watched everything unfold, her eyes filled with anticipation. Satoshi had promised her that he would forge a Zanpakuto for her too. At that moment, she realized, she couldn't wait. She didn't know what material Satoshi would use for hers. But she wanted one. She wanted a beautiful Zanpakuto like Sode no Shirayuki. She wanted a stunning Zanpakuto like Senbonzakura. And even if it didn't quite match her personality, she wouldn't mind something as wild as Katen Kyokotsu. Honestly, she just wanted a Zanpakuto of her own. Seriously, Satoshi. Hurry up and make me one already. Chapter 87, Chapter 87, Memories? Bonus. There was no time to dwell on others' emotions. Satoshi was stunned by the sheer compatibility between Toji and Katen Kyokotsu. He had never once told Toji the names of these Zanpakuto. And yet, Toji not only knew their true names but also chanted the Shikai release command immediately after obtaining them. This incantation wasn't short like Suzumashi, Senbonzakura, or Sode no Shirayuki. There was no way he could have just guessed it, right? The flower wind rages, the flower god roars, the heavenly wind rages, the heavenly demon sneers. The way Toji muttered those words in a low voice had momentarily reminded Satoshi of Kiraku Shunsui. So, what exactly happened when Toji was in that trance just now? Was it simply that Katen Kyokotsu and Toji were truly that compatible? Toji, how do you know Katen Kyokotsu's name? Satoru had initially planned to ask about Katen Kyokotsu's abilities, but he quickly realized something was off. Satoshi had personally revealed the name of Senbonzakura to him. He had also told Shunichi about Suzumashi. But Toji had never been told the name of his Zanpakuto. Yet, he knew it. This wasn't normal. Satoru's question immediately made both Shunichi and Shoko react. That's right, Satoshi had never said the name aloud, so how did Toji already know it? Everyone turned to look at him with questioning gazes. Feeling the weight of their stares, Toji remained silent for a moment before finally speaking up. That person told me. His words left the group in stunned silence. But Satoshi silently nodded. Toji had seen a mysterious middle-aged man. Based on his description, how could Satoshi not recognize Kiraku Shunsui? Satoshi was perplexed. Had Kiraku Shunsui's memories been imprinted on Katen Kyokotsu? Or had Shunsui somehow established a connection with Toji through the Zanpakuto itself? This was one of the many mysteries surrounding Zanpakuto. As their creator, Satoshi was beginning to realize that he still hadn't fully grasped their nature. Could it be that the Zanpakuto I forged aren't mere replicas? Do they still retain fragments of their original owner's memories? If that were the case, then, are Tsusenkename's memories hidden within Suzumashi? Does Senbonzakura carry remnants of Kukakibi Akia's past? Is there a secret about Kokaki Rukia sealed within Sode no Shirayuki? Maybe I need to take some time to study the nature of Zanpakuto more thoroughly. But if that's true, then why did Toji see Kurako Shunsui the moment he touched his Zanpakuto? Why didn't Satoru, Shunichi, or even myself experience the same thing? If there was one similarity between Kurako Shunsui and Toji, it was their attitude toward life. Could that be why Toji was able to gain Katen Kyokotsu's recognition so easily? Satoshi had a rough idea but wasn't entirely sure. He would have to test things out later. After witnessing Toji's seamless connection with Katen Kyokotsu, Satoru couldn't help but feel a bit resentful. He never expected that this rough-mannered guy, Zenin Toji, would be more compatible with a Zanpakuto than he was. Toji had the name and Shikai command directly revealed to him. It was unfair. Satoru was curious. Just how powerful was Katen Kyokotsu's technique? Could it be even cooler than Senbonzakura? Toji, what's Katen Kyokotsu's ability? Tell me. Satoru asked without hesitation, completely disregarding the fact that a Zanpakuto's ability was a closely guarded secret. Toji looked at him in silence, suspicion filling his gaze. If Satoru weren't Satoshi's actual brother, he would have outright asked, "Are you brain dead?" A Zanpakuto's abilities weren't something to be casually shared, especially Katen Kyokotsu. Now that Toji had unlocked its techniques after Shikai, he had become painfully aware of how terrifying its abilities were. Its power revolved around deadly games that enemies would inevitably fall victim to. Any opponent unfamiliar with Katen Kyokotsu's abilities would suffer immensely the first time they encountered it. That was why he would never reveal its abilities so easily, except to Gojo Satoshi. If Satoshi asked, he would tell him everything. However, before he could respond, Satoshi stepped in for him. Satoru, respect people's privacy? I didn't ask you about Senbonzakura's abilities, did I? These techniques are a Zanpakuto's trump card. You can't just go around asking people to reveal them. Secrecy was another form of power when it came to Zanpakuto. Satoshi's words made Satoru realize his mistake. Scratching the back of his head, he awkwardly backed down. And with that, Toji had officially obtained his own Zanpakuto, a pair of blades, one tachi, and one waikaizushi. The next day, the entire Jujutsu world was once again shaken by Satoshi. This time, however, Toji didn't flaunt his power in front of the entire sorcery world like Satoru had. Even so, the fact that his Zanpakuto manifested in a dual sword form sparked heated discussions across the entire Jujutsu community. Whenever Gojo clan members went on missions, they would inevitably be asked about the clan's young forging genius, Gojo Satoshi. Zanpakuto had turned Satoshi into a well-known figure within the sorcery world, but Satoshi himself wasn't particularly interested in the attention. Instead, he used this opportunity to discuss future plans with Toji. He had already decided to establish a Yorozua, a new organization that would operate independently of both the Gojo and Zenin clans. And Toji will be its manager for now. Right now, Satoshi needed Toji's help with the preparation and construction of the Yorozua. After all, Toji was better suited to handling external affairs. He had the demeanor of an adult and could move around freely. Yorozua. Toji frowned slightly upon hearing the name. Yeah, Satoshi nodded. I don't want to rely on the Gojo or Zenin clans. We need to build our own foundation. You don't want to deal with the Zenin family any more than I do, right? That's why the Yorozua will be our future stronghold. And this kind of important task can only be entrusted to you. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. There is no technique for playing games? For now, Satoshi was only entrusting Toji with setting up the Yorozua. He didn't want to waste the favor Toji had promised him earlier. Hearing that he would have an independent base, Toji absent-mindedly touched the scar on his lip and nodded slightly. He understood the logic behind having multiple backup plans. A cunning rabbit always has 3 burrows. It didn't surprise him that Satoshi was already thinking about securing his own future. Choosing a location and setting up a small shop wasn't a difficult task for him. It's no problem. Just a small matter, Toji replied casually. Then, after confirming that no one else was around, a glint flashed in his eyes as he asked curiously, "You already know Katen Kyokotsu's ability, right?" Satoshi looked up at Toji and nodded. As the forger of Katen Kyokotsu and a time traveler, how could he not know what his own Zanpakuto was capable of? That Kajinai, Shadow Demon, technique. It was you, wasn't it? Toji hesitated, unsure of how to phrase his question. Had Satoshi specifically designed that ability for him? Yeah, I did it on purpose, Satoshi admitted. I chose this technique because I thought it suited you well. Doesn't the Zenin clan place a lot of value on shadow-based techniques? I wonder how they'll react when they see a non-sorcerer like you using the kind of ability they take so much pride in. He smirked, clearly amused by the thought. Also, you should get familiar with Katen Kyokotsu's other game techniques. That way, when you have kids in the future, you will be able to play with them properly. A hint of mischief appeared on Satoshi's face. He had his own twisted sense of humor. Would Megami be moved to tears when he found out how much effort Uncle Satoshi had put into training his father to be a responsible parent? Toji fell silent for a moment before eventually nodding. Katen Kyokotsu's ability transformed children's games into reality. Once someone stepped into its range, they were forced to play by its rules dictated entirely by Katen Kyokotsu itself. After Shikai, Katen Kyokotsu granted 4 unique techniques, each based on a different game. Takeinai, Mountain Demon. Rule: whoever reaches the highest point wins. Attacks from a higher position deal significantly more damage to opponents below. Irony, colorful demon. Rule, the person who cuts the declared color wins. Either side can call out a color, and both sides are only allowed to cut areas covered by that color. If someone cuts an area of a different color, the attack is nullified. The larger the area of the called out color on the opponent, the stronger the attack. The smaller the area of the color on the opponent, the weaker the attack. Kajinai, Shadow Demon. Rule, if your shadow is stepped on, you lose. The user can hide inside an opponent's shadow and launch surprise attacks. Any damage inflicted on a person's shadow is transferred to their actual body. The user can also hide themselves or others in shadows to evade attacks. Daruma-san Gie Karanda, Bodhi Dharma falls down. Rule, whoever's it shields their eyes and looks back as they say the verse Bodhi Dharma falls down. Whoever's caught moving is captured. The game has 3 requirements. 1. The captor, it, must be in a location where it can be seen by all participants. 2. Participants lose if seen moving by the captor. 3. The participants win if they can touch the captor and thereby see through the illusion before the captor sees them. T/N, basically red light green light. These 4 game-based techniques were undeniably powerful. But to Toji, they were also kind of ridiculous. He had never played games like this as a kid. And now, as an adult, he was being forced to learn their rules? And what was with that nonsense about playing with his future children? He didn't even know where his kids were, let alone how to play with them? Ignoring Satoshi's nonsense, Toji focused on analyzing the true purpose of these techniques. For years, he had relied solely on his physical abilities in combat. He had never used cursed energy or techniques. But now, with Katen Kyokotsu in his hands, he finally had something else in his arsenal. Among the 4 techniques, the one that intrigued Toji the most was Kajinai. That was why he had questioned Satoshi about it in the first place. The Zenin clan took immense pride in their 10 Shadows technique. How would they react when they saw Katen Kyokotsu Zanpakuto using a shadow-based ability completely outside their domain? After hearing Satoshi's explanation, Toji realized something. Satoshi had the same kind of twisted sense of humor that he did. With that thought in mind, Toji returned home. He needed to gather funds from his personal stash to use as the starting capital for Yorozuya. Meanwhile, at Jujutsu High's warehouse, in front of the Cursed Womb, 9 Phases diagram, the Gojo family messenger, Gojo Tsubaki's expression darkened. The 9th Cursed Womb has been replaced. When did this happen? There's no sign that the container has been tampered with. Standing beside him, the current principal of Jujutsu High, Sekigakai Seiji, looked visibly displeased. He had already been annoyed when Gojo Tsubaki arrived with orders from the Gojo clan's head to inspect the vault. And now, there was actually a problem with one of the cursed objects? The 9th Cursed Womb's container is identical to the previous 8, Tsubaki noted. There are no signs of physical interference. That can only mean one thing. He paused, then continued. The switch must have happened at the time of its initial storage. Everyone's attention was likely focused on the special grade cursed objects numbers 1 through 3. No one cared about numbers 4 through 9. After all, this incident had occurred over 150 years ago. No one alive knew exactly what had transpired back then. Tsubaki hadn't come here to question Sekigakai Seiji. His only goal was to confirm whether the cursed spirit that had attacked young Master Satoshi was connected to the 9 Phases diagram. Now, the answer was clear. The clan head's suspicions had been correct. The cursed spirit that attacked Satoshi had been the 9th Cursed Womb from the 9 Phases diagram. And whoever had orchestrated the attack was someone deeply familiar with the Gojo clan, someone who had been fully confident in their plan. If it weren't for Toji being by Satoshi's side, the mastermind might have succeeded. Who was responsible for this? Tsubaki turned his gaze toward the 9 Phases diagram. A name surfaced in his mind, one he suspected the Gojo clan head was also considering. Because there was only one family that could have altered the 9 Phases diagram before it was placed in the vault. The Kamo clan. Perhaps this 9th Cursed Womb possessed abilities still unknown to the Jujutsu world. And if someone from the Kamo family had stolen it, then this cursed object must still be circulating within the Kamo clan. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Who gave you the right to decide that? Bonus. Gojo Tsubaki frowned slightly and turned to look at Principal Sekigakai Seiji standing beside him. Principal Seiji, please keep this matter confidential. The issue with the 9 Phases diagram was never your fault. It's clear that the 9th Cursed Womb was switched out when the diagram was first discovered 150 years ago. However, the Gojo clan does not want this information leaking out. We hope for your cooperation. Gojo Tsubaki first absolved Sekigakai Seiji of responsibility before making his request. Though it was phrased as a request, it carried the weight of the Gojo clan. Denial was not an option. Seiji was no fool. While only a grade 1 sorcerer, he held a certain level of authority within Jujutsu society. But he also understood the immense gap between himself and the Gojo clan. Tsubaki carried a direct order from the clan head, proof that this matter was of great importance to them. This wasn't something he wanted to be involved in. The less he knew, the longer he would live. Seiji nodded in understanding. Without another word, the two men silently left the treasury, parting ways completely. Zenin clan residence. When Zenin Aji saw Zenin Toji return home carrying 2 swords, he immediately recognized them as Zanpakuto. He had no idea why Toji had obtained 2, but there was no time to question it now. Instead, he immediately spoke. Toji, you've done a great service to the family this time. After witnessing Sode no Shiryuki's third ability, Aji had developed a new perspective on Zanpakuto. Now that Toji had brought back a brand new one for the Zenin clan, he would thoroughly research it, perhaps even uncover a way to replicate Zanpakuto. Toji, hand over your Zanpakuto. A trace of impatience flashed across Aji's face. Although Gojo Satoshi had humiliated him terribly, the Zanpakuto forged by Satoshi held no fault. In his mind, he was already envisioning himself wielding a Zanpakuto, unlocking its forging secrets, and ultimately forcing Gojo Satoshi to kneel in regret. As Aji spoke, he reached out toward Toji's waist. He didn't know which sword belonged to him, so he planned to take them both. But, a flicker of surprise appeared in Aji's eyes. His attempt failed. Toji had dodged his grab with an effortless sidestep. Toji, what do you think you're doing? Aji straightened, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Only now did he realize, the plan he and Naobito had devised, was going completely off course. Toji sneered. The corners of his mouth curled upward, pulling at the scar on his lip, forming a look of utter disdain. What do I think I'm doing? Toji's hand rested on the katana's hilt, while the Wakaizashi remained sheathed at his waist. Like a predator, his gaze locked on to Aji. Zenin Toji, are you planning to betray the clan? Don't you understand that this Zanpakuto belongs to the Zenin family? Aji's voice trembled with rage. He had spoken kindly to this useless failure, yet Toji dared to defy him? You're just a worthless non-sorcerer with no cursed energy or cursed technique. How dare you disobey me? I am your uncle. Do you think you have the right to speak back to me? Aji's fury erupted, his expression twisted with malice. At this moment, nothing else mattered. All he wanted was to take the Zanpakuto from Toji's hands. Toji was a nobody in the Zenin family, he had no status, no value. And yet, this failure was looking down on him? As expected, the stench of rot never fades. If I let you lay a hand on Katen Kyakotsu, that would be a defilement of the blade itself. Toji narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flickered within them. No cursed energy useless. No cursed technique worthless. Who gave you the right to decide that? In the blink of an eye, Toji rushed forward and drove his fist directly into Aji's abdomen. Aji's eyes bulged in shock. A split second later, boom, his body was sent flying backward like a rag doll, slamming into the wall with a thunderous impact. Not bad. Toji clenched his right fist, shaking it slightly as a wicked grin spread across his face. He had always wanted to do that. And today he finally did. Uncle? What's that supposed to mean? This entire family is rotting. How could a weakling like you ever be worthy of calling yourself my uncle? Toji wasn't sure what had changed. But the moment he set foot back in the Zenin household, something within him had snapped free. The years of restraint he had held back, had vanished. The moment he threw that punch, he had felt nothing. No hesitation. No remorse. So, I never had any attachment to this family, Yoroswia. It's not Satoshi who needs it. I need it. A place to belong. Even though Yoroswia hadn't been built yet, Toji had already made his decision. If he stayed here any longer, Katen Kyakotsu itself might not be able to withstand the Zenin clan's decay. Toji, what the hell happened? Why is Uncle Aji like this? The loud crash had drawn the attention of Zenin Jinike, who arrived with a face full of questions. He had thought the clan was under attack. But there were no signs of intruders. Only two people stood in the corridor, Toji and Aji. Jinike turned his gaze to his younger brother. Yet, Toji didn't even acknowledge him. Even though they were brothers, they had always walked different paths. Toji never cared for the Zenin family's power struggles. But Jinike had always coveted the position of acting clan head. Jinike, restrain Toji. He's a traitor, he attacked me just now. Aji groaned, forcing himself up despite the crippling pain in his abdomen. His expression was twisted with anger and humiliation. He had always known that Toji was physically strong, but he had never taken it seriously. In his mind, raw strength meant nothing without cursed energy. But now, Aji felt fear. Uncle Aji, are you sure? Jinike hesitated, a trace of doubt flickering across his face. How could Toji attack you? He doesn't even have cursed energy. How could a non-sorcerer possibly hurt a sorcerer? Jinike hadn't expected Aji to say something so absurd. But since the victim himself was making the accusation, he couldn't simply ignore it. He turned to Toji, his gaze filled with suspicion. Toji could feel the shift in his brother's demeanor. He sighed internally. I have a brother too. But our relationship will never be like Gojo Satoshi and Gojo Satoru. Chapter 90. Chapter 90. Sorcerers are nothing but chickens. If Satoshi were to strike against the higher UPS of the Gojo clan, how would Gojo Satoru react? Would he be like Jinike, sizing me up, preparing to subdue me? Toji shook his head. Jinike, yeah, I did it, he admitted plainly. I suggest you don't activate your cursed technique, otherwise, you're only going to embarrass yourself. Before he even finished speaking, he took a step forward. And in the next instant, he was already beside Jinike, placing a casual hand on his shoulder. Toji, how is he this fast? The thought had barely formed in Jinike's mind when his technique was shattered instantly by Toji's attack. Jinike turned, staring at Toji in pure shock. He had never imagined his younger brother could be this strong. He had heard stories about Toji going toe-to-toe with Sode no Shiryuki's techniques at the Gojo estate. At the time, he had dismissed them as a joke. But now, after witnessing Toji's strength firsthand, he was shaken. Wasn't Toji supposed to be a heavenly restriction carrier? Wasn't he supposed to have no cursed energy at all? Then why is he this strong? As Toji subdued him, more figures arrived at the scene. Zenin, Naobito and Shinsuke, who had still been recovering, rushed forward. What the hell is going on here? Naobito didn't know the details yet, but he could sense the tension between Aji and Toji. Meanwhile, Shinsuke stood behind him, his eyes filled with disbelief. He couldn't comprehend what he had just seen. Toji had taken down Jiniki, a sorcerer with a cursed technique, with such ease. But, how? Jiniki wasn't a prodigy, but he was still a Zenin sorcerer. How could he be subdued by someone who supposedly had no cursed energy at all? Before Shinsuke could process his thoughts, Aji's voice rang out. Naobito, Toji has betrayed the family. He refuses to hand over his Zanpakuto. Aji's words made both Shinsuke and Naobito instinctively glance at the swords at Toji's waist. Toji had never liked using weapons. If he was carrying a sword now, then it could only be the Zanpakuto Gojo Satoshi had forged for him. Is that true? Naobito looked at Toji intently, his expression darkening. For some reason, he wasn't entirely surprised by Toji's defiance. He had always suspected that Toji had been hiding his strength, but he had never expected it to be this overwhelming. Even Aji, who was only slightly weaker than himself, had been helpless against him. But before Naobito could say anything further, Toji grinned. Katen Kyakotsu told me they don't like being touched by others. So no, you have no right to lay a hand on them. His left hand remained resting on the katana's hilt, completely unmoved despite the 2 attacks he had just launched. Toji, are you really refusing to hand over the Zanpakuto? Naobito asked again. Toji smirked. This is my Zanpakuto. Why should I hand it over? Naobito's eyes narrowed slightly, and he spoke in a low voice. Toji, you are a member of the Zenin clan. Your surname is Zenin. Everything you have should be for the sake of the family. He knew that Toji had changed, but he still wanted to salvage the situation before it spiraled out of control. Unfortunately, Toji had run out of patience. Uncle Naobito, wasn't I the Zenin family's failure? He let out a cold chuckle. Since when did the Zenin clan start relying on failures? Toji scoffed, his tone dripping with mockery. If I wanted to, I could kill every last one of you right now. You sorcerers? You're nothing but chickens. His words sent a shockwave through everyone present. Even Naobito, the most composed among them, couldn't hide his reaction. No one had ever expected the Zenin family's disgrace to say something like this. For a moment, Naobito wanted to rebuke him. But before he could, a crushing pressure emanated from Toji's body. In an instant, Naobito, Shinsuke, Jiniki, and Aji found themselves frozen in place. They couldn't move. It was as if their bodies were no longer under their control. At this moment, the man standing before them wasn't just Toji. He was a demon. Is this Toji's true strength? How is this possible? The same thought ran through all 4 of their minds. How could someone without cursed energy exude such a terrifying aura? Unlike the oppressive weight of cursed energy, the threat radiating from Toji was purely physical. It was as if any movement on their part would result in instant death. Like a predator who had already decided they were prey. Like their lives were no longer in their own hands. At this moment, they understood. Toji hadn't been boasting. He truly could slaughter them all if he wanted to. Eventually, the pressure faded, and the 4 of them were finally able to breathe again. Naobito and Aji exchanged glances, their expressions filled with undisguised shock. A freak like Toji had no place in the Zenin clan, a family that worshipped cursed techniques above all else. His very existence shattered the foundation of their beliefs. Meanwhile, Shinsuke's mind was in turmoil. The man he had always dismissed as worthless had just paralyzed the entire room with sheer presence alone. For the first time in his life, he began doubting everything he had been taught. Everything about cursed techniques. Everything about the Zenin family's ideology. From Gojo Satoshi to Toji. The 2 failures were single-handedly tearing apart the world he had always known. From the existence of cursed Zanpakuto to Toji's monstrous physical prowess, none of it aligned with the laws of the Jujutsu world. For the first time, Shinsuke questioned himself. And questioned the truth of the world he lived in. However, unlike the others, Jiniki was thrilled. My little brother, is this powerful? Right now, Toji is the strongest person in the Zenin family. If I can gain his support, wouldn't I be able to secure even greater power for myself? Jiniki was already plotting how to use Toji to advance his own position. As Toji turned to leave, Naobito and Aji exchanged a silent agreement. They couldn't let him walk away. Before, they had only wanted his Zanpakuto. But now, Toji himself was far more valuable than any weapon. The Zenin clan's ideology wasn't wrong. Jujutsu wasn't wrong. But with the Gojo clan's 6 eyes prodigy growing stronger each day, a monster like Toji was exactly what they needed to compete. Chapter 91. Chapter 91, Shadow Demon. Toji, you can't leave the family. The moment Toji released his pressure and revealed his strength, Naobito immediately realized his intentions. Toji wanted to leave. Now that he had made his decision, he no longer bothered to suppress his power. Zenin, Naobito and Aji activated their techniques simultaneously, trying to stop Toji from escaping. However, the next moment, something even more shocking occurred. The Zenin estate vanished into the shadows right before their eyes. Just as the 2 launched their techniques, Toji had already begun chanting the words of Katen Kyakotsu's Shikai. Flower Wind Rage and Flower God Roar, Heavenly Wind Rage and Heavenly Demon Sneer. Toji unleashed the Shadow Demon ability of Katen Kyakotsu. This time, he had no intention of relying on brute force to subdue Naobito and Aji. He wanted them to witness firsthand that the shadow techniques the Zenin family had long coveted could be mastered by a so-called useless man without cursed energy, through his Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu. And just like that, Toji disappeared into the shadows. This scene completely shattered Naobito and Aji's understanding of the world. They couldn't comprehend how someone without cursed energy or Jujutsu could vanish into thin air. But the next moment, realization dawned upon them. Toji didn't have cursed techniques, but he had a Zanpakuto, and he could use its abilities. So, was this Zanpakuto's ability to erase its wielder's presence? Such thoughts flashed through Naobito and Aji's minds until pain abruptly shot through their bodies. Watch your shadows. Toji's voice rang out, and both men's faces twisted in alarm as the stabbing sensation in their abdomens became real. Two black, curved blades emerged from their stomachs. These two elite sorcerers of the Zenin family had never imagined they would be defeated by a man without cursed energy. They instinctively turned their heads and the sight before them left them in utter disbelief. Toji stepped out from within their very shadows, gripping two black scimitars, one long, one short, each blade buried deep into their silhouettes cast upon the ground. The wounds in their shadows mirrored the wounds on their actual bodies. What kind of shadow technique is this? Shadow techniques held a place of supreme importance within the Zenin clan. Any sorcery related to shadows was considered a legacy skill of immense value. Zenin Shinsuke was a prime example. Yet neither Naobito nor Aji had ever expected Toji to wield shadow abilities. Even if the source of his power came from his Zanpakuto, it was still undeniably a true shadow technique. And they had just been defeated by it. By someone with zero cursed energy. By someone they had once deemed worthless. How does it feel to be attacked by your own shadow? What did you expect from your so-called sacred shadow techniques? To be passed down through generations? To be the pride of the Zenin clan? The stench of decay. Toji yanked Katen Kyakotsu free from the ground, and both Naobito and Aji felt their strength rapidly draining. Yet physical pain was not the worst of their suffering. The real agony came from the humiliation. They had been defeated by the very thing the Zenin family took the most pride in. They were both first-grade sorcerers, yet they had lost to a man without cursed energy. And worse still, they had lost to a Zanpakuto's technique. What was the name of this sword again? Katen Kyakotsu? A terrifying thought crept into Aji's mind. This Zanpakuto seemed as though it was meant for the Zenin clan. This kind of ghostly shadow technique should have belonged to them. Yet, unfortunately, Toji had already proven that he was the true strongest of the Zenin family. Even without cursed energy. Even without Jujutsu. With his Zanpakuto, he had crushed them all. On the sidelines, Zenin Shinsuke and Janika stood frozen, their mouths agape, unable to process what they had just witnessed. They had already sensed Toji's overwhelming presence earlier and knew he was strong. But they had never expected that even Naobito and Aji would be powerless against him. The sight of Toji standing there, gripping two black scimitars, had been seared into their memories. Was this the true power of a Zanpakuto? Was this the Zanpakuto that Gojo Satoshi had forged for Toji? Was this a Zanpakuto that embodied the very essence of the Zenin clan's shadow techniques? Toji had only used one ability, yet he had effortlessly crushed Naobito and Aji. As a bystander, Shinsuke could tell that Toji's raw physical strength had played a crucial role in this battle. But the combination of an inhumanly strong body and a shadow-based Zanpakuto technique had elevated Toji to a level that ordinary people could never hope to reach. And most importantly, if Gojo Satoshi had forged this Zanpakuto, then it must have other abilities. A single technique had already rendered the Zenin clan's elites powerless. What other abilities did Katen Kyakotsu possess? A surge of desire flared within Zenin Shinsuke's heart. He wanted a Zanpakuto. If a sorcerer could obtain one, it would be an unparalleled trump card. A weapon that doubled their strength. But forging a Zanpakuto of this caliber was beyond comprehension. Unless one was a close ally of Gojo Satoshi, there was no chance of obtaining one. Why had Toji been chosen? Was it because of his heavenly restriction? Shinsuke felt a surge of jealousy. But right now, he was powerless to do anything. The sight of Naobito and Aji lying defeated had left him utterly shaken. For the first time, Shinsuke truly understood. He was not Toji's equal. He thought back to the moment when Satoshi had left him behind and had instead gone to personally greet Toji. A bitter sense of frustration welled up within him. Had Gojo Satoshi already known how extraordinary Toji was back then? Was that why he had been so indifferent toward everyone else? What terrifying foresight. Shinsuke could only watch as Toji quietly packed his belongings. Watched as Toji walked out of the Zenin estate. And left. Shinsuke and Janika finally snapped out of their daze. Shinsuke fell silent. Janika forced himself to suppress his excitement as he hurriedly ordered people to tend to Naobito and Aji's injuries. My opportunity has arrived. For that, I must thank you, brother. Chapter 92. Chapter 92, The Regret of the Zenin Family. Although Naobito and Aji had been pierced through the abdomen by Kajinai, their injuries were not fatal. Naobito's heart was filled with regret. As the head of the Zenin family, he had failed to recognize and nurture the rare gem that was Toji. Had the Zenin clan, which had always revered Jujutsu and cursed techniques, truly been on the right path? Were sorcerers really the future of humanity? If cursed energy was the supreme power, then what did that make an anomaly like Toji? Unlike Aji, who was still ranting about how Toji's strength came solely from his Zanpakuto, Naobito was far more aware of the truth. During their battle, he had already realized something terrifying. Even if Toji hadn't used Katen Kyakotsu, he still could have defeated them with sheer physical ability alone. This genius of the Zenin family loathed them to his very core. Naobito felt conflicted. But if he put himself in Toji's shoes, if he had been treated the same way, perhaps he would have been even more ruthless. Naobito glanced at Shinsuke, who was still frozen in shock, and sighed. Today's battle must have been an even greater blow to him. No one had ever imagined that a man with no cursed energy could possess such overwhelming strength. For Shinsuke, who had always been held as the pride of the Zenin family, his entire past might now feel like a joke. Beside him, Aji's expression twisted with frustration. We must take back the Zanpakuto that belongs to the Zenin family? That pair of Katen Kyakotsu was meant for us, it cannot be allowed to remain in Toji's hands. The existence of Zanpakuto will overturn the entire foundation of Jujutsu. If we can't win over Gojo Satoshi, then we must eliminate him, no matter what it takes, even if it means making enemies of the Gojo clan. If we allow Gojo Satoshi to continue developing his techniques, then in the future, he could become an even greater threat than Gojo Satoru. If we don't act now, the Zenin family may end up spending the next 50 years crushed beneath the weight of the twin Six Eyes Gojo Satoru and Gojo Satoshi. If that happens, the Zenin clan will decline to the level of the Kamo family, and you, Naobito, will be remembered as the sinner who let it happen. Aji, his face contorted with fury, was now spewing blame onto Naobito. Unlike Naobito, who could recognize Toji's true power, Aji refused to accept his own defeat at the hands of a younger family member. He refused to acknowledge Toji's strength. To him, everything was because of the Zanpakuto. But he failed to realize, he was the root cause of this entire situation. Naobito narrowed his eyes and let out a bitter laugh. It's a little late to be saying all this now. You had the chance to work with Gojo Satoshi before, yet you were the one who ruined that opportunity. And now, suddenly, you're concerned about the threat of Zanpakuto? Funny. I seem to recall you saying something very different before. Anyone with a brain could see the potential of the twin Six Eyes. The moment two bearers of Six Eyes were born in the same era, their dominance was already inevitable. Instead of standing here pointing fingers, you should focus on fixing the Zenin family. If we don't change the old ways, then even if another genius like Toji appears, the family will only end up driving them away. For the first time, Naobito began to deeply reflect. If he had been firmer in his stance when discussing matters with the clan leader, would he have been able to change Toji's status within the family? Would Toji have chosen not to leave? Toji's strength had not appeared overnight. It was clear he had been this powerful for years. So why had he hidden it? Why had he chosen to leave now? There was no doubt that Katen Kyakotsu played a role in his power, but the real reason behind his departure was likely a person. Perhaps the turning point was the arrival of his new friend Gojo Satoshi. Naobito sighed. The Zenin family was a complete mess. Was there anyone in the younger generation capable of standing against the Gojo clan? Zenin Shinsuke? After today, his spirit had been completely broken. What kind of Zenin family was this? His gaze shifted to Janiki, who was giving orders to the servants with high spirits. Naobito shook his head. He could see what Janiki was plotting. But did someone like him truly have what it took to lead the Zenin family? Janiki, unaware of Naobito's disdain, was currently carrying out his duties with newfound energy. With Naobito and Aji injured, and Shinsuke unwilling to take control, he was now the highest-ranking member of the Zenin family. And all of this was thanks to his younger brother, Toji. For the first time, he felt like he had the advantage over Shinsuke. What did talent matter? So what if he wasn't gifted in Jujutsu? As long as Toji was around, he would always have a hidden trump card within the Zenin family. In fact, with Toji as an external ally, he could actually try to claim the position of the Zenin family's next head. After all, wasn't the strongest person in the Zenin family no longer Naobito, but his own younger brother, Toji? At this moment, Janiki was already thinking about how to position himself for the future. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That very night, after Toji left the Zenin family, rumors of Toji's true strength and the terrifying ability of his Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu, shook the entire Jujutsu community. And under Janiki's deliberate manipulation, the Zenin family's disgrace was fully exposed to the world. Meanwhile, the two people at the center of all the chaos, Satoshi and Toji, were simply staring at each other inside a forge. Is the Zenin family always this unrefined? They really went and aired all their dirty laundry in public. After hearing the latest rumors, Gojo Satoshi could easily guess what had happened when Toji returned to the Zenin estate. But something felt off. Because of his interference. Had Toji ended up leaving the Zenin family earlier than he originally would have? I just went back to grab something, Toji replied indifferently. He didn't care what the Zenin family was planning, nor did he want any further involvement with them. All right. Satoshi sighed. His eyes drifted toward the heavy bag of money in front of him, and all his complaints instantly vanished. He hadn't expected that Toji, the so-called outcast of the Zenin family, would have this much saved up. Wait, had this future gambling addict already gotten himself hooked on betting? Well, whatever. At least now, the Yoroswia had its startup capital. Chapter 93, Where is Shoso? Bonus. Kamo family. Upon hearing the rumors about the Zenin clan, Kamo Shin was utterly shocked. Since they had never personally witnessed the power of Katen Kyakotsu, they were skeptical that someone like Toji, who lacked cursed energy, could actually defeat a sorcerer. However, this information came directly from within the Zenin clan. There was no way they would use the reputation of their top executives just to fabricate such a story about Toji, right? In Kamoshin's view, Toji's sudden strength was likely not due to his own abilities but rather because of the newly forged Katen Kyakotsu, a Zanpakuto created by Gojo Satoshi. Was this name given by Gojo Satoshi? Upon hearing the name of the Zanpakuto, Kamoshin couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Katen Kyakotsu, the name alone carried an imposing presence. Originally, he had assumed that Satoshi would only forge Zanpakuto for members of the Gojo clan. But unexpectedly, Satoshi had actually crafted one for a younger generation member of the Zenin family. More importantly, someone without cursed energy had managed to use this Zanpakuto to defeat Zenin Naobito and Zenin Aji. We really can't let Gojo Satoshi continue unchecked. Even the weakest one, Suzumashi in Gojo Shinika's hands, was capable of temporarily repelling a special grade cursed spirit. Not to mention, Satoshi's own Sode no Shirayuki still had a hidden third ability. He really kept it well concealed. As Kamoshin analyzed the information he had gathered, his shock deepened, and so did his resolve. The need to eliminate Gojo Satoshi was becoming increasingly urgent. It has been a week since Shoso infiltrated the Gojo estate. As of now, Gojo Satoshi remains completely unharmed. It seems Shoso has found no opportunity to act. We need to investigate the status of Shoso within the Gojo estate. If necessary, we must retrieve it before it's too late. This cursed object had been passed down by the Kumo clan leader, assisting them in handling numerous difficult adversaries. Losing it would be unacceptable. Kamoshin made up his mind. He immediately began drafting a formal request to visit the Gojo family. Yajayo family. Master Yuzuki, did you say that? This is the power of Gojo Satoshi's Zanpakuto. A mere ordinary person, wielding a Zanpakuto, defeated a grade 1 sorcerer. Yajayo Hidesugo could barely contain his astonishment after receiving the news. As a grade 1 sorcerer himself, he was considered one of the strongest in the entire Jujutsu world. Zenin Naobito, with his projection sorcery, was even stronger than him, yet he had fallen at the hands of someone with no cursed energy. If someone had told him this a month ago, he would have never believed it. But now, there was no room for doubt. The key factor in this incident was the Zanpakuto. Ever since Hidesugo had been rescued by Shunichi, he had constantly praised the cursed tool known as Zanpakuto to the point that his clan members had grown tired of hearing about it. But now, Yajayo Yuzuki had personally witnessed proof. Before, it had only been speculation, difficult to verify. But this time, there was clear evidence. The two strongest members of the Zenin family had been defeated by an ordinary person wielding a Zanpakuto. That alone was enough to elevate the reputation of this weapon to new heights. If Simon can obtain a Zanpakuto, would he be able to stand on equal footing with sorcerers? For generations, the Yajayo family had produced master swordsmen. However, none of them had ever been able to wield cursed energy, something that had always been a source of regret. Because of this, Yajayo Simon had dedicated himself entirely to swordsmanship, honing his skills to the absolute limit. But in a world ruled by sorcery, pure swordsmanship had long since fallen out of favor. Now, however, the appearance of Zanpakuto had changed everything. If Simon couldn't use cursed energy, then his Zanpakuto could. A swordsman with a Zanpakuto, wasn't that equivalent to a sorcerer? Yajayo Yuzuki considered this possibility carefully. But Yajayo Hidesugo remained skeptical. That may be true, but the Gojo family isn't going to let something like a Zanpakuto fall into the hands of just anyone, are they? After all, there are only 4 known Zanpakuto in the entire world. However, Yajayo Yuzuki disagreed. If a member of the Zenin family, who lacks cursed energy, was able to obtain one, it means Gojo Satoshi isn't keeping the Zanpakuto exclusively within his own clan. This will be difficult, yes. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't try. With that, Yajayo Yuzuki suddenly stood up and turned toward Hidesugo. Hidesugo, as the strongest person in the Yajayo family, the only grade 1 sorcerer, we rely on you to revitalize the clan. Master Shunichi from the Gojo family saved your life. We should at least show our gratitude, right? Besides, as fellow grade 1 sorcerers, you should try to establish a connection. Hidesugo immediately understood his patriarch's intentions. However, he didn't object. The reasoning was sound. It was indeed a difficult task, but if they didn't try, nothing would happen. I understand, Master. I will make an effort to establish ties with Master Shunichi. I also heard that Gojo Satoshi has dabbled in kendo. Perhaps we can use that as common ground. He proposed his plan. After all, the Yajayo family was a small Jujutsu clan. They had little to offer that would be valuable to the Gojo family. In fact, in the entire Yajayo family, there was likely only one thing that could catch Gojo Satoshi's interest: Tsuki no Sho. To outsiders, Tsuki no Sho was merely a military strategy book. But in reality, it contained the ultimate sword techniques of Yajayo Jubei, passed down within the clan. If Gojo Satoshi truly had an interest in kendo, then Tsuki no Sho might be of value. However, if the rumors were false, and Satoshi had no interest in kendo, then the book would be nothing more than worthless paper to him. Seeing Yuzuki's hesitation, Hidesugo shook his head slightly. To him, kendo was merely a secondary concern. If not for his exceptional talent in Jujutsu, he never would have risen to prominence in a swordsman family. To him, leaking kendo techniques wasn't a major issue. If this can be exchanged for another grade 1 sorcerer in our family, then it's well worth it. Alright, let's do it. Yuzuki narrowed his eyes, deep in thought, before finally making his decision. Even if we have to use Tsuki no Sho, we must obtain a Zanpakuto for Yajaya-simon. Master, leave it to me. Hide-sugu nodded firmly. His patriarch had foresight, he saw both the crisis and opportunity for the Yajaya family. And so, he had the courage to take this risk. Now, Hide-sugu had to do his part, to ensure the revival of the Yajaya family. Chapter 94, Inamika's ambition. Iiri family. Shoko, did you personally witness the forging of the Zanpakuto this time? Upon hearing the news from his daughter, Inamichi was visibly shocked. He hadn't expected Shoko to already be involved with Satoshi and the others, let alone be present for the actual forging of a Zanpakuto. Was there anything special about Satoshi-kun's forging process? Though he knew it was likely Satoshi's secret, Inamichi couldn't help but probe for details. Hearing her father's question, Shoko gave him a puzzled look. After a few seconds of thought, she realized that Satoshi had never explicitly told her to keep it confidential. In the end, she chose not to hide it from her father. The forging of a Zanpakuto requires existing, completed cursed tools as base materials. However, it seems that these materials only serve as the foundation. The most crucial part is that Satoshi appears to infuse a soul into the Zanpakuto. Shoko explained based on her own observations. A soul. Inamichi was taken aback. Could cursed tools possess souls? That shouldn't be possible, right? I'm not sure about Sode no Shirayuki and Senbonzakura, but when it came to Katen Kyakotsu, I truly felt that a Zanpakuto must have a consciousness. The moment Toji touched Katen Kyakotsu, he instinctively knew its name and seemed to have gained insight into its techniques. According to Satoshi's explanation, Toji and the former wielder of Katen Kyakotsu were highly compatible. As a result, the lingering will within the Zanpakuto assisted Toji in mastering it. Shoko's explanation carried a significant revelation. So, the Zanpakuto had a previous owner. Inamichi felt like he had 100 questions, each leading to even more curiosity. I'm not certain about the specifics, but according to Satoshi, these Zanpakuto originally existed in some form, he merely unveiled them. That's why I said that Satoshi himself is the key to the Zanpakuto. Even if someone else understands the technique, they won't be able to replicate the process. Shoko had already guessed her father's ambitions. She knew he harbored hopes of revitalizing the Iiri family through the power of Zanpakuto. However, she also knew that was impossible. That was why she told him all this to dispel his unrealistic expectations. So that's how it is. The key to a Zanpakuto isn't the forging technique, but Gojo Satoshi himself. Iiri Inamichi sighed. He had considered this possibility before, but now that it was confirmed, he couldn't help but feel disappointed. Then again, if such a unique cursed tool could be replicated through simple forging methods, the Jujutsu Blacksmith Association wouldn't be struggling for relevance. Still, the information he obtained from Shoko made the visit to the Gojo estate worthwhile. At the very least, he now had first-hand knowledge, something far more valuable than second-hand rumors. Shoko, is it true that Toji defeated Zenin Neobito using the abilities of Katen Kyakotsu? Inamichi asked about the rumors circulating in the Jujutsu world. He had also heard that Shoko had assisted the Gojo brothers with medical treatment and had some direct contact with Toji. Recalling what her father had just said about Toji's feats, Shoko fell into brief silence before whispering, "Father, Toji is extremely strong. The Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu, likely played a role in his victory, but even without it, I believe Toji still could have achieved the same result." Inamika's eyes widened in disbelief. What did she mean? How could an ordinary person without cursed energy possibly be that strong? Or was it that the Zanpakuto had been the true deciding factor? During my time there, Gojo Satoru, Gojo Satoshi, and Gojo Shunichi were all training in Hakuta under Toji. Toji possesses physical abilities far beyond human limits. Even high-level Jujutsu sorcerers can do nothing against his sheer physical prowess. Uncle Shunichi, for example, fully acknowledges Toji's strength. But the powerful warrior had willingly remained by Satoshi's side. That fact alone was proof of Satoshi's influence. It was hard to imagine how many more people would gather around him as he grew older. Inamichi thought of the cursed object he had examined earlier. It was likely that the mastermind behind Satoshi's assassination attempt had foreseen his future potential. But even I underestimated the Gojo family. Gojo Satoshi is no longer just the unknown, pseudo-Six Eyes prodigy people once dismissed. He now has solid backing within the clan. This time, his visit to the Gojo estate had revealed something crucial. At first, he believed that Satoshi's situation would become more precarious after Gojo Kumaen rose as the new representative of the Gojo clan. However, what surprised him was that after taking charge, Gojo Kumaen hadn't made a single move against Satoshi. Instead, supporting Satoshi seemed to have become a political consensus within the entire Gojo family on par with their support for Gojo Satoru. Realizing this, Inamichi felt a hint of regret. Had he accepted the previous marriage proposal from the Gojo clan head, could the Iiri family have also benefited from Satoshi's favor? The power of Katen Kyakotsu must be formidable. A dual-blade Zanpakuto is a perfect match for Toji. I'm curious to see what kind of Zanpakuto Satoshi will create for me. Shoko sighed while nibbling on a snack. Her casual remark made Inamichi freeze for a moment, then his face lit up with ecstatic realization. Chapter 95, Changes, Bonus. Shoko, you said Satoshi-kun is also going to help you forge a Zanpakuto. Inamichi suppressed his excitement and asked in a low voice. Yeah, that's right. But he might need some time to gather the materials for it. It probably won't be that fast, right? Shoko replied casually, continuing to eat her snacks without much concern. Inamichi recalled what Shoko had mentioned earlier. Satoshi needed cursed tools as materials to forge a Zanpakuto. Without hesitation, he spoke up. What kind of materials does he need? I can help Satoshi-kun find them. Upon hearing this news, Inamichi was even more eager than Shoko. Huh? I don't know. I didn't ask. Shoko didn't even look up, her attention still fixated on the snacks in front of her. A trace of regret appeared on Inamika's face. Although Satoshi was just a child, he was still a man. And men, they tend to forget things. Perhaps Satoshi had only mentioned it casually to Shoko, without any real intention of following through. If it had been anything else, Inamichi wouldn't have been too concerned. But this was a Zanpakuto? There were only 4 in existence right now. While there might be more in the future, they were still extremely rare artifacts. Since Satoshi had made the promise, he had to ensure it became a reality. Ahem. Inamichi cleared his throat and said seriously. Shoko, since Satoshi-kun said he would help you forge a Zanpakuto, we can't just leave everything to him, right? As for the materials, our family will provide them. When you visit the Gojo estate later, make sure to bring it up with Satoshi-kun. I'll help you gather the necessary cursed tools. A flicker of doubt crossed Shoko's young face, but she nodded anyway. She was far more mature than her peers, yet she still didn't fully grasp the complexities of adult reasoning or the ulterior motives of men. She simply took it as her father looking out for her. Alright, sounds good. I'll ask Satoshi about it later. It's true that finding the right materials won't be easy. Even Toji had to provide his own materials to forge Katen Kyakotsu. With that, Shoko lost all interest in the conversation, returning her full attention to the snacks in front of her. Okotsu family. Ever since meeting Satoshi, Okotsu Yato had been keeping a close eye on the affairs of the 3 major sorcerer families. Originally, he hadn't cared much about the Gojo clan. He had only visited them by chance, since they happened to be in the same city. He never expected to meet such an interesting relative. Gojo Satoshi, the person who changed his mind. Before, Yato had wanted nothing more than to live as an ordinary person. He never had much fondness for the life of a Jujutsu sorcerer. However, after witnessing Satoshi's battle with Zenin Toji and seeing the power of the Zanpakuto, he realized something. His bloodline should not be allowed to fade away. Yato was well aware of his own strength. Within the sorcery world, he was far from weak. The only reason he hadn't made a name for himself was that he had always kept a low profile, exorcising cursed spirits only when necessary, never officially joining the Jujutsu Sorcerer Association. But now that things had changed, he had to start integrating into the world of Jujutsu. The Gojo clan, the Kumo clan, and the Zenin clan, these were names he couldn't avoid. Zenin Toji did something like that, and yet the Zenin family hasn't expelled him. It seems Toji's strength is truly extraordinary. When he fought Satoshi before, he wasn't even using his full power. But now Toji already has a Zanpakuto, and from what I've heard, it's linked to the Zenin family's shadow technique. This is getting interesting. What decision will the Zenin clan make now? To be honest, traveling has been a little dull lately. How about stopping by Tokyo to have some fun with Satoshi and Satoru? After all, we're distant relatives, it wouldn't be too strange for us to interact, right? Yato chuckled to himself, already convincing himself that this detour to Tokyo was completely justified. Of course, he would never admit that his true goal was to learn more about Gojo Satoshi's Zanpakuto. Zenin clan estate. The moment the Zenin family's scandal was exposed, Zenin Aji's expression darkened. Meanwhile, Naobito could only sigh helplessly. There were only a handful of people who had witnessed what happened with Toji, and neither Aji nor Naobito would have leaked such a thing. That left only 2 possible suspects. After his defeat, Zenin Aji had been in seclusion, struggling to recover from the overwhelming loss against Toji. He was still adjusting to the reality of his defeat. That meant there was only one real suspect left. Zenin Janicki. Naobito was displeased with Janicki's actions, but he also understood his motives. Janicki had hoped to pressure the family by leaking this information to the outside world. He wanted people to acknowledge that Zenin Toji had defeated 2 high-ranking Zenin elders, emphasizing Toji's strength to boost his own standing within the clan. However, Janicki had made a critical miscalculation. The sorcery world wasn't focusing on Toji's battle against the elders. Instead, they were obsessed with the power of his Zanpakuto, Katen Kyakotsu, and its strange connection to shadow techniques. Very few people even noticed that Satoshi had defeated Zenin Shinsuke again. And for those who did pay attention, their focus was more on the mysterious third ability of Satoshi's Sode no Shirayuki. Janicki had miscalculated. If he had revealed information strategically, leaking only the news about Gojo Satoshi versus Zenin Shinsuke, it would have been a much greater blow to Shinsuke's reputation. Now, Shinsuke had faded into irrelevance. The entire sorcery world had already forgotten about him. And in truth, Janicki himself was in the same situation. When people mentioned Zenin Shinsuke, at the very least, they still acknowledged him as a former genius of the Zenin clan, someone who had lost to Gojo Satoshi twice. But Jinike? To outsiders, he was just another nameless Zenin clan member. Even his connection to Toji was barely known. Jinike's ambitions had backfired. At a time when the Zenin clan desperately needed to restore their prestige, he had squandered it for his own selfish goals. His path to becoming clan leader was now completely blocked. Even Aji had given up on competing. As Naobito observed Jinike's smug expression, he silently shook his head. However, to be fair, Jinike's actions had proven one thing: Toji's power was undeniable. Now, the Zenin family's most urgent goal was to bring Toji back into the clan. Whether it was to study his Zanpakuto or analyze his inhuman physique, the first step was getting Toji to return. Jinike's next and final task was clear. He had to bring Toji home. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. It's time to forge for yourself, right? Toji, I'll leave all the preparations for the construction to you. The funds will be considered your shares. If it turns a profit in the future, you'll get a cut. Satoshi couldn't help but salivate at the amount of money Toji had access to. Of course, money alone couldn't buy a Zanpakuto. He would never actually sell one for cash. Toji nodded. Yoroswia had become the most important thing on his mind. Now, his focus was on how to build its foundation as quickly as possible. After finalizing plans with Toji for the Yoroswia, Satoshi began thinking about his next steps. Recently, he had successfully forged Zanpakuto for both Satoru and Toji. Everything was progressing as planned. With the power of Zanpakuto, both Satoru and Toji had grown significantly stronger. Given the current state of the Jujutsu world, Toji was now among the strongest combatants in all of Japan. And in the future, once Satoru fully matured, his brother would also become an unstoppable force. With Senbonzakura, Gojo Satoru would one day rightfully stand at the peak of the world. But with Katen Kyokotsu, Toji might actually be even stronger. Before Satoru mastered reverse curse technique, he probably wouldn't be able to beat him. With two of the most powerful warriors at his side, Gojo Satoshi should have been able to relax. But something felt off. This state of being protected wasn't what he wanted. His talent wasn't weak. After all, he was a reincarnator. He had a system, the same 6 eyes as Satoru, the same heavenly restriction as Toji, and access to all 4 fundamental combat skills of a Shinigami: Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido. No matter how he looked at it, he wasn't meant to just rely on Satoru and Toji. He needed to start focusing on his own growth. Training his Zanjutsu and Hakuda would require gradual progress, but forging a Zanpakuto would be the fastest way to increase his power. Senbonzakura and Katen Kyokotsu had made Satoru and Toji stronger. So, what kind of Zanpakuto should he forge for himself? Holding Sode no Shirayuki, the cold aura of the blade cleared his thoughts. If we're talking about Zanpakuto, there's one that no one can ignore, right? I already have an ice-type Zanpakuto. It wouldn't be unreasonable to get a fire-type one, would it? A charred blade appeared in Gojo Satoshi's mind. If he could truly forge that sword, he would basically be invincible. Mastery over both ice and fire, combined with Zanjutsu, Hakuda, Ho-Ho, and Kido, that would make him a true Shinigami. His heart surged with anticipation. Sode no Shirayuki was the first Zanpakuto he had ever forged. Senbonzakura, Katen Kyokotsu, and Suzumashi were all forged for others. But now, it was his turn. The Zanpakuto he desired most was none other than the strongest fire-type blade in all of Soul Society. The Zanpakuto wielded by the captain commander of the Godi I-13, Yamamoto Genryu Saishiji Kuni, Ryujin Jaka. If he could forge Ryujin Jaka, it would mean that he had mastered the ability to create any Zanpakuto in Soul Society. However, finding a cursed tool compatible with Ryujin Jaka wouldn't be easy. So far, after searching through the Gojo and Zenin family's treasuries, he hadn't come across a single fire-type cursed tool. In this regard, the Jujutsu world and Soul Society, where oddly similar fire-based abilities were extremely rare. Which meant that this time, he couldn't rely on just waiting for materials to appear. I should be qualified to make demands from the clan head now, right? I basically made a grade 1 sorcerer for the family. I forged Zanpakuto for Satoru and Shunichi. And most importantly, Toji's victory over Zenin Naobito and Zenin Aji had undoubtedly forced the Gojo family to acknowledge his strength. Right now, not a single Jujutsu sorcerer within the Gojo family could stand against Toji. Not even Satoru, despite having 6 eyes and limitless. Everything Satoshi had accomplished so far had earned him leverage. If the Gojo and Zenin families didn't have the materials, then he would ask the clan leader to find them for him. At the same time, inside the Gojo family head's residence, Gojo Tsubaki was reporting his findings from his investigation at Jujutsuhi's warehouse. Sitting in the room, Gojo Shunichi and Gojo Takia silently listened. So it's true. The old man sighed, glancing toward the sealed container beside him. The 9th cursed womb has been stolen. That means the object inside must be Shoso, the scorched phase of the 9 cursed wombs. I originally believed that only the top 3 special grade cursed objects were unique among the 9 cursed wombs. I never expected this 9th one to be so special as well. Gojo Shunichi nodded immediately. Before Katetsu attacked young Master Satoshi, I actually met him once. But at the time, I didn't notice anything unusual. Based on his movements during that period, he behaved normally for at least 3 days. There was no opportunity for him to absorb Shoso's flesh, which means that Shoso must have taken over his body at least 3 days prior, and nobody noticed. Shinika's deduction was met with agreement. Gojo Tsubaki added seriously. Since they weren't special grade cursed objects, the other 6 cursed wombs didn't receive much attention from the ceiling teams. This gave the mastermind an opening to swap them out. But, there were 6 cursed wombs available, from the 4th to the 9th. And yet, they only replaced Shoso. The only explanation is that Shoso has an incredibly powerful stealth ability. The old man nodded slightly and then turned to Shunichi. Summon Kuma-an. I have something to discuss with him. Shunichi hesitated for a moment. Elder Kuma-an? Is it really wise to involve him in this? After all, this situation isn't in Satoshi's favor. Elder Kuma-an's position. He stopped mid-sentence. The old man shook his head, his expression calm and unwavering. Kuma-an is the acting clan head now. He has a right to know. And since Satoshi allowed Kuma-an to take that position, he must be prepared to take responsibility as well. Don't worry, Shunichi. Kuma-an holds the highest seat in the clan, which means he will act in the Gojo family's best interests. Besides, the moment Satoru obtained Senbonzakura, Satoshi's position within the Gojo family became untouchable. Chapter 97, Preliminary Preparations for the Blade Reincarnating. Bonus. Satoru, let's go find the clan head. Catching Satoru as he was lounging around, Satoshi immediately dragged his brother along. Pass, Satoshi? I'm exhausted, let me rest. Satoru's 6 eyes reflected his fatigue. Satoshi could avoid Toji's brutal training by focusing on forging and studying Zanpakuto, but Satoru couldn't. With Shunichi away on business, Satoru had become Toji's sole target. And without Shoko's healing, he had been suffering from constant bruises and sore muscles every day. Today was rare. Toji had left the Gojo estate after a discussion with Satoshi. So naturally, Satoru just wanted to rest. You're only 6 years old, and you're already acting like an old man. What are you gonna do when you're actually old? Get up, I need the clan head's help to find some materials. Satoshi refused to let his brother laze around. Materials. Hearing this, Satoru's eyes lit up, though he still looked skeptical. Satoshi, are you forging again? No way, it hasn't even been that long, has it? Thinking back, the last Zanpakuto Satoshi had forged was Katen Kyokotsu, and that had only been a short while ago. Satoshi, don't tell me, it's the Zanpakuto you promised Shoko. A smug grin appeared on Satoru's face. I knew it. So you do have bad intentions? Shoko is. Before he could finish his sentence, Satoshi punched him in the stomach, silencing him completely. Get up. This time, I'm forging a Zanpakuto for myself, not for anyone else. I'm going to create the most stunning Zanpakuto you've ever seen. Hearing this, Satoru suddenly became interested. The most stunning? Don't be ridiculous. You've seen Senbonzakura with your own eyes. Katen Kyokotsu isn't even as stylish as it. I doubt there's a Zanpakuto flashier than Senbonzakura. Satoshi fell into silence. If he was being honest, Reincarnating wasn't exactly a beautiful blade. But who cared about aesthetics when a single swing could turn the world into a sea of fire? Besides, in Satoshi's mind, Reincarnating's Bankai Zankan no Tachi was the most magnificent Zanpakuto of all. Are you coming or not? Coming out of his thoughts, Satoshi glared at his brother. All right, I'm coming. Satoru stood up reluctantly, but since this was about Satoshi's personal Zanpakuto, he wanted to see what kind of blade his brother would choose for himself. Gojo Clan Estate, Clan Head's residence. Young Master Satoru, Young Master Satoshi, the clan head is speaking with Elder Kuma-an inside. Please wait a moment. As soon as the servant finished speaking, the door swung open. Kuma-an's expression was dark, and his mood was clearly sour. Seeing Satoru and Satoshi standing outside, he was momentarily surprised. If it was just Satoru, that would be normal. But Satoshi seeking out the clan head? That was unexpected. After all, in 6 years, Satoshi had never once actively sought help from the family. The clan head is inside. Go in. Kuma-an nodded at Satoru. His gaze lingered on Satoshi for a few seconds, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. But in the end, he didn't say anything to him. Instead, he turned around and left. Inside, an old, hoarse voice greeted them. Our great cursed tool forger graces us with his presence. What a rare visitor. There was a teasing tone in the old man's voice. Satoshi froze for a moment. The atmosphere felt off. It was clear that the conversation between Kuma-an and the clan head had been about him. However, since he needed the clan's help to find materials for Reincarnating, he pretended nothing was wrong and followed Satoru inside. As for the old man's teasing remark, he chose to ignore it. Unfortunately, even if Satoshi didn't respond, the old man wasn't about to drop the subject. The acting clan had just informed me of a rather troublesome rumor floating around the family. Some are saying you're siding with the enemy. The fact that Toji defected from the Zenin clan has sparked quite the discussion within our family. Originally, I wasn't too concerned, but now, Toji has been spending all his time with you, and there are even rumors that he's planning to join the Gojo clan. The old man coughed lightly, then smiled faintly. So, tell me, is there any truth to this? Hearing this, Satoshi felt a chill. His relationship with Toji was undeniably close. That's nonsense. Satoshi crossed his arms in an X shape, signaling absolute rejection. Not only does Toji have zero intention of joining the Gojo family, but the Zenin clan isn't even trying to punish him. Obviously, they realized his worth and won't let him go. They just woke up a little too late. But still, even if they hesitated, there's no way Toji would suddenly turn around and join the Gojo clan. To be honest, the Gojo family isn't much better than the Zenin clan in terms of internal politics. Someone like Toji won't be bound by any clan. He'll find the freedom he wants on his own. Hearing Satoshi shut down his expectations immediately, the old man shook his head helplessly. If only a warrior of Toji's caliber could join the Gojo family. Toji's betrayal of the Zenin clan had caused a major upheaval among Jujutsu sorcerers. But within the Gojo family, many were still unwilling to accept his strength. Most of them believed that Toji only won because of Katen Kyakotsu, that without his Zanpakuto's ability to manipulate shadows, he never would have beaten Zenin Naobito or Zenin Aji. Many among the clan resented Satoshi for giving such a powerful weapon to an outsider. If it weren't for certain individuals stopping them, some would have already confronted him about it. After briefly explaining the family's current stance, the old man smiled slyly. So, tell me, was it Katen Kyakotsu that made Toji so strong? Or was it his own power? Chapter 98, Pinnacle. The latter. Satoshi's answer was firm. The Zanpakuto he forged for Toji was merely icing on the cake. Even without Katen Kyakotsu, Naobito and Aji would still be no match for Toji. Oh, why? Satoshi, why are you so certain? A hint of curiosity flashed across the wrinkled face of the old man. From the very beginning, Satoshi seemed to have an unusual regard for Zenin Toji. The first time he had drawn his sword in battle had also been for Toji's sake. What exactly had influenced Satoshi to make such a judgment? Facing the clan leader's inquiry, Satoshi did not hesitate. He directly revealed the secret of heavenly restriction. Toji's heavenly restriction is the most extreme type. The complete absence of cursed energy grants him a natural resistance to it while also allowing him to reach the absolute peak of human physical potential. You could say he is the strongest human being alive. Satoshi spoke with conviction. At the very least, as a human, Zenin Toji had reached the pinnacle. A flash of understanding appeared in the old man's eyes. I see. And what about yours, Satoshi? Me? My physical strength will also stand at the peak of humanity in the future. Satoshi's words made the smile on the old man's face widen. Satoshi, I believe in you. You've already given me enough surprises. The future of the Gojo family will be in the hands of you and Satoru. With that, I can rest easy. The old man no longer pursued the topic of Toji. Although he had initially felt envious of such a person, knowing that Satoshi possessed the same kind of body put his mind at ease. If Toji were truly brought into the Gojo family, it would only cause more internal strife. Both the Zenin and Gojo families would be displeased. So, Satoshi, why did you and Satoru come to see me together? Clan head, I want to apply for some cursed tools, Satoshi responded immediately. Cursed tools. The old man's eyes lit up. Are you planning to continue forging Zanpakuto? Gojo Satoshi nodded. But this time, the Zanpakuto is a bit special, so I need your assistance. It's fine. If you need anything, just go to the treasury and take it yourself. I'll grant you full access. Seeing how hard Satoshi was working, the old man felt a tinge of guilt. The person in front of him was just a child, not some tireless machine, not an adult. Satoshi would take a short break after his previous forging, but he hadn't expected him to start again so soon. Clan head, what I need isn't in the treasury. Satoshi shrugged. If the Gojo family had the necessary materials, he would have taken them long ago. Why would he need to come here and ask the old man for help? The old man's expression stiffened for a moment before he let out an awkward laugh. We don't have what you need. Satoshi nodded. Our Gojo family's inventory is quite large, but it's lacking in many areas. The materials for Senbonzakura and Katen Kyakotsu both came from the Zenin family's stockpile. Clan head, our Gojo family has not done well in this regard. Satoshi looked genuinely disappointed. If there were enough materials in the treasury, he might have already mass-produced a batch of Zanpakuto and trained a whole squad of Leek warriors by now. It's true. Our family doesn't place as much importance on cursed tools as the Kumo and Zenin families. The old man nodded and coughed lightly. Then tell me, Satoshi, what kind of materials do you need? I'll see what I can do to get them for you. They had been skirting around the issue, but in the end, this was the main point. Fire element cursed tools. The higher the quality, the better. Lately, a pattern had emerged within the Gojo family. Whenever the forge was opened, it meant that another Zanpakuto was about to be born. Young Master Satoshi is unbelievably productive. In just 2 months, he has already forged 3 special Zanpakuto cursed tools. I wonder who he's forging for this time. It doesn't matter who it's for, as long as it's not for another family. We can't let something as sacred as the Zanpakuto fall into another clan's hands again. But these Zanpakuto were all forged by young Master Satoshi. Doesn't he have the right to decide what to do with them? First and foremost, young Master Satoshi is a member of the Gojo family. Only after that is he an individual. If a person leaves the family, they lose their foundation. But didn't Zenin Toji leave the Zenin family? Still, we must ensure young Master Satoshi doesn't share any more Zanpakuto outside the clan. Conversations like this echoed throughout the Gojo family mansion. In the eyes of almost every Gojo family member, Gojo Satoshi had already become an indispensable figure in the clan. Gojo Kyokushin Ryu Dojo. Many Kyokushin Ryu disciples subconsciously turned their gazes toward the forging house. Though it was located in a remote area, it had become a place of longing for every disciple. Every Kyokushin Ryu disciple harbored the same dream that one day, they would be summoned to the forging house and receive a Zanpakuto personally forged by Gojo Satoshi. Grandfather, are you really just going to let things unfold like this? Gojo Genichi looked at Gojo Kumaen, unable to understand why his grandfather, once so firm in his stance, had softened after becoming the acting head of the clan. The foundation of their twin curse faction was the two-person curse theory. However, Satoshi was gradually breaking away from the traditional understanding of cursed energy. If this continued, their faction would lose its reason for existence. Gojo Kumaen stroked his chin, gazing into the distance at the forging house. His mind replayed the moment he had been engulfed by Senbonzakura. The sight of cherry blossoms in winter. Genichi, do you still remember it? Genichi nodded, though he was puzzled. Every member of the Gojo family who had witnessed that spectacle would never forget it. Grandfather, are you referring to young Master Satoru's Senbonzakura? Just the mention of Senbonzakura sent a chill down Genichi's spine. The sight of thousands of shimmering petals had completely shattered his previous understanding of Zanpakuto. Genichi, remember this: at the end of the day, strength is the foundation of everything. For the weak, the family is a source of support. Already fired up the forge again. If this pattern continued, where each time the forge opened, another legendary Zanpakuto was created, how was he supposed to maintain his standing in the Jujutsu Blacksmith Association? This time, it has to fail. Kamoshin muttered to himself. But the very next second, he realized he didn't even believe his own words. After all, Satoshi's track record having successfully forged Suzumashi, Senbonzakura, and Katen Kyokotsu was far too overwhelming. At this point, most people had already accepted that Satoshi's skill in forging Zanpakuto had reached perfection. Even if he said there was a chance of failure, people still trusted his authority when it came to forging Zanpakuto. Elsewhere in the Jujutsu world, a strikingly beautiful woman sat at a conference table, her expression contemplative. Kaori, we cannot allow these Zanpakuto to continue strengthening the Jujutsu sorcerers. A middle-aged man, dressed in monk's robes, spoke with clear displeasure. Ever since the birth of Gojo Satoru, the level of cursed energy in the world has risen dramatically. According to prophecy, we curse users chose to lay low and bide our time. But if this continues, where will there be a place for curse users like us to survive? The monk's name was Akizawa Shisaku, a high-ranking member of the Curse User Alliance. This was a small but significant curse user gathering. Though their numbers were far fewer than Jujutsu sorcerers, they were effectively the Jujutsu Sorcerer Association's counterpart within the curse user world. At Akizawa's words, the other members of the round table turned their gazes toward the woman named Kaori. She remained calm, her expression unreadable. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Zanpakuto? I've been hearing about them a lot lately. A type of cursed tool that can use techniques, right? It only emerged this year, correct? Kaori nodded slightly, glancing around before continuing. I'll look into it. For now, all of you should continue lying low and gathering strength. The Gojo family is not an enemy you can face directly. Besides, Kaori's lips curled into a knowing smile. Isn't that the real reason you called this meeting? To have me investigate the truth behind the Zanpakuto. The atmosphere at the table grew awkward. Though none of them admitted it out loud, that was exactly what they wanted. It wasn't that they were cowards, rather, they acknowledged that the Gojo family, one of the big three sorcerer families, was simply too strong. And only the woman before them had the ability to accomplish this task. After all, when Kaori had first crashed their meeting, she had single-handedly defeated every single curse user present. At this moment, within the Curse User Alliance, the strongest among them was undoubtedly Kaori. Seeing their silence, Kaori sighed in boredom. She stood up, took a final glance around the room, then turned to leave. As she turned, a few strands of her bangs shifted, revealing the faint outline of a suture mark beneath her hair. Her name was pronounced Kaori, but the way it was written, Chapter 100, ripples. At night, the moon hung high in the sky, yet many members of the Gojo family had not gone to sleep. They remained awake, keeping a close watch on the forge, fearing that if they dozed off, they would miss the birth of another Zanpakuto. Satoshi's latest forging attempt had not only caught the attention of the Gojo clan but had also drawn the eyes of other forces across the Jujutsu world. However, inside the forging room, Satoshi wore a helpless expression. This attempt had taken an unusually long time. One of the two fire element cursed tools the clan leader had procured for him had already failed during forging. Now, Satoshi was making a second attempt. Clang! As the final hammer strike fell, Satoshi set down the blade blank in his hands and sighed. Forging failed. The moment those words left his mouth, shock spread across everyone's faces. As outsiders, they had clearly felt the sharpness and searing heat emanating from the blade blank. Based on previous experience, the completion of a Zanpakuto should have been a natural process, right? This was different from Satoshi's earlier months of trial and error. Back then, he had been unfamiliar with the process, experimenting to find the right approach. This time, everything had proceeded smoothly except for this final step. Seeing the regret on everyone's faces, Satoshi smiled. Maybe the Zanpakuto I'm trying to forge is simply too powerful. It makes sense that it wouldn't be created so easily. Even though he had just experienced failure, it was Satoshi who ended up comforting Gojo Satoru and the others. Was it because of the cursed tool materials? As an experienced blacksmith, Gojo Takia was the first to notice the issue. During the forging process, Satoshi had been growing more hesitant as he approached the final steps, as if worried that the next strike would shatter the material. Clearly, the quality of these cursed tools was too low. While they did possess fire-related properties, they were still insufficient to serve as the foundation for Satoshi's Zanpakuto. A grade 2 cursed tool isn't enough? Does that mean we'll need a grade 1 cursed tool just to forge this Zanpakuto? Satoru's words made the entire room fall silent. None of them were strangers to cursed tools, so they understood how rare fire element cursed tools were. Even these 2 grade 2 tools had likely been secured through the clan leader's personal connections. If what Satoru said was true, then it might take quite some time before this Zanpakuto could be forged. Alright, let's call it a day. Everyone's tired, so get some rest. We can figure it out later. Satoshi waved his hand, dismissing everyone. The flames in the forge gradually dimmed, and soon, silence filled the room. What Satoru said might actually be an understatement. To truly forge Ryujin Jaka, I might need a special grade cursed tool. But I've never heard of a special grade cursed tool of that level. Well, there's no rush. I'll take my time searching. Since the path to forging is currently blocked, I should focus on breaking through to Shikai first. Looking at his nearly full experience bar, Satoshi nodded in satisfaction. Lately, Satoru's sparring sessions had been particularly useful, significantly speeding up his progress. At this rate, in just a few more days, he should be able to break through Hakuda and begin learning Ho-Ho. With that thought, Satoshi drifted into sleep, filled with anticipation. Meanwhile, outside the forging room, discussions were already spreading across the entire Gojo family and the broader Jujutsu world. Young Master Satoshi's forge has gone cold, but the strange phenomenon of the Zanpakuto still appeared. What's going on? Did the forging really fail? That's impossible. Something must have gone wrong in the process. Someone just went to check. Young Master Satoshi voluntarily ended the forging tonight. This can't be his fault. There must have been an issue with the materials. Maybe this is a divine warning telling young Master Satoshi not to hand out his Zanpakuto so casually. Our Gojo family truly is chosen by the heavens. Over at the Zenin estate, Aji and Naobito both let out a sigh of relief upon hearing that Satoshi's forging attempt had failed. If Gojo Satoshi had managed to successfully forge another Zanpakuto so quickly, it would have put even more pressure on the Zenin clan. Naobito, what do you think? Will he ever return to the Zenin family? It's unlikely. Toji has always had a mind of his own. If that weren't the case, he wouldn't have concealed his strength for so many years. Thinking back to when Toji had single-handedly defeated them, both Aji and Naobito found it difficult to even discuss. Although there was no direct connection between Toji and Satoshi, seeing Satoshi fail even momentarily still gave them a sense of relief. At this point, all the Zenin family could do was comfort themselves with small victories. Meanwhile, over at the Kumo estate, Kumo-shin nearly burst out laughing when he heard the news. Gojo Satoshi's forging attempt failed. The moment he confirmed the truth, his heart filled with excitement. As long as Gojo Satoshi wasn't flawless, as long as he had weaknesses, then he wasn't invincible. Kumo-shin could already imagine how things might play out if Satoshi ever experienced another major failure in the future. The higher he had climbed, the harder he would fall. Perhaps this is how Gojo Satoshi's downfall begins. After all, it's completely unnatural for one person to forge so many Zanpakuto alone. Kumo slowly calmed himself. Since Satoshi had failed this time, he would simply wait and watch. Still, the fact that Shoso hadn't consumed Satoshi alive was unexpected. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to delay Gojo Takia's proposal any longer. It was clear now, he had no choice but to visit the Gojo family personally. Whether it was to retrieve Shoso or to determine whether Satoshi was truly worthy of advancement, this meeting was inevitable. Grandfather, Satoshi failed in forging this time. Gojo Genichi rushed to deliver the news to Gojo Kuma-en, unable to hide his excitement. Ever since Satoshi had forged Senbonzakura for Satoru, many clan members had been pressuring his grandfather to take action. But now, finally, Satoshi had suffered a setback. For Genichi, this was cause for celebration. Genichi. Kuma-en's deep voice carried a weight that made Genichi straighten his posture. If Gojo Satoshi continues to fail, it will be the greatest loss for our Gojo family. He won't give up so easily. The clan leader said something important. The future of the Gojo family rests on both Gojo Satoshi and Gojo Satoru. Genichi froze. Such words wouldn't be surprising if spoken by anyone else. But coming from Gojo Kuma-en, the leader of the Twin Curse faction, and the acting patriarch of the Gojo family, the implications were monumental. While the major clans continued their discussions, far from the political scheming, in a secluded Yajayo residence, Yajayo Hidesugo retrieved an ancient scroll from the ancestral hall. Yajayo Yuzuki nodded slightly, while Yajayo Simon looked on solemnly. It was Tsuki no Sho, a sacred text containing the swordsmanship techniques of Yajayo Shinkage Ryu, passed down through generations. That very night, as Gojo Satoshi's Zanpakuto forging attempt failed, the Yajayo family made a decision. They would trade the Tsuki no Sho with Gojo Satoshi, in exchange for a Zanpakuto.